Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes. We invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 252, Testing the Enhancements Inside the Measurement Center. Felix could be seen standing before a silver punching machine. The first test he was aiming for was his physical strength. He cracked his knuckles while concentrating on the red pad. Then he struck it with all of his strength. Putting his entire weight on the punch boom, the sound of contact was loud, all right. But the machine still didn't budge. It simply did its job and started calculating the force packed in that punch. Felix took a step back and lifted his head, glancing at the final result that was displaying a staggering 5,000 BF. Appalled and astonished, Felix kept staring back and forth between the number and his fist, having a bit of difficulty believing the behemoth strength that his body was possessing. Now he knew that he had just received double the known enhancement, and a thrilled grin couldn't help but start to widen on his lips at the thought of receiving this enhancement after each replacement. He recognized that as long as he keeps using the primogenitor's bloodlines, he would always have double the strength of any bloodliner in his level, even the ones with super strength passive boost. With this, Felix could finally let go of his super strength passive without feeling shitty inside. Thank God. The primogenitors never fail to disappoint, as with this double boost, Felix would still have 3,100 BF even after he loses his super strength. Soon, Felix went to carry on with other physical tests, such as his kicking force, his movement speed, his weight, his body defenses against physical abilities and elemental abilities. After finishing those tests, he checked on his mental defenses and realized that he was finally capable of defending himself from mental abilities used by second-stage bloodliners, unlike super strength passive, which affects only the body. The enhancement after the etching process affected literally everything about Felix. This resulted in him finally getting some protection on his mind. After spending 1 hour or two testing multiple mental abilities on his mind from a first, second, and even third-stage bloodliners, Felix found out that his mind was almost immune to getting affected by first-stage bloodliners' mental abilities. As for second-stage bloodliners, he was utmost protected from lower ends bloodliners, but those at the peak, he was getting affected pretty heavily. Meanwhile, for the third-stage bloodliners, Felix didn't manage to survive even the weakest mental ability sent in his direction. With those tests, he now had a clear understanding of strengths and limits. Now to energies. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead as he asked, "AI, please widen the room to its limits and place down a dummy every 100 meters away from me." As you command. The measurement room started to expand and expand, akin to a cube getting inflated but retaining its shape. The process didn't last for even 2 seconds before the white room was big enough Felix couldn't see its walls, even though his eyesight was enhanced immensely. "How big is the room now?" he asked. 25 square km. The AI added. "If you want the room to be bigger, you need to pay additional fees." "No need. That's more than enough," Felix said while turning on his infrared vision. Although his eyes were no longer belonging to the Jair Mungens, his passive wasn't affected in the slightest as he unlocked the ability, not received it with the mutation. However, after turning it on, Felix noticed a massive difference from before. Instead of seeing everything in black and white, his eyes were actually showing him color like he didn't even turn it on, but Felix knew that he had it on, as the red auras of the dummies were too hard to miss. However, Felix didn't show any signs of shock as he already anticipated this to happen. He knew that most of the passives overlay or even merge unless they were polar to each other. Felix's enhanced eyesight added with infrared vision was extremely in line. "This is truly 100 times better." Felix smiled in satisfaction, as he always was bothered by the fact that he couldn't see colors when his infrared vision was on. Hopefully, the distance increased as good as well. Not wasting time, Felix turned on his infrared vision to the limit, making the silver dummies in front of him start showing red auras one by one until he was able to see 10 red auras in total, since those dummies had 100 meters separating them from each other. This led Felix to conclude that his new infrared vision limit was a whopping 1 kilometer. Not bad. Quite satisfied by the result of his mental energy increase, Felix scratched his chin while lowering the distance gradually until his vision covered only 200 meters. The limit increasing to 1 kilometer was quite good, but Felix was more interested in knowing how well his mind would fare by having his infrared vision turned on in such a medium-sized area. He was planning to keep it turned on while continuing to do his other tests and practices in order to check if his head would start aching after a few hours or not. 2 hours later. Whoosh whoosh. Felix could be seen trying his best to swing the golden tail at the punching pad. Alas, he kept failing to make the bulgier end of the tail hit the pad. He always ends up either missing it completely or hitting with the middle of the tail. Again, not giving up, Felix backed away 3 steps from the machine. He looked at his tail that was waving playfully and ordered it to stop. Unexpectedly, the tail did freeze stiffly. Too bad. Before Felix could smile, the tail started to subconsciously move on its own again. You little shit. Felix cursed with his eyebrows twitching in annoyance. His irritation was understandable as he spent the majority of those 2 hours trying to control the tail first before using it to strike the punching pad. In every attempt, he wasted at least 10 minutes until the tail finally stops moving. Thankfully, in this instance, he only tried 30 times in 7 minutes before the tail responded to his wishes. Not planning to waste this opportunity, Felix immediately used a tail swinging technique that allows the user to dish out the biggest force in one single swing. Since he learned it when he was using the serpent tail, he was having difficulty getting familiar with positioning and the animation of the swing, adding to the fact that his tail was acting like a rebellious teenager. The technique never worked for the past 2 hours. However, at this instant, Felix felt that he nailed his form for the first time in the past 2 hours. He couldn't help but glance with a tingle of anticipation at the bulgier end of the tail, rushing fiercely at the center of the punching pad. Boom! The thunderous sound produced from the contact was loud enough. Felix's ears were hit by a visible sound wave and made them ringing ceaselessly. Heck, Felix felt like he was hit with a sound ability as his ears were hearing nothing but the irritating ringing. Yet, he wasn't that bothered by them as his eyes were bulging out of their sockets in disbelief at the end result of his strike. 6,700 BF. Felix's brain turned into mush at the sight of such a monstrous force that could be produced only by a punch from a 4th stage bloodliner. He couldn't believe that his tail mutation was stronger than both his fists and feet after all. His punch could at most dish out 5,000 BF while his leg during the tests was only able to dish out 5,700 BF at best. Now this is a F-seeking mutation. Thrilled and overjoyed, Felix laughed out loud while holding his tail in his hands, feeling the bulgier end, which was as hard as a diamond. When he touched it before in the shower, he expected that it was going to be quite useful in fights. However, not in his wildest dreams would he have considered that it would be the strongest part of his body. Now that he saw what it could do when it had its potential brought out by him, Felix removed any thought of ignoring this lethal weapon and decided to do extensive work on it. He understood that his tail from now on was going to be his main melee weapon if he didn't learn techniques and methods to utilize its strengths. He would genuinely be letting down the Sphinx, realizing now that his tail was extremely strong and even steady. An idea abruptly took root in Felix's mind. Impatient, Felix let go of his tail and ordered it to remain on the ground. As always, the first attempts didn't work. Regardless, he kept trying and trying until the bulgier end of the tail was finally on the ground. Seeing so, Felix swiftly lifted both of his legs, making himself rely only on his tail to carry his weight unexpectedly. It actually worked like a charm. Heck, he didn't even feel pained or pressured by doing so, as the tail remained as steady as rock. However, Felix was still finding it quite difficult to keep his balance, especially when this was the first time he was attempting to do so. In order to get a better posture, Felix leaned back slightly while lifting his legs even higher. But alas, the moment he lost focus on his tail, it started to subconsciously move on its own again, making Felix lose his support and fall on his head. This might take a while, Felix said while rubbing his head. Sir Felix, the extra hour you added is about to end, the AI asked. Should I add another? Felix thought about it for a second before shaking his head. No need. I am done. Chapter 253 Luby's Shop Transformation. There was no point in remaining in the measurement center anymore, as the only test left was his energy capacity. Felix didn't need to test it, as he already felt that his energy was almost half full after he finished replacement. This suggested that his capacity had actually doubled as well. Felix knew that this was a massive enhancement, as the others rarely receive a 50 increase even after using a legendary bloodline. Since energy was always his Achilles heel, he was most glad by this enhancement. Back in real life, Felix was dialing Luby, wanting to check whether he had his money for the old 3 Serpents bottles or not. 15 days had passed since Luby received them, marking the end of the payment delay. If Luby didn't come through and paid him now, Felix wouldn't hesitate to enter a non-exclusive contract with other shops and send them those 4 sand bottles, which were still in his possession. Clunk, greedy dog. Where is my money? Felix asked calmly. Hee. Brother Felix, come down to the shop. I want to show you something, Luby requested with a sly laugh. What is he up to? Felix wondered to himself in curiosity. Don't be alarmed when you reach my shop, Luby said one last time before hanging up. Oh, interesting. Intrigued, Felix immediately laid down on the bed and requested the queen to log him in. Inside the UVR, Felix was walking in the maze-like alley with clear confusion clouding his face. He ought to feel like that as he met with 5 individuals walking past him in this alley only. After going to the next, he saw 3 more, walking and chatting with each other. Alas, he could only see their mouths moving and not hear a sound, as they must have blocked strangers from hearing the content of their conversation. What the hell is going on? Felix was quite befuddled, as this was the first time he saw so many people in those alleys, which they had nothing in them besides being a path to Luby's shop. The closer he got to Luby's shop, the more people he met with, which was a pretty obvious sign of where they were coming from. After a while, Felix reached the well-lighted alley that had the shop's brick wall. Unexpectedly, there was a long line to enter the shop, an unprecedented scene since the moment Felix was aware of Luby's shop. The hell did he do? Felix lined up properly while sizing up the people in front of him. Instead of asking Luby, Felix poked a bald man in front of him and asked politely, Sir, may I know how did you find out about the shop? Felix added after seeing that he was being glared at. 1000 SC. This shop was turned black last week. The bald man touched Felix's bracelet and carried on. The news about it is currently spreading like wildfire in the dark network. Plus, his legit products had even better quality than most shops. Thank you. Felix murmured the words in a daze, finding it hard to process the fact that Luby's shop had actually turned black, meaning he was now part of the black market. Felix understood that Luby's shop might be hidden from the public and even had a password for access. He was actually selling only legit products. Legit. In a sense, they were obtained with proper channels and were documented. In other words, every potion, substance, item, and bloodline bottle in the shop were registered in the kingdom's database and could be traced back to Luby's shop in the real world. If it weren't for them being registered, the tax department of the kingdom wouldn't know how many coins Luby was making, and thus they wouldn't be able to tax his earnings from the UVR. As long as Luby was paying his taxes from the real world and UVR's sales, he would always be seen favorably by the kingdom. However, going black changes everything, as Luby's shop would be dealing with stolen goods from pirates, smuggled goods undetected by the customs enforcers, and every kind of illegal products. By joining this endeavor, Luby was putting himself at risk of being caught and thrown into jail, sentenced for possibly hundreds of years. It was effortless to catch him, as the moment Luby get linked to be dealing with illegal goods, he would be paid a visit to his shop in the real world. This made Felix conclude that Luby definitely gave up on his shop in the real universe and was currently on the run. Felix was certain that he had a tiny role in Luby's decision to join the black market. After all, there was no way for Luby to be capable of building an illegal network with pirates and smugglers in measly 15 days. Luby couldn't just contact a pirate crew and enter a contract with them like dealing with his customers. Felix knew that such a trust-related process requires years of effort to shape up into a reliable network. where the stolen goods could actually reach the buyer's hands without endangering anyone participating in the transaction. This meant Luby had already done most of the work to turn his shop into a black market. He was probably hesitating or worried about taking the final step and committing himself to the dark side. Felix knew that his harsh words from before were simply the tiny push that Luby needed to head in that direction. "Greedy dog. I am in front of the shop." Felix sighed as he requested, "Let me in." Immediately after, Luby's delighted voice resounded from the brick wall. "Come inside, brother Felix." Receiving his confirmation, Felix stepped forward, bypassing the grumbling crowd, who clearly didn't like this favorable treatment. Felix didn't care about them getting upset as it was Luby's problem to fix. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do forgive me, but he is one of my business partners." Luby explained himself politely. The rising tension was cooled down after hearing him mention business partners. They understood that it was only logical for Felix to have a priority over them. Thus, they weren't bothered anymore about him skipping the line. After Felix entered through the brick wall, his eyes couldn't help but widen in shock at the packed full shop with customers spread all over the place while accompanied by one little elf to assist them. Some of them were standing before the shelves, which were quite empty compared to the earlier days, while some were sitting in chairs in front of a hologram that was displaying a peculiar-looking potion. They weren't just looking at it, but raising the bid on it silently by using the queen. By the time Felix's eyes landed on the screen, the bid had already reached 2 billion SCIM upstairs. Hearing Luby's voice, Felix broke out of his daze. He didn't think that in 15 days of not seeing it, the entire shop would get more customer traffic than Godey's shop in the Empire's capital. He gotta say that he was in favor of the change. Felix went to the second floor without wasting time and found that Luby was attending to a customer personally. For Luby to be doing so while the shop was packed to the brim, it only meant that this man was worth the effort. Instead of interfering in their business deal, Felix left them and checked on Luby's new stock. He knew that since the second floor had the best products in the shop, there must be some noteworthy stolen items. After checking the first shelf, Felix felt like his eyes were introduced into a new world. As most of the items placed had a billion price tag, however, he didn't think that they were overpriced for a second, as each of them could only be found in Beethoven's auctions or other noteworthy establishments. Yet, those items were now placed in this shop for anyone to take unconditionally. This array of rare items made Felix understand that Luby wasn't dealing with pirate scum, who prey only on small merchant spaceships, but professional pirates crew. He knew that those pirates had only one target in sight, and that was the cargo spaceships of the upper echelon in the Mariana Empire. The upper echelon, who devours all of the good stuff coming from outside of the galaxy before landing on the public markets. To actually steal from them, it took a lot of courage, skill, and a bit of madness. This applied to even Luby, who was currently promoting probably one of the upper echelon stolen potion to that VIP man. This dog was truly hiding too deep. Felix smiled wryly as he went to sit on a couch. Alas, just as his ass was about to touch the fiber, he heard the VIP man say calmly to Luby, "I never thought that I would need to buy a potion twice just to reach me." Chapter 254. Once you go black, you can never go back. Everyone on the second floor, who heard the VIP man say so, knew that trouble was about to start. After all, his meaning was clear. Luby was selling his own stolen potion. Interesting. Felix grinned slightly as he put one leg above the other. He was anticipating how Luby was going to get rid of this accusation. "I have looked far and wide in every black market shop since the moment my subordinate's spaceship got pirated 2 weeks ago." The VIP man spoke casually while examining a square-shaped brown potion in focus. "Who would have thought it would be in your hands, Luby? With all due respect, Mr. Tom, but if you are going to come in my shop and start throwing false accusations to ruin my esteemed reputation, I won't have it." Luby squinted his eye and repeated, "I won't have it, not now, not ever." Speechless, Felix's eyebrows twitched at the sight of Luby lying through his toothless mouth without a single change of expression. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing so, Mr. Tom let out a hearty laugh as he placed the bottle on the table. Only his laugh was resounding on the second floor as everyone went quiet to watch the juicy drama. Greedy dog. I am not here to argue with you if this potion is mine or not. Mister. Tom pointed at the shelves and said calmly, I already noticed that 5 items from my stolen shipment are here as well. Before Luby could start playing the victim card and deny his accusation. Mister. Tom added coldly, I don't know which rat hole you came up from, and I have no interest in hunting you down. I only want 2 things from you. Mister. Tom extended 2 fingers. 1. Send me my stolen items. 2. Give me the location of those pirate scums. Everyone drew a deep breath at such a blatant threatening attempt. Just like Felix. They didn't know who this Mr. Tom was. But the fact that Luby didn't straightaway kick him from the shop was enough to show that he was a big shot. What if I said no? Luby sneered, dropping all pretense as well. You can't afford to say no, Mr. Tom said nonchalantly. You are still new in the ill. Queen. Please kick him out of my shop and ban him for life from stepping inside all of my shops and buying my products. Luby requested, interrupted him mid-sentence. He knew that whatever was going to come out of Mr. Tom's mouth was simply going to disrespect him even further in front of his clients. Thus, why bother keeping him inside? He already offended him by selling his items, seeing that his body was breaking down into white particles. Mr. Tom frowned his eyebrows as he said one last time, you will regret this decision. Mark my words. We will see about that. Luby merely scoffed at his threat. If he were easily frightened from just one threat, he wouldn't have dared to switch his business to the black market. He knew that selling stolen items wasn't going to be all rainbow and sunshine. Attracting a couple of offended real owners was going to be a daily occurrence in his shop. And if he didn't balls up and dealt with them properly, his reputation would get screwed even in the black market. At that point, he would truly be at his end rope. Greedy dog. It seems like you are in quite a pickle, Felix said, chuckling. He spoke first to break off the awkward atmosphere after Mr. Tom left. Everyone knew that they were purchasing stolen goods, and meeting the real owner left a bad taste in their mouths. Though, they didn't still give a shit and carried on browsing the shelves, putting in their shopping cart whatever caught their interest. It wasn't their problem that Mr. Tom got unlucky and had his cargo spaceship getting targeted by professional pirates. They understood that it was tough to meet pirates in this wide universe even though their numbers were endless in space. This false sense of security makes most cargo spaceships not waste money on hiring extra mercenary fleets to protect them, as their prices weren't low in the slightest. There was no way they would be paying for this additional protection in each delivery, as the expenses would be quite hard to stomach, especially when cargo spaceships meet up with pirates only once in 3 months if they were extremely unlucky. He can't do anything to me. Luby smirked as he stood up. Let's talk in my office. Felix nodded and followed after him. The office was at the back end of the second floor, and it wasn't really that big as it was used mostly for private meetups like those. Luby never bothered to use it before since his shop was always empty. After sitting down, Felix joked, how is the view of Space Tisk? If it weren't for the UVR, I would have been bored to the death by how stale it is. Luby clicked his tongue in irritation. Felix chuckled at hearing him say so, as he knew that Luby was currently in a spaceship wandering in space aimlessly without a place to call home. The moment he switched to being a black market seller, he gave up on the right to land in any populated planet that was part of the Alliance. After all, his ID was probably already blacklisted, making it impossible for his spaceship to pass through the check-in of technologically advanced planets. If he went and sneaked in planets like Earth, which were in the process of catching up to the rest, he would be found sooner or later, since if he sent a sold product to its owner, crumbs leading to his location would be left behind. Thus, as long as he continued operating as a black merchant, the infinite cosmos would be his greatest ally. Felix also knew that Luby's spaceship was completely safe from pirates' attacks, as now that he had a black merchant status, he was going to receive total immunity and protection from any pirate crew. Although it was merely an unofficial rule, not binding anyone, every pirate still honored it. After all, black merchants were the ones who sell their stolen goods, and if they assaulted them, It was the same as lowering their chances of making a profit. However, the biggest reason would always be the deterrence of being found out and hunted down by the rest of the pirates. There was a zero-tolerance policy on harming or stealing from black merchants. That being said, there were always some black sheep who ignores this unofficial rule and attack anything they meet. Like rabid dogs hungry for flesh. Luby needed to be careful of those the most, especially when he was carrying all of his products in his spaceship. I kinda feel bad. I didn't think my place in your black heart would be big enough to risk your life just to pay me back. Felix jested with a half-smile. Don't flatter yourself. Luby scratched his ear in annoyance. I was already preparing to turn into a black merchant. I was just reluctant to leave my home planet since I knew that once I go black, I can never go back. Ha ha ha! Felix exploded in laughter with his head bent down after hearing the last words of Luby. Bastard! What are you laughing at? Luby asked with a disturbed expression. If only you knew what those words meant in my home planet. You will never repeat them, Felix said while wiping his eye with his finger. Once I go black, I can never go back. Luby repeated it with a confused expression, seeing nothing wrong with what he said. Haha, don't mind it. Just a bit of cultural difference. Felix waved his hand, trying his best to hold back his laughter. Seeing that Felix wasn't planning on explaining it, Luby stopped bothering with it and said smugly, I have your money prepared. And if you have any other bottles, bring them all in. It seems like you don't have troubles with liquidity anymore, Felix said with a pleasant smile. I will need only 3 days to sell your bottles now with this kind of traffic. Luby nodded his head in agreement. Upon hearing so, Felix immediately sent Luby the 4 bottles serial codes and told him to be dealing with Badiddy about the delivery details. Before, Felix was giving Badiddy Luby's real shop address to deliver those bottles. But now that Luby was in the middle of nowhere, Badiddy needed new coordination, and it was improper for Felix to ask Luby about them. Tiring after receiving the serial codes, Luby didn't hesitate to wire Felix a whopping 1,500 million SE. This was the total from 7 Tier 5 Epic Bloodlines bottles. With Felix already having 300 million or so in his bank account, he was getting closer to reach 2 billion SE for the first time. Felix finally neither had debt nor owned anyone. He had his entire capital back again with a couple of 100 millions missing. Hee. Brother Felix, how about you purchase something from the new stock? Luby rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. Your stuff might be great, but it isn't what I require at the moment, Felix said, shaking his head. Felix would rather save his coins until the series gets released and combine his capitals. Then, found an investment firm that would spread its roots in all fields and industries. To achieve so, he needed massive capital for investing and also to keep buying bloodline bottles. Felix was patient enough to carry on waiting until the day his businesses in the UVR would be able to sustain his needs without even bothering to glance at his bank account. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Comtisk. It's your loss, Luby added while showing him an empty screen. Write the items that you require, so if my hands landed on them, I would inform you just like the rest and bid for them. Sure. Felix agreed instantly and started typing the materials for the elemental potion. If he could buy them with coins, he wouldn't waste his hard-earned game points on them, as he knew that the further he advanced in SG, the harder it would be to gather them. After he finished writing them down, Felix stood up, wanting to excuse himself. However, he soon was reminded of something. When are you going to lose your shop lease? Felix asked. He knew that the moment Luby's fame as a black merchant started to spread, the enforcers in the Androxa city would pay him a visit for breaking the rules. First, they would take his shop lease, then kick him out of the capital. In worse cases, even ban him from entering the Alexander Kingdom's UVR territory probably in 2 days. Luby replied with a gloomy look. I will really miss this place. After you retire from being a black merchant, you can repurchase it. Felix comforted him. My plan exactly. Luby nodded his head in agreement before adding, I will be transforming my business mostly online while staying in other hidden shops that I leased months ago. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He knew that most black merchants used Luby's plan. First, They make a bang in the network that their shop had gone black to attract as much traffic as possible before getting their shop's lease revoked. However, they would have already established a good reputation by then, making it easier for them to switch to dealing with their customers online, and in most dire situations, face-to-face in their new hidden shops. After all, the items that Luby was dealing with were extremely pricey, and there was no way for someone to buy them without meeting the seller face-to-face. Alright, if I ever needed to meet you, I will ask you about the new shop address, Felix said one last time before leaving the office. Buy something before you leave, you cheapskate. Luby cursed him in irritation. Next time, Felix said as he closed the door behind him. Chapter 255 Toxic Bale Lion Bloodline. Back in real life, Felix was lying on the bed while browsing through Godey's shop website for new bloodlines to buy. He was eager to reach 15 and unlock the first passives of the Sphinx. However, he was a bit lazy as he decided to check online instead of going out in person. In a while, Felix picked 2 Eagle species bottles and 3 bottles each from a different species. He then called Godey informing him about the purchase. After paying for them upfront, he straightway received the serial codes. However, he didn't send them to Bedidi since tomorrow he would be heading to the venue with the team for the gathering. After tomorrow they would be transported to the wilderness and left there for 7 days without UVR or the Queen's assistance. Felix preferred waiting until he gets back from the competition. Just as Felix planned to shake off the laziness by carrying on his inner manipulation training, he received a message from George. The message entailed that the team will gather tomorrow at 8 for breakfast at the hotel's restaurant. You better behave tomorrow. Felix gave a threatening glare at his playful tail. Knowing that a single harmless wing could cause internal bleeding to Olivia and rest, Felix was planning to keep his distance as far as possible from them until he gets full control of his tail. To my head, Felix was already up and currently taking a morning shower. Ah, that's refreshing. Felix exhaled in pleasure as he rolled a towel on his nether region. He got outside of the bathroom and went to get dressed. Obviously, he wore the main team's outfit. Soon, he went to his VR pod and unplugged it. Then, he beamed it inside his spatial card before leaving his room. Tiring after stepping outside of the elevator, Felix walked with a straight back and nonchalant expression towards the restaurant. However, with his new high-profile mutations, he didn't escape getting pointed at by the other bloodliners and the hotel's staff crew on his way here. Unbothered by their murmurs, Felix entered the noisy restaurant, packed to the brim with juniors wearing different colored uniforms. Most of them were sitting as a full team with their instructor by their side. Just like the national team, sitting at the restaurant center, the white and blue US uniform was pretty easy to spot. Noticing how crowded it was, Felix smiled bitterly while glancing at his lethal weapon, waving left and right. He knew that he couldn't pass through without smacking someone into the wall or window. He didn't want to return to his room after already making it here. Hence, he was left with no other choice but to hold into his tail with one hand and walk forward, appearing like he was walking his kid to school. The moment he reached Olivia and the rest, who were sitting on a long family table, their chatter died down as they kept looking at Felix in daze and bewilderment. They weren't the only ones staring at Felix like that, as he was standing in the center of the restaurant under the public eyes of everyone. His unique new appearance was already an eye-opener. Don't even mention him holding his tail like that. Good morning. Uncaring by the attention he was receiving, Felix found himself an empty chair and sat on it. He took the menu off the table and asked calmly, "What did you guys get?" Hearing his voice, Olivia and the rest broke off their daze as they realized that he was truly Felix. This made it even more difficult to believe it, as his entire appearance was changed. If someone came up to them and told them that Felix wasn't a native Earthling, they would believe it in a heartbeat. That's how big of a change Felix received after his advancement, incomparable to his awakening. Did you replace your bloodline? Somewhat shocked, Walton asked what was on everyone's mind. No, I dyed my hair and wore new eye contacts. Heck, even this tail is a plush that I stuck to my back, Felix replied sarcastically while giving Walton a look meant for retards. It's Felix. Alright. Damn. Had me doubting my eyes for a second, seeing his asshole attitude in play. Everyone let go of the last bit of doubt they had. Agitated, George immediately started barraging Felix with questions. When did you replace it? Why did you do it without anyone's supervision? What percentage did you integrate with which beast and rank did? Can you relax? Felix glanced in his direction and gestured with his head at the bloodliners watching their interaction. Private matters should be discussed in private spaces. George took a deep breath to calm down his agitation after realizing that Felix was right. This wasn't the place to talk about the team's matters. Olivia and the rest, who were planning to ask the same, closed their mouths shut as well. Here I thought that my mutations and Noah's are high-profiled enough. Adam smiled in self-mockery while touching his ruby-red scales, which covered both of his arms. Felix ignored him and looked at Noah, who had a single long, icy horn protruding from his forehead. The horn was pointy and kept emitting a bit of cold air. After Noah saw Felix staring at him, he nodded his head in greeting and carried on eating his breakfast in silence. Hopefully, he picked a bloodline that fits him. Felix still didn't know the name of Adam and Noah's two epic bloodlines which were used to replace their previous ones. He didn't give a shit about Adam's one, but he was a bit curious about Noah's pick. Due to Felix's interferences in the timeline, Noah didn't replace his bloodline with the known rare rank beast, which Felix had a slight idea about. After all, the family was doing all right now due to Felix's hidden donations and Robert's effort in the UVR. This meant they could afford to get Noah a Tier 2 epic bloodline without needing the country's assistance. I gotta say that your eyes are truly the next level of edginess, Dale said enviously while inspecting Felix's triangle-like golden pupil. Right, I am dying to know which beast he used to get those breathtaking mutations, Sarah said in eagerness. Hurry up and finish your breakfast then. George rushed them while chewing faster. We will carry on the subject in the bus. Upon hearing so, no one brought the matter any more as they started focusing on their breakfast. The details shouldn't be spoken out loud when their rivals were surrounding them. Meanwhile, at the far end of the restaurant, two dark-haired juniors were conversing with each other while focusing on the U.S. team's table. Brother Vladimir, did you inform the captain about this? Yes. She told me that it doesn't matter if the captain of the U.S. advanced or not. Vladimir scoffed as he spoke out loud. Our team has 6 first-stage bloodliners while they had only 3 now. If we fought them, they wouldn't amount to anything. His voice traveled quite far, but it didn't reach Felix and the rest. However, the tables next to him heard him loud and clear. Some of them smirked in ridicule at his claim. They knew that his team, Russia, might possess the largest number of first-stage bloodliners in the competition, but they also knew that most of them didn't advance with 10. There was even a rumor that had been going around, entailing that the Russians had forced them into replacing their bloodlines and etching an ability before the competition to get the enhancements. This would make the team stronger, which translates into providing higher chances for Russia to get representatives slots. Still, those juniors' future would be affected pretty heavily, as they might have missed out on getting a mutation that could remain permanently. This was the perfect example of seeking short-term gains while giving up on their future. That being said, this was merely based on a rumor that might be right or utterly false. 10 minutes later, inside a white minibus, Felix was sitting at the back seat while holding his tail with one hand and using the other to push Olivia's face from getting closer to it. Stop being stingy and let me touch it. It looks fluffy, Olivia said. Pouting. No is a no, Felix clarified for the second time to the stubborn Olivia. I still can't control it. You can get hurt. Drop it, Olivia. We still have many concerns to deal with, George said sternly. Fine, Olivia slapped Felix's hand away from her face and went back to her seat. So Felix, mind telling us the bloodline rank and name this time? George asked. Sure. I use toxic Baelian bloodline, Felix replied casually, like lying was a daily occurrence to him. Well, he already knew what he would say, and due to hide the fact that he was using a sand element bloodline instead of poison. Poison manipulation was playing a huge role in his plan. George typed the beast's name in the network's search bar. He wanted to check its details. In his eyes, there was no reason for Felix to lie. Sure enough, he soon found positive results about the bloodline. He read them out loud. Epic Tier 2 Bloodline. Known best for having venomous fangs, toxic breaths, and super strength. George lifted his head and glanced at Felix's mutations before comparing them with the golden lion stripped with blue lines. He could excuse the difference in color scheme, but their eyes were completely different. The lion had normal human-like eyes while Felix had those peculiar-looking eyes. George was somewhat confused by this massive difference, as he never heard of it happening before. Felix didn't wait until he asks him about it, as he shrugged his shoulders while mentioning, "Don't ask me about my eyes, I am just as confused as you are." Upon hearing him say so, George frowned his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't you research the matter in the UVR?" "Of course I did." Felix scratched his chin as he added, "But I only found bits and pieces suggesting that bloodliners had a minuscule chance of getting mutations from the beast's older generation." Felix wasn't bullshitting this time, as what he mentioned was indeed written in some research articles. If George wanted to check on its validity, he could totally do so. However, George wasn't planning on interrogating Felix, but simply get a clearer view of his new bloodline. Thus, after receiving his answer, he could only nod his head in understanding and move on to other issues, such as the percentage Felix used for replacing the bloodline, and if he had yet to etch an ability in his one bloodline. Felix didn't lie this time, as he came clean and told him that he used only 10 to advance. As for etching ability, he informed him that he etched his poison bombs so he wouldn't lose his other inducements. "That's good, I was worrying for a second that you might have rushed it and used less than 10. George nodded his head in satisfaction. Felix didn't mind telling the truth, as he knew that George wouldn't be on his back at the notion of using 10 instead of 15 like Noah and Adam. After all, the only reason bloodliners keep daring to increase the percentage higher and higher in their awakening or replacement was due to mutations. It was clear that Felix didn't get the short stick even while using only 10. That being said, George still had to ask if those mutations weren't just cosmetics and not viable in fights. Felix held his tail before him and smiled. "If you want to volunteer for a demonstration, I can show you what my mutation can do." Cough. "No need." George dropped the matter immediately after noticing Felix's troublemaking smile. Chapter 256 The 10 Elites. To hide his embarrassment at chickening out, he swiftly changed the subject to Noah and Adam. "Did Olivia tell you about their bloodlines and their mutations' usefulness yet?" Felix shook his head in denial. George pointed at Adam's red scales and said with a hint of elation, "He got those from the Inferno Salamander bloodline. They are capable of blocking a 150 BF attack." The mutation was honestly quite good, as it gave Adam somewhat of an extra 400 BF strength buff in his arms. Nathan and Dale's envious gazes were enough to show so. "I see." Nonchalant, Felix spared a single glance at them before gesturing with his head at Noah's horn. "What does it do besides making him look like a mute unicorn?" "Well, he got it from the single-horned raptor, and this beast's abilities rely mostly on its horn," George said. "I hope the next abilities that he unlocks are related to it." Single-horned raptor. Felix tried to recall anything about the beast, but his memory was completely blank. It was only natural, as he barely knew most of the poison element beasts. Don't even mention others. The first passive that he got is called Chilling Breaths. George requested from Noah, "Show it to him." Noah approached the minibus window without a complaint and exhaled a long breath through his mouth on it. Felix noticed that his breath was blue and somewhat foggy. Yet the biggest surprise was that it actually froze the window after touching it. Noah didn't want to break it, so he returned to his seat after this swift demonstration. "Not bad," Felix said, smiling. The passive was clearly limited, as Noah's breaths might be cold and chilling. They wouldn't actually affect the bloodliners at the same level as him, unless he got them completely immobilized and started breathing on them. But for an epic tier 2 bloodline, this passive was still above average. Just as George wanted to ask Adam to show his passive, he was interrupted by knocking sounds from the minibus door. "That's the driver," George notified them while going to the front of the minibus. "Return to your seats and change the subject. We are going to start moving now." When they entered the minibus, George requested the driver to wait 10 minutes outside before departure. He knew that a massive crowd of people was spread on the roads leading to the venue. Each team was given a minibus dyed with their country colors and even had the country flag planted on its sides to let the citizen notice their team and cheer for them on their way. He didn't want for his team to be seen gathered around Felix instead of sitting in their places, waving their hands at the people. This minibus parade was being live-streamed worldwide, and any tiny mistake made by a country would be magnified to an unprecedented level. The team ignoring the people to chat with Felix would be beyond disrespectful. It was definitely going to generate some hate for the team and the country. Remember to smile and wave your hands, George said one last time before the minibus emerged from outside of the parking lot into the street. The moment the sunlight penetrated the glass of the windows, Felix and the rest could be seen sitting with varied expressions as they looked at the sea of people standing at the sidewalk of the street. They had their faces painted with different countries' flags and carry either cheering signs for their country's teams or pictures of their supporting bloodliners. The moment the U.S. citizen noticed their team minibus finally emerging after a long delay, they started shouting at the top of their voices while waving their hands in excitement. USA, USA, USA. Since this was more of a parade, the minibus was going slowly. This made Felix notice that the U.S. citizens were a minority in the crowd. They were getting sandwiched by the thousands of European citizens. The pillar of America. The pillar of America. Adam. My flower Olivia. That being said, Felix and the rest still managed to hear their names or embarrassing nicknames getting chanted all over the place. Felix's expression couldn't help but get unsightly at the sound of his messed-up nickname getting chanted on live TV. Goddamn internet, he cringed every time he heard it getting chanted. He knew that the 10 strongest bloodliner on Earth had gotten nicknamed based on their abilities, bloodline, element, fighting style, or the talent demonstrated in the national tournaments. After Felix won the U.S. national tournament's finals by a single finger snap, manifesting 10 large red pillars, he couldn't escape getting nicknamed as the Pillar of America. The connection was too glaring to pass by. After 20 minutes, the minibus finally made it to the venue. It was the biggest football stadium in Berlin, Olympiastadion. The football stadium was chosen instead of the arenas due to the large influx of participants, reaching 2,000 bloodliner or so. There was no way for arenas, which could at most hold 500 bloodlines, be a suitable venue for the gathering. Shortly after, the minibus parked at the stadium side as there was no underground parking lot. However, Felix and the rest didn't need to worry about getting stormed by the excited citizens since the stadium was fortified with max security. There were metal barriers placed around the stadium, blocking the citizen from approaching any further. The soldiers and police officers standing in front of those barriers were more than enough to let citizens recognize the consequence of passing over the line. Let's go. We are already pretty late, George said while looking at the packed parking lot with minibuses of all different colors. Most of the teams already made it to the venue like 45 minutes earlier. Although the gathering was set to start at 1000 a.m., it was always better to reach before. After a while, damn how many countries decided to participate. Dale couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of juniors standing in straight lines of twos in the field. Unsurprisingly, the entire turf was covered by smooth blue material while the goal bars were taken away. This removed any signs that the field was for football. Close your mouth shut and follow me, George said sternly while walking forward. We are live on TV, so behave properly. As George said, camera operators were standing at the ends of the field, broadcasting and taking pictures. Other reporters were standing in front of a massively built wooden stage. Lastly, tens of drones hovering in the air without making any loud noises. It was evident that every corner and edge in the stadium was under the view of the world. Felix and the rest, who were walking towards the field, had most of the cameras pointed at them since they were the newcomers. The American team has finally arrived. Wait a second, what happened to Captain Felix? The American broadcaster asked in confusion at the sight of Felix's new appearance. If Felix didn't have his name written boldly on the back of his team's outfit, the broadcaster wouldn't have even known that he was Felix. The confusion was shared by most viewers in the world, who saw Felix's previous appearance. I believe that he must have replaced his bloodline, the second broadcaster clarified. It just quite rare to change that much after a single replacement. The American viewers got pretty excited after hearing that their captain had finally entered the first stage of replacement. He was actually the only captain who was part of the 10 elites while still being in the purification realm if he didn't have his legendary bloodline. They knew that he would have gotten kicked out of it long ago. As the name suggested, there were 9 more bloodliners on this list. Actually, a team of analytics had made this list after making an extra effort to watch all of the country's tournaments to see who was the strongest bloodliner in the world. So far, only 10 bloodliners were placed in it, each a captain of a different country. Those bloodliners either had something unique from the rest, or they were just that better. The list had circulated on the internet in such a viral manner, it was beginning to be considered the standard of eliteness. This pushed every bloodliner into attempting and putting their name in it. Their longing was understandable, as the list's reputation was massive to the point that even the broadcasters had no trouble putting it at the screen's side. They wanted to help the viewers know which bloodliners were noteworthy. Rank 1 Slavia Ivanov, the Ice Queen of Russia. Rank 2 Zhang Wei, the Colossal of China. Rank 3 Felix Maxwell, the Pillar of America. Rank 4 William Bentley, the Maestro of England. Rank 5 Hina Suzuki, the Mermaid of Japan. Rank 6 Maria Oliveira, the Demoness of Brazil. Rank 7 Leo Bridges, the Barbarian of Australia. Rank 8 Adhav Acharya, the Sun of India. Rank 9 Sophia Schmidt, the Protector of Germany. Rank 10 Arno Nkosi, the Strategist of South Africa. A team of analytics might have created this list, but they did so with a clear understanding of each bloodliner's strengths and weaknesses. Heck, the real list posted online had articles describing those bloodliners' abilities in full details, showing what the commoners were missing. After analyzing what Felix displayed in the national tournament and comparing it with the rest, it was up to no surprise that he wouldn't be placed in the first rank. After all, Felix never showed that he was capable of switching inducements. The poison pillars, which made him viral on the internet, had already been analyzed to a terrifying degree, exposing all its weaknesses. For example, the analytics mentioned that the only reason Felix managed to create that finger snap scene was due to the lack of knowledge about his ability. Thus, the Hiltons weren't expecting pillars to rise under their feet, ambushing them perfectly. However, now that the ability was in the open and its range was also known, this would greatly reduce its effectiveness, mostly since the pillars were just poisonous mist that put one to sleep or forced them to lose consciousness. Besides, it was known knowledge that most barriers blocked projectiles and elemental abilities. This meant those poison pillars were actually useless in this competition, where every team had one buffer responsible for shielding his teammates. This was seen as Felix's most potent ability since he never showed himself after the tournament. Unlike some bloodliners in the list, who were posting on the social media bits of their daily training ventures, Felix not bothering to accept interviews or even open up a social media account to address the internet inquiries, made it only natural that he seemed weaker than the rest who were low-key bragging online. Alas, if only they knew that Felix was strong to the point he could slap any of those elites to death, they would not have placed him in this list, as it was an embarrassment to those bloodliners. Chapter 257 Granting Permission to the Queen. 10 minutes later, all of the teams had made it to the venue and lined in their designated space. Felix's team was standing on the right side of the field, getting sandwiched by the Philippines team and the Tunisian team. No one was speaking as they were focused on a group of men and women wearing formal suits, walking towards the wooden stage. They stood at the back after they climbed it, leaving only 2 men next to a podium. Without being asked, the instructors started applauding in greeting, followed by the juniors. It seems like this gathering is going to be headed by Mr. Jacob, the current spokesperson of the World Council, and Mr. Rodriguez, the first elected president of the ASG organization. The American broadcaster commentated. Expectedly, Jacob was left to continue his term as the World Council spokesperson instead of electing a new one. From the glossy skin and extensive hair on Jacob's head, he clearly enjoyed the perks of being in such a high authoritative position. "Thank you for such a heartening welcome," Jacob smiled faintly and waited until the applause died down. Seeing that the eyes of the bloodliners and the cameras were on him, Jacob fixed his tie, a habit he did whenever he felt a bit tensed. However, even if billions of eyes were on him as a veteran politician, he wouldn't get fazed that easily. Thus, he brought the mic near his lips and started reading his speech out loud from an invisible hologram, making it seem like he was winging it. The speech was mainly centered around thanking the world leaders, who were sitting in VIP rooms watching the gathering and motivating the juniors into doing their utmost best for their country, especially for the planet as a whole. After 15 minutes, Jacob wrapped his speech up under the heartful applause of the listeners. He nodded his head at the juniors one last time before saying, "I will let Mr. Rodriguez take it from here." "Thank you, sir." "Jacob." Mr. Rodriguez shook the hand of Jacob for a second or two before moving into the podium. He was a middle-aged man with a few wrinkles on the side of his green eyes. If Mr. Rodriguez wasn't already known for being 70 years old, he would have fooled everyone about his real age. It was clear that he consumed the longevity potion just like Jacob and most of the world leaders. After all, the Supremacy coins earned from selling Earth's data landed in their hands, and there was no way they wouldn't pilfer 1 million each for the longevity potion from the budget given to their countries. This obviously set outrage in some countries as the coins were already few and limited. Instead of using them for projects such as buying large amounts of substances for commoners, medicine for cancer, and other chronic diseases, they were being spent selfishly on themselves. Alas, their outrage resulted in nothing but venting for a couple of months before new scandals and viral news replaced their interest. Now only a few individuals kept shouting at their TV screen after seeing Mr. Rodriguez's youthful image. Most of them were seniors. I will keep it simple and short. Mr. Rodriguez didn't seem that friendly as he spoke with a strict tone. "Tomorrow morning, you will be sent to the Black Forest and remain in it for the next 7 days." After saying so, noisy murmurs broke within the team's ranks as some were still clueless about the format used. Not everyone managed to get their hands on the competition leaks. Unruffled by the noise, Mr. Rodriguez gestured for a staff member to open up a small box, showing a triangle-shaped white piece of cloth. It had a QR code in the center of it and even a small chip next to that QR code. The camera zoomed on the piece of cloth, displaying it up close for the viewers at home as well in the big stadium screen. Upon seeing that everyone was looking at it, Mr. Rodriguez carried on. "Inside the forest, 100 of those flags will be hidden in trees, between rocks, and even deep under the lakes. In this competition, your task was to find one, secure it, and hold it until the 7 days period passed. Each flag represents a slot in the Earthlings team. Aren't those flags a bit too small?" Olivia wondered softly. "How can we find them only in 7 days?" The majority shared Olivia's confusion as the flags were indeed quite hard to notice. Heck, even in plain sight, they were having difficulty seeing the flag on the stage. Don't even mention inside a forest. It just seemed too difficult to pull off. Clearly, Mr. Rodriguez knew what they had in mind as he soon clarified that every 24 hours, there were 10 planes passing over the forest with airdrops. Inside those airdrops, the bloodliners could find daily necessities, like food, water, spare tents, energy stones, healing substances, and such. However, the most significant value in those airdrops would be a GPS tracker device capable of locating flags in a 1-kilometer radius. This changes everything. No wonder there was a chip on the flag. The bloodliners understood that obtaining those trackers were a must if they wanted to be competitive inside the forest. A team with a tracker would give them so many benefits and options, such as finding out the number of flags each team was carrying and even using it to track teams with flags and defend themselves from ambushes aiming at them from flag carriers. There were so many other ways to use the tracker effectively. For such a must-have device, it only led the bloodliners to conclude that bloodshed would arise for every airdrop. However, few bloodliners seemed disinterested in those trackers as they believed that the AP bracelet scan feature was enough for their needs. Alas, those thoughts were removed instantly from their minds after Mr. Rodriguez said sternly. To stop any cheating attempts, we have taken extreme measures. Every flag has a unique QR code to set those flags apart from each other and fake ones. 2. The AP bracelet features will be wholly deactivated without exceptions. 3. The Queen AI's assistance will be offline for the entire duration, except for her messaging feature. Sigh. I guess I won't be training my inner manipulation in the woods. Felix scratched his cheek in annoyance. He had a sliver of hope that the features blocked will be specified instead of taking everything at once. Since the spatial card was a feature of the bracelet, you wouldn't use the energy stones to train or refill his energy tank. Felix didn't want to waste Asna's purified energy for just training. While Felix was having thoughts only about the spatial card, the rest were either voicing their displeasure or sighing in dejection at the idea of spending an entire week without the AP bracelet. From the moment they got those bracelets, they were pretty much relying on them just like an old man relying on a cane to walk. Now that cane was taken from them, their days in the forest weren't going to be pleasant. Well, at least the Queen's messaging feature being left untouchable was some consolation news. No one bothered to ask whether they would be able to contact people outside of the forest or not, as it was common sense that it would be banned as well. Heck, Mr. Rodriguez took a step further and told them that communication between teams was also banned. This led them to conclude that allying with other teams was most likely not allowed, as they assumed. Mr. Rodriguez went on and explained that allying to seek flags or sharing tracker would be strictly forbidden. Those are all of the competition's rules. Mr. Rodriguez looked at them sternly and said, there is no need for me to mention what's going to happen to you if you decided to aim for an intentional kill. Right, the juniors gulped a mouthful as they nodded their heads. Most of them saw the heavy punishment of breaking this rule in their national tournaments. They didn't dare to challenge the ESG organization, since this time, the punishment might even affect the entire country in worse cases, such as having their future bloodliners banned from participating in future international competitions. There will be surrender option available, and each individual or a team who voiced their surrender will be marked with red X and be dispatched by helicopters. Mr. Rodriguez explained. You just need to confirm your decision with the Queen, and we will take it from there. Seeing that everyone understood those rules, Mr. Rodriguez tapped on his bracelet, and a hologram that was displaying his UVR ID emerged before the juniors. Please send your UVR ID, Mr. Rodriguez requested without explaining why. However, Felix and some bloodliners who knew what he wanted to do sent their ID without complaint. Just like sheep, the rest followed their lead and did the same. After a couple of seconds, Mr. Rodriguez was notified by the Queen that there were 100 missing UVR ID from the ones sent to him. You have 3 seconds to stop wasting my time and do what you were told, Mr. Rodriguez said, unsmiling. Upon hearing so, no one hesitated anymore as the 100 missing ID were all sent. Soon, Mr. Rodriguez displayed 2,780 censored UVR ID on a humongous hologram. The number almost reached 3,000 only due to the substitutes of each team were gathered here as well. The Queen is going to ask you to give her your permission to monitor your words, actions, and also to deactivate your AP bracelets until the competition ends. He looked at them sternly. Be sure to accept. The moment he finished, the Queen's voice truly resounded in everyone's minds, requesting permission to apply what was mentioned. Permission granted. Felix accepted instantly as he had nothing to worry about. It might sound invasive to give the Queen permission to relay his words and actions to the Mr. Rodriguez or other supervisors, but he understood that the only thing that the Queen was going to send were matters related to the rules. For example, if Felix said that he wanted this bloodliner dead at any cost, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to rally this information to the supervisors. Then, it would be up to them to check whether he was truly aiming to do so or he was just throwing a fit. As for monitoring the actions, it was merely to keep the bloodliners in check from activating their AP bracelet features or doing something foolish like destroying the GPS chips on the flags. As Felix expected, Mr. Rodriguez started mentioning the same points and inquiries, which were on the bloodliners' minds. After getting pacified, The juniors gave away their permission as well. Everyone noticed, so from the way those censored ID on the hologram kept getting illuminated with a green light. Mr. Rodriguez made everything seem transparent to avoid getting accused of giving a biased treatment above the others. For example, he had a Brazilian nationality, and if the Brazilian team had even a slight advantage, he wouldn't escape getting some accusations thrown at him. Neither Mr. Rodriguez nor the ESG organization as a whole wanted to deal with those kinds of matters. Thus, they were trying their very best to make the competition as fair as possible. Shortly after, the entire hologram was brightened up, showing that everyone had agreed on his terms. Now that we've finished dealing with the cumbersome rules, let's move on to drawing. Mr. Rodriguez smiled for the first time as he clapped his hands, giving off some sort of a signal. Everyone got confused after hearing the term drawing, since this competition clearly didn't have anything to do with brackets and such. Chapter 258, The Three Transportation Methods. Felix's attention was soon brought back to the stage, looking at 12 staff members, carrying a small box each. When they made it to their positions, they placed the boxes on a perfectly sized platform and walked away. Everyone was inspecting those boxes, which were split into 3 different colors. 4 boxes were colored blue, 4 more were colored green, and the last 4 had a white color. The camera soon zoomed in and showed that each of those boxes had 3 terms written on them: airplanes, helicopters, and vehicles. This made the viewers pretty confused about the purpose of those boxes. Mr. Rodriguez didn't leave them guessing for long, as he pointed his bracelet at those boxes, and 3 holograms were created, each on top of a different colored set. He then started explaining, due to the large influx of participants, we can't be taking everyone by vehicles and place them deep within the forest, especially when it was challenging for the vehicles to reach the heart of the forest. He pointed his finger at those boxes and said, "Thus, we have decided to be transporting you from the air as well as land." Everyone nodded their heads in understanding, as it was indeed a massive improvement than just using vehicles. Everyone assumed that they would be placed in the edges of the forest and left there to do what they wanted. However, since the number of participants was massive, they were bound to meet every second due to their close proximity. But now, with air transportations added to the mix, all of them would be placed in different locations in a short span of time. To make it fair, you won't be given the decision on which transportation method you wanted. Instead, we will let the unbiased queen decide. Composed. Mr. Rodriguez waved a hand in the air, and the large hologram with everyone's ID was brought closer to the 3 other holograms. Then he requested out loud, "Queen AI, please split the captain's ID from the rest and place them in either of those holograms." The queen immediately split 195 ID from the 2,780 ID and allocated 65 ID on each of those 3 holograms. Since all of them were censored for security reasons, the captains didn't know which box type they landed on. Felix swiftly requested the queen to tell him about his ID placement, since he was asking for his own ID. The queen didn't deny his request. "Your ID has been allocated in the 3rd hologram." Airplanes. Felix scratched his chin at the sight of the 3rd hologram being above the white boxes. He didn't care if he was transported by air or land, but he did realize that this method was actually the worst of the 3. Unlike going by vehicles or helicopters, it was obvious that they would be required to skydive into the Black Forest. It was going to be extremely difficult to land smoothly with the trees being in the way. After Mr. Rodriguez informed the captains to ask the queen for their placements, 3 of them had either unsightly expression or a dejected one. It was evident that they also landed on the airplane transportation method and realized the disadvantages of it. Alas, they could only curse their shitty luck and inform their teammates about their placement. "Felix, what did we get?" George asked with a hopeful tone after seeing Felix's easygoing smile. "Airplanes. Why the hell are you smiling?" Then George sighed, "Getting my hopes up for nothing." Meanwhile, Olivia got stunned for a second before wailing in despair. "No, I don't want to skydive." She never skydived before and was scared shitless by the idea of it. What's worse, they were skydiving in a forest for a total beginner like her. That was demanding too much. Thankfully, It seemed like the ESG organization had put the junior's lack of experience into consideration as Mr. Rodriguez mentioned that tandem skydiving with teammates was within the rules. This news calmed Olivia a little bit. Now, she only needed to see who was willing to tandem skydive with her. Noticing Felix's honest smile, she immediately removed the thought of asking that devil. She wasn't fooled by his innocent look, as she knew that the jerk was going to make the experience even worse than doing it alone. Sadly, she didn't have enough time to ask the others as Mr. Rodriguez carried on speaking. Since we can't be delivering you all together at the same time, there will be a queue for each transportation method. Mr. Rodriguez pointed at the boxes and clarified. Your team placement in the queue will be decided by drawing lots. If you draw the number 10 in the helicopter transportation, your team will be delayed by utmost a minute. However, if you draw the last placement lot, your delay could reach up to 15 minutes. Although it seemed unfair for the latecomers, no one really voiced their complaint. They understood that the ESG organization was doing its best to minimize those random elements while keeping the competition integrity intact. After all, it was too risky to drop 640 bloodliners from the air simultaneously, and they didn't have all the helicopters in the world to carry such a large number at once. 15 minutes maximum delay wasn't even that bad, as those bloodliners dropped at the start wouldn't manage to achieve much in it besides setting up an early camp. Just like this, 2,000 bloodlines would be transported in the forest, which would soon turn into a battlefield, at almost the same time. Now, can you please come upstage after hearing your name getting called? Mr. Rodriguez requested while having a list showing all of the captains' names in front of him. Without further delay, he called the names of the first 12 captains in the list. The moment those captains heard their names, they separated from their teams and went to the wooden stage with a composed expression. After climbing the stairs, every one of them chose a box and stood before it. It looked like Mr. Rodriguez wasn't calling names randomly, but choosing 4 captains for each transportation method. This meant captains with airplane transportation couldn't pull a fast one by drawing from a box that belonged to other methods. Heck, even if Mr. Rodriguez didn't do so, no one would have dared to cheat. Since the Queen was monitoring their actions up close, she would expose them immediately when she notices that they broke the rules. Hence, the captains behaved properly by drawing a slip of paper, showing the number on it to the camera before going back to their places. Some were clearly excited, while some were shaking their heads in disappointment. Soon, another 12 captains were called upon, and this time, the second ranker in the Elite 10 list was part of them. Jiang Wei, the captain of the Chinese team, is stepping on stage, the American broadcaster informed while looking at the giant man, reaching 2.5 meters in height, toppling over everyone in this competition. His height wasn't all natural, as it was known on the internet that he managed to grow a whole meter after replacing his rare Tier 1 bloodline with an epic Tier 2 bloodline. Unfortunately for his foes, he didn't just grow taller but also wider, making him buffed out to the point his nickname was replaced to the Colossal of China. After he stepped onto the stage, he went to a green box and picked a white slit of paper. He opened it up and smiled in delight after seeing number 2. He showed the number to the camera just like the rest of the bloodliners, and they received a short round of polite applause. Then, they stepped down and let Mr. Rodriguez carry on his calling. 10 minutes later, Maria Oliveira, the captain of the Brazilian team, please step forth. Mulad Taluk, the captain of the Moroccan team, please step forth. Felix Maxwell, the captain of the American team, please step forth. After hearing his name finally getting called, Felix pulled his hands from his jacket's pockets and started walking towards the stage. A faint smile was affixed on his face, showing that he was cool-headed even under such a nerve-wracking experience. Yet, the camera wasn't even directed at him but at a breathtaking brunette, who was walking slowly while waving her hands in the air like she was receiving a standing ovation. Her proud expression as she was doing so actually didn't offset an outrage or got her ridiculed instead. The majority of the male juniors were staring at her soul-capturing smile with unfocused, hazy gazes like they were looking at a fine piece of art. Maria Oliveira, the demoness of Brazil, is at it again with her active ability. Enchantment field. The broadcaster said while letting out a forced laugh at sight. Neither the broadcaster nor the viewers were affected by her ability, but they could see that the junior's reaction was abnormal. Since the broadcasters were required to do extensive homework on the bloodliner's abilities, he instantly figured out the cause. Turn it off. Too bad for Maria. Mr. Rodriguez wasn't in the mood for jokes as he said, "This is your first and last warning." Fine, I was trying to make an entrance. Geez, Maria said while rolling her eyes in annoyance. Chapter 259 Bribes Done Right. Without a second delay, Maria snapped her finger once, and a field of pink flowers started to materialize under the eyes of everyone. The field was caught in the process of expanding further and further away from Maria, putting more bloodliners under her abilities effect. But a moment later, the pink flowers broke into pinkish mist and drifted in the air. Feeling the bits of mist touch their faces, the juniors felt shivers coursing in their skin at the thought of being inside her abilities range without anyone noticing it. Although everyone had their guards lowered, making them not use their vision abilities, they were still pretty scared by the notion of being under someone else's mercy without their knowledge. Unlike Felix, who didn't bother to check on those 10 elites' abilities and bloodline, the juniors knew that Maria's flower field was just the basic setup for the rest of her aggressive mental abilities. Anyone who got inside her field was pretty much doomed. However, her fighting style still made her reach only the 6th rank in the list. This makes one wonder how strong those above her were. Maria, stop fooling around and draw a lot. Hearing this mind message, which was sent to her personally by Mr. Rodriguez, Maria didn't dare to continue her charade as she swiftly went upstage and stood before a green box. Just as she wanted to draw a lot, she saw Felix opening up a folded slip of paper next to her. Then, he started chuckling in derision as he turned around and showed it to the camera. Maria titled her head and glanced at the content of the paper. The moment she noticed the number 65 on it, she couldn't help but explode in laughter while holding her waist. It wasn't just her who laughed as the majority started ridiculing Felix's garbage luck by landing on last placement in the airplane transportation method. Literally, not a single lot was worse than this. I should have sent Noah instead. George merely sighed while looking at Felix spreading the paper widely without a hint of embarrassment. He was already numbed by Felix's trash luck in draws. Alas, as they said, someone's misery is someone else's happiness. Captain Felix, thank you for the sacrifice, Maria said as she wiped her reddened eyes. Do I get a reward for it? Felix flicked the cursed slip of paper behind him, hitting a junior in the head. He unbothered by the irritated call. Felix just advanced next to Maria with an easygoing smile. He stood a meter in front of her and started inspecting her face with his golden triangle-like pupil, making her feel like every pore of her face was under his surveillance. Alas, that was exactly what was happening as with Felix's enhanced eyesight. Her gorgeous face was no more as he could spot tiny blemishes on her skin, which were covered in makeup, but in his eyes, those blemishes appeared like giant pimples, zoomed in next to his face. Such a horrifying experience destroyed any tingle of desire that he felt for her, and probably for most of the girls that he meets up with in the future. It's not like having a goddess living in his consciousness wasn't enough to ruin his beauty standards. Now even his own eyesight was messing with him. Heh, trying to flirt with me? He seems quite young and even handsome. Should I play with him tonight? Maria giggled at his invasive eyes, not bothered in the slightest by them. She was experienced with being ogled on daily basis. Alas, if only she saw what Felix's eyes were showing, she would have lowered her confidence in her beauty down a notch. Never mind. Felix pursed his lips in revulsion as he turned around, walking towards his team. Well, that should do it all right, as Maria kept looking at his retreating back with parted lips, not knowing how to respond. What the hell was he trying to flirt or provoke me? She knitted her eyebrows in irritation at the image of him pursing his lips in disgust. She was merely irritated but not angered, as she experienced something like this before with other males. Trying to show your lack of interest in me to set yourself apart from the rest, she scoffed as she looked at his wide back. In your dreams, Maria, draw a lot and get out of my stage already. Mr. Rodriguez, whose patience ran dry, couldn't help but scold her out loud after seeing that her hand was still not in the box. Fine Maria drew a slip of paper and opened it up. Soon, her expression turned nasty after seeing the number 59 after showing her number to the others. The same mocking laughs directed at Felix rained on her without hesitation. Now go back to your team. Mr. Rodriguez shooed her away with his hand and started calling for the next 12. This process lasted for an extra 5 minutes before all of the captains picked their cue number. After so, Mr. Rodriguez informed them that tomorrow they would be departing at 7 a.m., and the rest of the details would be given to their instructors, such as what was allowed to be taken, the place where they would be meeting, the rules about eliminations and extraction, and the zone in the Black Forest where the competition would be held. After all, the Black Forest in Germany was a region that was roughly oblong in shape, with a length of 160 kilometers 100 miles and a breadth of up to 50 km 30 miles, occupying an area of about 6.9 km2. Such a massive area was of course not just pure wilderness, but had urban cities and towns. The competition needed to be held in a zone that was further away from those places in order to preserve the peace of those urban areas or the integrity of the competition. Shortly after, Mr. Rodriguez told the juniors to remain for interviews if they wished or leave if they didn't want to. He then stepped down the stage and went away with Jacob, leaving the reporters to assault the juniors, and especially the 10 elites. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single reward announced for securing a flag. No one knew if the ESG organization didn't plan to give anything for the juniors or they had something else in mind. Tomorrow morning, at 8 a.m., inside a public airport within the city Freiburg, 195 teams were crowding the terminal. All of the teams had taken flights from Berlin-Brandenburg Airport to this beautiful city that was inside the Black Forest. After all, the distance separating Berlin and the Black Forest was in the hundreds of kilometers. Thus, they needed to bridge the distance as much as possible before taking the 3 methods of transportation to the competition zone, which was 50 kilometers away from the airport. It could be seen that the airport was closed for business as there were only the staff members and the teams. The ESG organization chose a public airport instead of a private one due to the lack of space. After all, there were 2,000 juniors all gathered in one place, and the terminal of the private airport wasn't designed to hold such a massive number of travelers at once. Soon, 2/3 of the teams left the premises of the airport on buses. 1/3 was sent to the designated area for helicopters while the other stayed in the buses, going straight into the competition zone. Meanwhile, the last third was left behind in the airport, where skydiving aircrafts were waiting for them. Number 1, 2, 3, 10 in the queue. Please head to the runway. You will find your planes waiting for you. A sudden feminine announcement resounded in the terminal, shushing down the juniors' chatter. Upon hearing the content, the first 10 teams did a secondary basic safety check on the parachute bags, which was given to them the moment they stepped inside the terminal. Those safety checks were taught to them yesterday by a professional skydiver. He was hired to give them a quick lesson for those who never experienced skydiving before. Felix and the rest were also taught the correct procedures and the body position to aid a successful deployment of the parachute. But with all of those precautions taken, it was still possible for the parachute not to open successfully, be it through error or simple chance. Typically, 1 in 1,000 parachutes will fail to open. That's why they were taught not to panic in that situation and utilize the reserve parachute. Those instructions were given to the juniors, who weren't scared of skydiving. The rest were going to tandem skydive just like Olivia. Little Oli, are you sure you don't want to tandem with me? Felix asked again with an innocent look. 100 Olivia humphed. You think I am stupid to put myself under your mercy in the air? That's harsh. Felix chuckled mildly as he gestured with his head at Noah. Good luck with that siskin. He probably never skydived in his life as well. It can't be. Olivia shivered at the thought. She realized that she never actually asked Noah about it as she was simply seeking a partner and Noah was always the most reliable person on the team. Thus, the moment she asked him yesterday, he didn't object to her request. Brother Noah, did you ever skydive before? Olivia asked while chewing her lips in anxiety. Alas, The response she received sent her to the depth of despair as Noah shook his head firmly. She knew that she would rather get bullied midair by Felix than jump with Noah, who was a total rookie just like her. However, she still didn't consider Felix, as there were 7 others on the team. Sarah and the rest of the substitutes sadly didn't come here with them as they were asked to remain in the hotel. Their journey with the team had ended after the gathering. "Brother Johnson, can I partner with you?" Olivia asked with puppy eyes, making Johnson's heart soften a bit. Alas, a message sent to him by Felix hardened it again. 10. Easy to say no. "Sorry Olivia, but I never skydived before." Johnson denied her request politely while avoiding eye contact with her. He didn't want to disappoint the flower of the family, but 10KSE was too hard to pass by for a broke junior like him. "It's okay." Olivia sulked as she went to Kenny, planning to ask the same. However, he gave her the same response while taking quick glances at Felix. He didn't think that he would actually receive a message from Felix personally when he never bothered to spare him a glance. However, he still accepted the bribe quietly, as he always went with the flow, not knowing where it would take him. Just as Olivia wanted to try her chances with the rest, Felix said in a lazy manner, "You can stop, little Oli. No one knows how to skydive except for me," he asked while giving them a knowing look. "Right guys?" Olivia was stupefied at the sight of them all nodding their heads in agreement. Adam didn't receive a message from Felix as he was already going to tandem skydive with Lexi. Thus, he was just as bewildered as Olivia by their response. Seeing Olivia's distressed expression, Felix started laughing while spreading his arms wide open. "Let's have fun together." "No," Olivia cried out loud in despair after knowing that her fate was set in stone to partner up with Felix. Chapter 260 Bullying. Olivia 10 minutes later. "The last 10 teams in the queue. Please head to the runway." After hearing the announcement, Felix stretched his arms behind his back as he stood up. He picked a medium-sized camping bag that was placed next to his feet and said, "Let's go." The rest picked up their bags as well and followed after him. As the announcer mentioned, only them and 9 other teams were left in the entire airport. Despite so, they were glad that the delay was merely 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. After a while, "Follow me. I will be taking you to your ride." The moment the team stepped outside of the terminal, a staff member who was wearing an orange jacket informed them while walking towards 10 planes. Soon, they reached them, and the staff member sent a team by a team to their designated plane. After Felix's team turn came up, the staff member gestured for them to follow him. "Put your camping bags next to the plane. We will put them all inside a package box and send it down near your drop location," as he said. The instant they reached their plane, they saw a medium-sized chest that was attached to a closed parachute. Felix went beside it and placed his backpack. Then, he climbed inside the blue-colored aircraft. "Oh, hello." Felix greeted politely after noticing that the pilot and another man were already inside. Since the plane wasn't really that big, Felix clutched his tail, which was lying dormant outside of his skydiving outfit, and stepped inside. "Welcome aboard," the pilot said, smiling politely. "Good morning, sir." Felix, the man, who was wearing a red skydiving outfit and goggles on his forehead, extended his hand at Felix respectfully. Felix shook his hand and asked, "Are you going with us?" "Yes. I will be here to make sure that you guys don't miss your jump." "Glad to have you." After saying so, Felix went to the back of the aircraft, leaving space for the rest to come inside. He sat on a foldable seat and put the seatbelt on. A few moments later everyone was inside. Even the package box was placed in the middle of the aircraft, carrying their 10 camping backpacks. After seeing that everyone was ready, the pilot didn't waste time as they were already behind by 10 minutes. Thus, he swiftly drove the aircraft to the runway and took off after reaching the required speed. During mid-flight, Felix could see other planes flying horizontally with them. They were keeping a wide distance from each other, making Felix notice only 3 planes even with his enhanced vision. "We will be reaching your drop spot in 10 minutes. The pilot announced. "You will have a window of 2 minutes to jump. If you missed it, you will land outside of the competition zone and you will be disqualified." "All right." Felix looked at the instructor with them and notified him. "We will be jumping in the first minute." The instructor nodded his head in understanding and reminded them, "Double check on your AAD." Upon hearing so, everyone swiftly checked yet again if their automatic activation device was turned on. They already checked 3 times, and it wouldn't hurt to check right before jumping. After all, AAD was the last emergency solution in case shit hit the fan during mid-of. The device was installed in rigs to deploy their reserve parachute in the event that they couldn't deploy either their main or reserve parachute. For example, if for some reason they found themselves unconscious in freefall, the AAD monitors their descent rate and altitude. And if they were still falling at freefall speeds by a certain height, it would use an electrical charge to cut the loop that held their reserve parachute in, thus saving them from certain death. All good. Yes, now, who's going to be tandem skydiving? The instructor offered. "I will help you get strapped." Felix straight away went to the deadpan Olivia and removed her seatbelt. "Stand up. The instructor will strap you with my rig soon." Olivia did as she was told while chewing on her lips. She knew that it wasn't time to throw a tantrum as it was already too late. Felix put Olivia in front of him and left the instructor to strap them together. After pulling the straps twice and feeling their steadiness, Felix nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried about his weight causing troubles as they were told that the rigs were purchased from the UVR, and the parachutes inside them were capable of handling up to 400 kg in weight. The materials they were made of were leagues apart from the ones made here on Earth. But, just to make sure, Felix did a quick search on the brand of the rig in the network and found out that truly the details matched the information given to them. Thus, after doing a simple checkup, he moved out of the way, dragging Olivia with him like he was strapped to a baby. Adam and Lexi moved forward and got strapped as well. 8 minutes later. "All right, put your goggles on and get ready," the instructor said while opening up the aircraft's gate. Whoosh rattled the moment it was opened. The noise from the plane's engine started resounding loudly within the aircraft. After seeing the clouds and the sun up close, Olivia's heart started beating out of her chest as fear started creeping up on her. Sensing that she was quivering, Felix decided to comfort her by whispering in her ears, "I have a wings potion, so don't worry. Everyone can end up dead but us." Although his words were too insensitive for others, she did feel comforted by the idea of having a certain fourth emergency measure. Thus, she sighed in relief and put on her goggles. "I am ready, alas." If Olivia wasn't feeling out of it due to her exhaustion, she would have realized that Felix might have the wings potion. But the spatial card feature was disabled like the rest. Felix couldn't hide the potion on his body as they were searched thoroughly before entering the airport. Hence, there was no way for him to use the potion. He was simply trying to comfort her, as it wouldn't be fun to bully her midair when she was scared shitless from the dive. "In 30 seconds, you will jump one by one. After you, we will send the package," the instructor informed them. "When you land, lift your heads in the air and track the package as it is going to land in close proximity to you guys." Upon seeing them nod their heads, he moved away from the door, giving them enough space to stand on. Soon, the 30 seconds passed by, making everyone feel pretty nervous but mostly excited. "I am going first." Ho-ho thrilled. Walton did a peace sign with his hands as he jumped from the plane. He didn't even hesitate as he already skydived many times before. For a rich junior like him, adrenaline-inducing hobbies like those were his favorite. Unlike Olivia or Noah, the rest had experienced skydiving when the world was still undiscovered by the Alexander Kingdom. Thus, they didn't show any signs of fear as they jumped after Walton. Soon, Felix and Olivia's turn arrived. "You ready?" Felix asked while standing on the edge of the door, still holding his tail. "Whoosh, why?" Before Olivia could finish, Felix laughed out loud as he belly jumped outside of the plane. While Felix was enjoying the wind caressing his face, Olivia had her eyes closed shut as she tightened her grip on straps. "Felix, you prick. I hate you." Hearing Olivia curse at him using the Queen's voice, Felix switched his focus on her instead of enjoying the freefall. After all, he didn't bribe others just to let go of this one-time opportunity. "Say cheese." Felix sent a message as he took a selfie with his bracelet. Yet, he wasn't satisfied by just one as he soon started needing Olivia's oval face into making funny faces while taking a picture after another. By the time Felix finished filling up an album, Olivia was on the verge of breaking down into tears by his bullying. Like it wasn't hard enough that she was skydiving for the first time. Now she was even forced into taking selfies, which God knows how she would end up looking in them. "Stop it already. My cheeks are aching," Olivia whined. She wanted to massage her reddened cheeks, but she was too terrified to let go of the straps. Thus, she could only voice her displeasure, hoping for Felix to have mercy on her. Thankfully, Felix stopped at once after noticing that he reached the right altitude to open the parachute. The altimeter device attached to his wrist made it easier. "Open your eyes. You will be the one who steers the parachute," Felix informed her while having his finger placed on the ripcord. He could already see that everyone had dispatched their parachute successfully and were gliding in direction of the wind, so they would land in almost the same area as their package. "I can't." Olivia shook her head vehemently while tightening her grip even further on the straps. Whoosh! Felix didn't respond as he pulled the ripcord at once, forcing the container to open up and release the main canopy inside the moment the folded canopy was out. It started flattering with the wind for a second or two before it was inflated fully. Felix and Olivia got tugged by the straps, forcing them to change postures from falling on their belly to be in a standing posture, just as he was taught yesterday. Felix lifted his head to check if the parachute and the lines were all right. After he didn't notice any problems, he gripped the two toggles and started steering the parachute in his teammate's direction. "Give me your hands, Olivia," Felix spoke out loud since the wind wasn't going to cause them any more troubles with their slow speed. Feeling that they were gliding safely, Olivia didn't feel that nervous anymore as she toughened up and opened her eyes. Immediately after doing so, she was left amazed by the breathtaking scenery of the Black Forest under the morning sunlight, the greenery of trees, the peacefulness of the lakes and rivers, and lastly her teammates gliding in the air while shouting out loud in enjoyment, having the best time of their lives. Everything hit differently. Chapter 261, the 247 worldwide live stream. Olivia stopped hesitating at once and placed her hands above Felix's hands. However, Felix removed his hands and let her be the one clutching the toggles. He then placed his hands above hers and started instructing her to turn left or right. Simply pull the corresponding control with your hand. He showed her by pulling the left control, making them steer away from their teammates. He then told her, "All right, you carry on from here on. I will try focused." Olivia pulled the right control and steered back into their original path. After seeing how easy it was, her eyes brightened in delight as she kept chasing her teammates from behind. If they went left, she goes left. They went right, she goes right. She was too engrossed in steering she didn't notice that Felix had already removed his hands above hers and started taking selfies with her again. Alas, fun times always had a time limit as they were getting closer and closer to the trees. Felix wasn't going to leave Olivia to carry on such a difficult task of landing. Thus, he took control over the parachute and narrowed his eyes in focus, looking for a smoother landing spot. Unfortunately, no matter where he looked, there were only trees and trees blocking his sight. In the end, he just sighed and warned Olivia, "Brace for impact." Whoosh! Cluck cluck. Being placed in front of Felix, Olivia kept getting smacked first by the branches and leaves after they collided with the tree. However, she didn't wince in pain as her skydiving suit was more of a protection suit than just an outfit. Plus, with her defenses being at origin purity, she wouldn't be hurt even without it. The experience itself was annoying, mostly when both were stuck in the tree after their parachute got entangled with its branches. "You good?" Felix asked while glancing underneath him. "Yes." Olivia nodded her head before asking, "How are we getting down?" "Though like this." Felix smiled playfully as he detached both of them from the parachute, making Olivia scream reflexively as she fell from on top of the tree. Thankfully, Felix had no intentions of letting her take the brunt of this. Too, as he turned over, making his back face the ground first and Olivia faces the sky. That arged the moment Felix back hit the ground. Olivia was the one who groaned at the feeling of discomfort of falling. Felix didn't feel even an itch. "Wasn't that fun?" Felix asked with an honest look. Alas, the only response he got was Olivia holding her puffed-out cheeks, trying her best to stop herself from vomiting her breakfast. The sight scared Felix shitless, as she was lying right on top of him, and if she was going to vomit, she would reflexively turn around and do it on him, horrified by the idea of it. Felix swiftly removed the straps and rolled away from Olivia, who looked like she was going to vomit at any moment. However, he waited and waited. Yet Olivia just kept looking at him with her cheeks puffed out akin to a blowfish. They kept staring at each other for a few seconds before Olivia exploded into laughter while pointing her finger at him. By now, Felix knew that she was faking it to prank him as well. Nevertheless, Felix just chuckled in amusement as he stood on his feet. "Captain, where are we grouping soon?" Walton's message stopped the two from fooling around and paying attention to their current state. "Gather on Johnson. Then, we will head together to the package's landing spot," Felix said while looking at the package gliding hundreds of meters above him, heading east. Understanding what he wanted, Johnson lifted his head and started spewing a stream of fog from his mouth into the sky. Most of it spread around him, but still, it had done its purpose by displaying his position for the rest of the team. Since they were too close to each other, it wasn't hard to notice the fog source. Shortly after, the entire team was grouped again inside a fog cloud that was breaking down into particles, exposing them in the open. "Let's get our stuff. Not wasting time with needless chatter," Felix ordered while starting to sprint with a moderate speed. He didn't want to leave them behind. All of them chased after him while glancing from time to time at the package approaching the ground. Since they skydived in the heart of the competition zone, they didn't worry about meeting up with other teams so soon. After all, those transported by vehicles would mostly be left at the edges of the forest, while those in helicopters would toggle slightly inside. This led to having the teams be spread far from each other in the forest. "We are being streamed live already." Walton grinned at the sight of two silver drones, one coming from the left and the back. Both of them flew high above in the sky, appearing just like birds for those without a good vision. However, even those without vision wouldn't be able to notice them as the drones had gone invisible yet. Felix and the rest didn't show any signs of surprise as everything about the competition was fed to them by the instructor after the gathering. They were told that each team was going to be streamed live 247 by 2 invisible drones. Obviously, the ESD organization wasn't wasting time or resources by not purchasing some low-end blueprints from the UVR. Those blueprints might be old-dated and cheap, but they were still 100 times more advanced than the Earthlings' counterparts. For example, those drones were designed to 99 resemble birds by flying with wings instead of rotor blades. The battery they had was able to last up to 3 months without charging it again. The resolution was at a minimum of 26K and could be adjusted to a lower resolution for the Earthlings' outdated TV screens. Though, for those with AP bracelets would have no problems with it. Not to mention the ability to be invisible, making it impossible for the forest teams to use them for their own advantage. Like being able to spot a team hundreds of meters away just by seeing the drones above them. Although the ESG organization implemented those drones to monitor the competition first and foremost, they still decided to program them into streaming the live feed in each country and internet streaming platforms. They did so to avoid the broadcasting companies from flooding the competition zone with their own drones. However, since there was no commentary, most TV channels and streamers decided to take advantage of such a freebie and start doing their own commentary on the streams. This led to having streaming platforms like Twitch to be flooding with wannabe MCs, who had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. That being said, there were some streams belonging to former national tournament participants, who had enough knowledge and speaking skills to entertain the viewers and give them proper explanations. Currently, a stream co-hosted by Michiel, the vice-captain of the Walton team, and Jana, the Hilton team's vice-captain, was at the lead when it comes to the number of concurrent viewers. Their views tally had already surpassed 20 million concurrent viewers while the competition had just begun. This number might seem small, as this was the stream for world competition. But one shouldn't forget the time difference between the US and Germany, which was 6 hours. This meant it might be in the early morning for Felix and the rest, but the stream was in the middle of the night for the US citizen. The majority of interested viewers didn't want to ruin their sleep schedule to watch the competition start, as they knew that it would last for 7 days. In this marathon, they were bound to miss some good moments by their team. This applied to the rest of the teams and their countrymen supporters. The team has secured their camping gear without hiccups. A good start, I would say. Jana offered a charming smile to Michiel before asking, "Is there any teams near them?" Michiel was sitting right next to her while having tens of many holograms linked together akin to a honeycomb. Every screen was showing a different team and the position they were placed at in the forest. In this way, Michiel noticed that the nearest teams were still at least 3 kilometers away from them. So far, they are in the clear. Michiel gave out his own opinion. "I doubt any fights will break out today, as no one would seek to provoke others and waste their limited elemental energy for needless fights." He coughed. "I think that the smartest move to do currently is to locate a good camping spot and secure it at all cost. I guess Captain Felix shares the same views as you." Jana nodded her head in agreement as the stream showed Felix giving off instructions for Walton, Kenny, and Johnson to check for a good camping spot up north. That's where one of the many lakes was located. At least skydiving wasn't that bad, as it gave Felix and his team a good overview of the premise they were landing on. However, since they were actually the last ones to be sent down, some of the first skydivers must have already scouted the lake or even placed down their camps and created a territory that belonged to them. Thus, Felix sent those 3 all at once, as they had the best abilities for survival. If shit hit the fan, they could always retreat to safety. After a while, those 3 came back with good news, entailing that they found an empty area 100 meters away from the lake. As for other teams, they didn't see anyone on their way there. To do a double check, Felix turned on his infrared vision to the limit for a second before turning it off. In that second, he saw only non-humanoid wildlife, like birds, deers, boars, and such. "Alright, let's place our camp there." Felix jumped down from a branch he was sitting on and reminded them, "Keep your eyes open for flags. They might be placed in your plain sight, and you wouldn't even notice it." They nodded their heads and wore their camping backpacks. Then, they started marching in a well-paced manner. Not too slow and not too fast. Just enough to reach their destination while still having the ability to survey the trees, rocks, and even the dirt. Alas, even with Felix's enhanced vision added to the mix, they didn't see any flag in their journey. They didn't know if they were just hidden too deeply or this area didn't have one. Whatever it was, finding flags without trackers was the same as finding a needle in a haystack. Making the task almost impossible was probably intended by the ESG organization to force the teams to meet and fight for the trackers. They created the problem and also the solution for it. Chapter 2162. The first airdrop 15 minutes later, Felix and the rest had reached the open area that was just a field of ferns, wildflowers, and other herbaceous plants on the forest floor. The area was big enough for the team to set up their tents in a circular shape around its center, with the fir trees surrounding them. The camp would be getting some protection. "This will do it for now." Felix removed his backpack and unstrapped his black tent. He then went near the center and plucked those herbaceous plants to clear up his spot. He threw them to the side as they weren't edible. After doing so, he started setting up his tent alone while glancing from time to time at Olivia and the others doing the same. This time no one brought a bigger tent, as they learned their lesson from their practice. It was better to take only a 1% tent, as it would be less exposed to damages if they got attacked. Besides, in this competition, they expected to move a lot due to searching for flags or escaping from other teams. This meant they would have a temporary camp once in a while. It was much faster to set up a single person tent than the rest. After a while, 10 different colored tents could be seen placed down around a star-shaped campfire that wasn't turned on. The woods were just prepared and left there. They didn't want to start a fire when they weren't planning on cooking, or the visibility wasn't hindered. After all, the last thing they wanted was to give away their hiding spot for no reason. Inside the black tent, Felix was changing his clothes. He took off the skydiving suit and wore his team's uniform. He then folded the skydiving suit and placed it in his backpack for emergencies. Next, He opened the tent's zipper and went to sit next to the boys, who were gathering around the campfire. Just like him, all of them had changed into their team's outfit. Since the girls were nowhere to be seen, it was expected that they were still changing. "What's today's plan?" Johnson looked at Felix as he asked. "Are we going to carry out the same plan we made yesterday?" "Yes." "No need to change." Felix agreed with a head nod. "I guess we need to be moving then." Kenny dusted his ass as he stood up. "Let's go. Walton, if you get lost, just notify me, and I will start a fire to give you our position," Felix said. Upon hearing so, they gave him a swift thumb up before beginning to sprint in the direction where they came from. Their target, the parachutes, that's right. Their mission wasn't to scout for camps or such, but to bring as many parachutes as they could. After all, the cloth was a well-needed material in the wilderness, and it could be used on many occasions. Plus, they would have nothing to lose by having it within their set of limited items. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys didn't remain in the camp, but went hunting for their lunch, leaving only Felix behind with the girls. However, the girls didn't just sit still like dolls, but actually searched together for wild plants to enrich their food. Although Felix didn't accompany them, he used his infrared vision once in a while to scout 500 meters around him for anything peculiar. He didn't worry about having his infrared vision getting found out, as the red shimmer's intensity was lowered to barely noticeable due to his golden pupil. "Asna, you up?" Felix said eagerly. "It's time for my daily enhancement." Every time he wakes up, he looks forward the most to starting his day with his affinity getting enhanced due to the euphoric feeling he receives. Alas, his excitement was soon diminished after remembering that he was almost about to reach a 100 SAN affinity rating. He was currently sitting at 76 and needed only 24, which meant he would stop taking them in 8 days. "Give me a minute," Asna said in delight. "I'm kicking the old snake's ass in chess." "Oh, intrigued," Felix asked. "You guys switched to chess. How can I play royalty with this cheating bastard?" Asna boasted. "In chess, there is no dice or bullshit, just pure skill and intelligence. He clearly lacks compared to M. Checkmate, little Asna." The moment Felix heard the Jarmungandr say so, silence abruptly descended in his mind, forcing the boastful Asna to shush down. "Good game." The Jarmungandr lifted a small notebook placed on the table they were playing on and opened it up. It was showing a long string of victories and losses. He flipped to a middle page and wrote today's date down to the second. And next to it, he wrote chess game. Jarmungandr's win with this. "I am currently on my second 10-win streak." He smiled in satisfaction as he showed the cursed notebook to the stunned Asna, who still couldn't fathom how she lost. Although it was just a checkmate, she could see clearly that her king had only one move to make, and it was useless. "Again, or you want to play a different game?" the Jarmungandr asked while placing down the notebook. "Again, you just got lucky in the last match." Asna's eyes were a bit bloodshot as she started to set up her pieces on the board. She tried her best to hold her anger this time instead of exploding with curses and insults like always. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the way she conflicts her own words to her advantage. She just said that chess required only skill and intelligence when she was in the lead. But after she lost, it was due to luck now. Alas, he didn't find it surprising anymore, as Asna's personality was really more shameless than his. "How about my daily enhancement?" Felix asked. "FCK off unless I win a match. I am not standing from this table." Asna snapped at Felix and closed the connection between them to focus on the match. "I guess I am going to be stuck in 76 forever." Felix sighed in dejection. Thankfully, the connection was closed. Otherwise, Felix could forget about receiving his enhancement for the day. 4 hours later, the entire team was gathered around the campfire, waiting for lunch to be cooked. It was grilled deer meat from the hunt with some vegetables at the side. Kenny and Walton were back in one piece 2 hours ago, bringing with them 4 parachutes. They were folded messily and placed next to tents. To avoid having them taken by the wind at night, they put a couple of rocks on them. "So we are just going to chill today?" Lena asked calmly. "Well, it's just a waste of energy to try and locate flags without the tracker," Adam said. "It's better to play it slow today and hope that an airdrop land near us." This was the plan originally made yesterday in their hotel with George. On the first day, they secure a camp and prepare enough food and water for at least 2 or 3 days. Then, they just lay low until 24 hours pass by and the first 10 airdrops get sent down in the competition zone. If an airdrop landed near their camp, they would attempt to secure it at all cost. However, if it was miles and miles away, they could only give up on it and wait for another airdrop. Unsurprisingly, this plan wasn't unique to just them, as most of the teams took this approach. It might be the smartest thing to do, but it couldn't get any more boring watching them doing nothing for the viewers. After the MCs explained why so, some of the viewers decided to sleep now to wake up when the excitement is on the verge of starting. The next morning, VRRRR, the booming sound of the plane's engines resounded in the entire forest. Felix and the rest put down the spoon from their mouths and raised their heads, looking at 3 planes high up in the sky. Those were actually the ones in their field of view as the rest were way further than them. "Finish up quick," Felix said while gulping down the hot vegetable soup in 2 mouthfuls. He then placed down the bowl and focused on the nearest upcoming plane. Luckily, it was approaching them while still holding into the package. They hoped that it could release it somewhat close to them, but not right on top of them. After all, the last thing they wanted was for their newly erected camp to turn into a war zone for the package. Alas, the plane was getting closer and closer, yet the airdrop was still not in sight. Everyone stopped eating at once and just kept staring in nervousness at the plane that was right above their heads. Just as they thought that luck was going to FCK them up, the plane went past them and carried on its journey. A few seconds later, a small dot could be seen dropping from the tail of the plane. It didn't take long for the parachute to inflate and let everyone in the area notice the airdrop. "Ah, thank God." Johnson wiped his sweaty forehead and said, "I really thought it was going to land in our camp." Alas, the moment Johnson mentioned this, the wind speed increased noticeably and started pushing the airdrop in their direction instead of landing near its position. Everyone's eyes widened in panic at the sight of the airdrop getting closer and closer to their camp. They didn't know what the hell happened for their luck to switch to horrible in a single moment. But after remembering who spoke last, they all turned to the dumbfounded Johnson and glared at him in irritation. "Thank you for jinxing it again." Chapter 263. William Bentley, the maestro of England. Johnson didn't dare to retort as he truly started to believe that his mouth was cursed. The last time in the camping mock practice, he also ended up jinxing them. Thus, he merely scratched the back of his head with an abashed expression. "How are we going to play this?" the stoic Lena saved him by saying with her eyebrows knitted. "Based on the current distance and speed of the package, it will touch the ground or a tree near us in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes. If we act now, we still have a chance to relocate before everyone collapses on us." However, Felix had a different take than hers. "Take only the tents and leave the rest untouched." Felix clapped both of his hands and informed, "We are not going anywhere. We need to reduce the size of teams in the area. Otherwise, no matter where we locate, they will always be near us. And if we manage to get the tracker, they won't stop from hunting us down for it." Before they could ask how were they supposed to achieve so, Felix cracked his knuckles and said with a hidden glint, "We will use synergy TFD." Everyone's eyes brightened up as they began to notice the feasibility of the synergy in their current state. However, soon Nathan shook his head and said, "It won't work. No one is dumb enough to enter by their own will." Felix chuckled and pointed at Walton. "Then we just have to give them no choice but to enter." Walton scratched his red beard in bewilderment, as he had no idea what Felix was trying to imply. However, the quick-witted ones instantly saw through Felix's intentions, and all of their doubts about the plan succeeding went up to smoke. Not to waste time, Felix ordered everyone to take care of their tent and for Johnson to split from the team and start puffing fog. While doing those 2 tasks, they were discussing the plan and their roles in it telepathically. Although they had only 5 minutes tops, it was more than enough to understand their roles. The preparation camp wasn't utterly useless, as everyone was already familiar with each other's abilities just like their own. It seems like our national team has an ace up their sleeves. However, Jana's excited tones soon died down after being shown by Mitchell that there were at least 10 teams aiming for the package that was about to land 20 meters north from the US team's camp. Worst of all, the England team was also rushing swiftly towards the camp. This team wasn't like any other, as it was being led personally by the 4th ranker in the 10 elites list, William Bentley, the maestro of England. After a short while, "The hell is that smoke or fog?" a stout man, wearing a white and red uniform with an England flag in its chest, exclaimed in bewilderment as he pointed his finger at a humongous cloud of fog. He ought to feel startled, as the cloud was encasing at least a 200-meter radius, and still spreading like a plague. They could see that the package fell right into the center of this cloud and disappeared out of sight. He wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden rise of the fog, as all of the approaching teams had stopped at once and began revisiting their plans after the emergence of this variable. There was no FC-king way for anyone to step forth into the fog without making sure to scout first. "Sindra, please tell me the names of the fog elementalists participating in the competition." A slender man with a pretty face and long ash-gray hair voiced his request with a gentle tone. On it, a delicate girl with a small mole next to her upper lip closed her eyes shut while leaning against a tree. A few moments later, she started murmuring, "There are only 3 users. One belongs to the Cuban team, another to the Mozambique team, and lastly one in the American team." She opened her eyes and asked, "Captain William, should I dive deeper and find more information?" William waved his hand and said, "No need. You will be just harming your mind, and we still need your mental abilities in the next battle." Obedient, Sanda deactivated her active ability Pamencia, which allows her to enhance her memory for a limited time and gain access to the memories that were stored deep within her mind. In normal cases, she wouldn't have been able to recall them unless there was a stimulus. This ability had no relation to the element, as she had unlocked it from the memory eater octopus, a water elemental beast known for consuming the memories of its prey. Since the bloodliners were able to unlock both the elemental abilities gotten from the primogenitors and the evolutionary traits, she lucked out on this ability. The American team. This is going to be troublesome. Thoughtful, William rested his chin on his hand as he recalled the videos of the American team's battles, especially the finals. He might not know much about the other 2 teams, as it was impossible to know every bloodliner participating in this competition. But for Felix and his teammates, his memory was still vivid about them. Thus, he knew if the fog had any relation to the American team, they needed to be at their tiptoes in every step they take, especially when they know that Felix could erupt those red pillars under their feet without even seeing him due to the fog. "What's the plan, Captain?" the stout man asked. "Should we wait until the fog clears out?" "I doubt it will last for more than 10 minutes. His meaning was clear. Johnson's energy wouldn't be able to sustain such a large amount of fog released. If they played it slow, they wouldn't need to think of anything, as the fog would disappear by itself in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Depending on Johnson's energy tank. Alas, those thoughts were removed from his mind after hearing thrilled shouts and furious ones being emitted from within the fog. "I got the tracker split up, and RUNFCK, he stabbed me in the thigh and stole the tracker. Chase him down. It's in the hand of the Cuban team's captain. I can't see shit. Someone block him." Boom boom rumble. The moment the noises of explosions were added to the voices of bloodliners fighting, a scene of complete chaos was painted vaguely in the minds of the bloodliners, standing outside of the fog. Some of them clearly heard the noises like they were just next to them, while some only heard far-off echoes. However, all of them shared expressions of agitation, of anxiety. They were planning before on staying outside until the fog clears out, just like the burly man thought. But now they weren't so sure anyone, especially when it was clear as crystal that some teams had already entered the fog before them and started battling with each other. If the unique voices hadn't exceeded already 10, they would have assumed that a team was trying to bait them into entering the fog. However, the voices were so distinct from each other, even a layman would know that it was impossible to fake them. "Stop him, he is trying to dig a tunnel and escape." Alas, the teams weren't given that much time to consider all options, as the moment they heard the term tunnel, the captains immediately ordered for their team to rush inside the fog and secure the tracker. They were hoping before for the holder of the tracker to exit the fog and pin him down without the need to endanger themselves. But digging a tunnel, they understood that allowing it to happen was the same as giving up. No, the tracker, God knows when the next airdrop would land in this area again. Boom! Boom! Rumble, Captain. Should we make a move as well? Feverish and stirred by the sounds of the battles, the stout man covered himself in a suit made of clay, making him resemble a brown golem. Give me a second, Roger. Focused. William extended a finger in Roger's direction while having his eyes closed shut. Upon seeing so, everyone went as quiet as mouse. They knew that William was using one of his abilities, and as sound elementalist, absolute silence was needed on those occasions. Otherwise, his abilities wouldn't reach their full potential. A couple of seconds later, William started chuckling while covering his mouth with the side of his fist. He looked at the fog that was getting affected by the chaos and mused, to actually possess an ability that allows the user to change his voice as he pleased. What a lucky individual. His teammates got shocked at hearing him say so. They didn't think that in the end, a FC King team was still trying to bait them. They didn't doubt their captain's insight, since they knew that he must have used his passive ability, sound recognition, that let him study the sounds that he heard and notice the tiniest differentiation in them. Therefore, everyone could be fooled. But William Bentley, hide yourselves deeply, William ordered while climbing a tree. We will wait until that team exposes themselves and ambush them. Dutiful. The stout man deactivated his golem morphing ability and hid in a tree just like the rest of his teammates. Although they knew that the fog was a trap, they had absolutely no intentions of informing the rest of the teams. In their eyes, the fog was doing them a favor as well by reducing the number of contestants without lifting even a finger. They hope that by the time the chaos inside of it ends, only a team or two get left behind. At that point, the tracker would be theirs to grasp. Chapter 264, The Fog of Despair. Meanwhile, within the fog, Felix and the rest were being led by Johnson while firing off destructive abilities at the trees. Adam was using his magma abilities while Noah straightaway raptured trees by single swing with his ice mace. The rest were also doing their part by screaming and shouting provocative sentences. However, they soon stopped after Johnson informed them that he had felt 90 unique new presence entering the fog. Without needing Felix orders, everyone caught each other's hands and started getting led by Johnson into a fir tree that resembled a Christmas tree. They were forced to hold hands since they were barely able to see 1 meter in front of them. Meanwhile, Johnson's vision wasn't affected in the slightest by his fog. Thus, he took over the leadership of the team inside the fog. We are here, he said as he knocked on the tree, making everyone notice its position. He then watched them climb the tree one by one before each branch was holding a member. I am going now. Upon seeing that no one had fallen or something like that, Johnson turned around and sprinted away. He had other tasks to achieve. Are you guys ready? Kenny asked while lying on top of a branch. Yes. Yes. The moment he received positive confirmation from everyone, he activated his second active ability, Darkness Shroud. Everyone abruptly froze stiffly in their position after getting engulfed in a sphere of darkness. No one dared to move even slightly as they knew that Kenny's ability would be deactivated instantly. They couldn't afford to be without it, as this ability would be their guardian angel against bloodliners with vision abilities. As long as they remain motionless inside of it, their existence would completely disappear. However, since it was only a rare tier 1 ability, it had glaring weaknesses. The first and foremost would be the inability to move or speak. Otherwise, the shroud would break and reveal those within it. The second one would be the fact that the darkness shroud was visible if this ability were used in daylight. The shroud would appear just like a medium-sized black sphere. However, inside the fog, where everyone's vision was reduced to the bare minimum, they wouldn't be noticed at all. The last weakness would be those inside the shroud couldn't see what was going on outside. They were utterly blinded, just like they were placed in a pitch-black room. This was the reason why Johnson didn't hide with them. In his fog, he could feel, see, and also avoid any detection ability on him due to his fog camouflage. This meant he was almost untouchable inside his fog. It was better to use him as their eyes in the fog instead of keeping him near them. He stopped digging the tunnel. Chase him down. 2 abrupt unique voices resounded loudly in the area and echoed further away. Upon hearing so, Felix informed. Walton, that's enough. Most of the teams have been lured inside. All right. I was getting tired anyway. My throat had gone dry from screaming all by myself. Walton replied. Nicely done. Good work. Everyone started praising him for his efforts, as they knew that no one would have gotten baited inside the fog without Walton. All of this due to a combination of his two abilities, voice mimicry and echo orb. Voice mimicry was a passive ability that let him mimic precisely the people's voices that he heard. Since he knew that he would be fighting against bloodliners, he didn't mind listening carefully to a couple of them and mimic exactly their voices and accents. Now, he used this library of voices that he learned to lure in those teams. However, since the fog had at least a 200-meter radius, his voice couldn't reach every bloodliner outside the fog. Thus, he relied on his peak active ability, Echo Orb, which creates small orbs of winds that held voices inside, and even wind abilities inside. He created many orbs, which were holding different sentences with different voices. He then planted them in different places and exploded them periodically, creating flawless chaotic battle scenes that managed to fool everyone. Well, almost everyone, since William wasn't fooled. But that was an exception, as he was the perfect counter for Walton's abilities. With that being said, Walton was currently away from the team to take care of those orbs and avoid attracting a group near Felix and the rest. After 2 minutes or so, Johnson noticed that the teams were finally getting closer to each other. Soon, boom boom, arg arg, that's it. Keep fighting. Johnson grinned at the sight of tens of bloodliners throwing elemental abilities at random. Some used mini tornadoes to get rid of the fog, while some tried to evaporate it with fire. After all, they didn't dare to toggle deep without attempting to clear out their vision. Alas, some of those abilities ended up hitting others who didn't see them coming. This offset a war inside the fog where every team moved with their backs against each other and hit anyone who wasn't part of them. In their eyes, it was better to strike first than wait until they get bombarded. However, the tracker was still their main target, and most of the teams were moving towards the last place where the package was dropped. Since they couldn't see the holder of the tracker yet, it was much better to secure the package first and start from there. Otherwise, they would be roaming inside the fog without a purpose, and they couldn't afford to when every second an elemental ability get hurled in their direction. Thankfully, the trees were taking the brunt of most abilities. Even if some abilities unluckily landed on a team, there was always a shield placed by the buffer. If the shield didn't manage to handle the power of abilities, a healer was always placed in the middle of the team's formation. This made it somewhat tough to kill each other since the healer was always there to get back in shape. Johnson, who was looking at all of this happening, didn't seem bothered by it. He just kept moving inside the fog like he owned the place. Johnson update, Felix asked. 3 teams are on their way to the package while the others are getting held back by constant fights. So far, I only noticed 3 corpses. Johnson sent a message to everyone. As expected, everyone is on their tiptoes, making them take a tight defensive stance. Adam gave out his own input. I think we need to be proactive before Johnson's energy runs out. Everyone agreed with this notion, as their main plan was to wait until the teams killed each other or at least get forced into retreating due to heavy injuries. But it was evident that all of the teams took a defensive stance to the next level, retaliating only when provoked instead of entering a free-for-all battle. If they kept waiting, the package would be taken from them, which was left untouched due to time constraints. Even the tracker was still inside. Worst of all, Johnson's energy was getting drained rapidly by trying his best to sustain this humongous cloud of fog, and also keep releasing more from time to time to recover the lost moisture due to the battles. Alright, Johnson, please lead us to the biggest cluster of teams, Felix ordered as he jumped from the tree, revealing himself and the others to the bloodliners with vision abilities. Let's try and get rid of them in under 2 minutes. The moment Felix said so, everyone jumped from the tree and entered a tight battle formation. They put the girls in the center while the rest encircled them. However, they didn't move as they were waiting for Johnson to arrive. I am here. The instant Johnson reached the team, he retook the lead. 5 teams are in my 9 o'clock. The nearest one is only 50 to 60 meters away from us. Move out. Felix could clearly see those 5 teams moving as slow as a snail while throwing abilities once in a while to check around them. It was clear that those teams didn't have a bloodliner with a good vision ability for this situation. If they did, they would have been part of those 3 teams, which were about to reach the package. This made Felix know that his team was currently invisible and their eyes activate your abilities. Felix ordered as he snapped his finger, creating 2 bloodish red bombs. He then swiftly made one absorb the other, making it double its size. He wasn't done yet, as he repeated this process twice under 1 second, creating a 3 times bigger bomb than his usual one. However, instead of throwing it out, he waited for Adam to use his molten rocks on the nearest team. This was a basic synergy between them, which they trained in the preparation camp. "Johnson, help me aim," Adam requested while standing still with a rain of molten rocks gathered above his head. Since he was blind, he didn't want to throw his ability to hit the trees instead. They are currently standing 10 meters in your 11 o'clock. If you threw your ability in that direction 30 or so will probably be blocked by the 2 trees next to them. Johnson informed swiftly. "Thank you." Polite as always, Adam showed his appreciation by showing full trust in Johnson's aim. He swiftly faced 11 o'clock and hurled those molten rocks with all of his strength. Whoosh whoosh. The fog was getting evaporated in the air due to the heat emitted by those molten rocks. However, before the targeted team could comprehend the approaching tens of bright red rocks, they smashed into their glass-like barriers. Boom boom. Alas, their tight formation made it easier to get all of them rained upon without exceptions. Even though some of the molten rocks had collided with the trees. Shatter shatter. The shields weren't strong enough to tank the destructiveness of Adam's ability as they got busted into tiny fragments instantly. "We are under attack from 5 o'clock. The captain of the assaulted team was a brown-skinned tall man with bushy eyebrows. Right now, those eyebrows were knitted in nervousness and alarm. He didn't expect an attack to arrive so fast and hard, leaving them naked like this without single protection on. Just as the buffer in their team tried to recreate the shields again, one bloodish red bomb that had a basketball size came out of nowhere and exploded within their tight formation. Poof. Immediately after, a cloud of red mist engulfed the entire team, putting them under its effect. Since no one expected to be hit by poison, they weren't holding their breaths. Thud thud thud. One by one, they fell to the ground, losing consciousness at once since they would be out for only 5 seconds. Noah and Nathan stepped in and knocked them clean in the head. This would leave them unconscious for at least 5 minutes, making them automatically disqualified by the queen and marked by her so others wouldn't attack them. If they did decide to do so, they would be punished by the ESD organization. Obviously, the disqualified bloodliners would be punished if they decided to attack someone during their wait for extraction. Hence, Felix and the rest didn't remain and waste time finishing them off, but went for the next team in line, which was the closest to them. They repeated the same strategy on all of the remaining 4 teams, Johnson giving off direction and helping them aim. Adam uses his ability to break off the barriers or shields. Felix followed it with his hypotension bomb, which was enlarged by his poison absorption passive to force them unconscious. Then, Noah, Nathan, and Kenny take it from there. Team after a team had fallen to this synergy without seeing even the outfits of their assailants. All of this because they didn't have abilities related to senses, which would have made them notice Felix's team the moment they stepped near them. This meant, besides having those abilities, there was absolutely no other counter to the Fog of Despair synergy. It was a synergy created in the preparation camp solely to put the team in a favorable environment, where their abilities thrive. Chapter 265. A spiteful retaliation. The U.S. team has successfully eliminated 5 teams at once, without losing a single hair strand. Jana commented in excitement. What a marvelous strategy and synergy. Her excitement was being shared by the millions of live viewers, who were spamming in the stream chat pog and wow emojis in a frenzy, making it impossible to read the actual written sentences. Sigh. If only the drone's vision wasn't hindered as well by the fog, the battles would be more thrilling to watch. Dejected, Mitchell sighed while looking at the stream screen showing everything in black and green, giving them a somewhat clear overview of what's happening within the fog. Alas, they could forget about seeing the thrill of abilities clashing together and such. as they couldn't even differentiate between the teams. If the two drones weren't programmed to follow only the US team, they would have already lost them and started watching another team unbeknownst to them. Thus, the viewers never actually saw the abilities used by Felix's team. This left them guessing if they used anything new in their battles or not. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest immediately started moving towards the package position, following Johnson, who started showing exhaustion signs. "John, energy?" Felix asked. 30 and declining rapidly. Johnson replied, "All right, don't puff out any more fog. Just try to sustain the created one for 5 minutes or so," Felix said while gazing at two teams, one to his left and the other to his right. They were walking slowly in the same direction as them. He decided to ignore them for now since the three nearest teams to the package had already made it to the center of the fog, where the package was stuck on a tree. Before long, one of them would climb the tree and find it. Then, he could open it up right there and see that the tracker was still inside. Felix was certain that they would take it and escape instead of securing the entire package since it was heavy and bulky. He didn't want to be forced into chasing them down, as more variables would come up the further they stray from the plan. But in reality, he was just lazy to put in such an extra effort. "We are here," Johnson sent a message while narrowing his eyes at 3 bloodliners climbing up a tree each. Meanwhile, their teammates were guarding them underneath, turning their heads back and forth akin to radars. Since his vision was left intact, he watched them from 20 meters or so behind a tree. He wasn't about getting found out by bloodliners with vision abilities since the known range for the best rare Tier 1 vision ability was merely 10 meters. "Damn it, it's the Canadian team." John knitted his eyebrows in annoyance after seeing the red maple flag of Canada in their outfits. He knew that it would be problematic for them to make a move since the US and Canada were close allies and they were explicitly given orders by George to avoid battles with them since it wouldn't bore suitable for the country to have its team eliminating its oldest and closest ally. Obviously, this applied to only close allies and not everyone. That being said, Johnson didn't give a shit as it was the captain's problem to handle, not his. He gave out his report and tried his best to hold himself from sitting due to exhaustion. "Canada's so bothersome." Felix scratched his nose in vexation. He wanted to send a message by the Queen, warning them to leave. But communication between teams was blocked. He didn't want to shout his threat out loud since it was stupid as he would be giving off the team's position plus their identity. Besides, shouting would be disrespectful and humiliating as the Canadian team would absolutely not retreat while under their citizens' watch by Felix's shouting threat. He would be actually giving them no choice but to battle him. If they did, he would FCK them up pretty badly. This would embarrass the country even more. He truly wanted to avoid the political storm that would rise after so. He could already envision the shitty news about it. FCK it. Just go around them. Felix waved his hand dismissively. "After we take care of the other two and the fog clears out, both the team and their countrymen will see the aftermath. And they are not stupid to not realize the price of fighting us." Upon hearing so, Johnson turned left and carried on moving, thoroughly ignoring the Canadian team, who were wasting time searching empty trees. Boom bam. Arg. However, just as he took the first step, the sounds of explosions and people groaning resounded thunderously from the direction he was heading to. The team didn't need to ask Johnson to see what's going on as the wind produced from those massive explosions had hurled the fog in every direction, clearing out an entire area. This led the team to see with their own eyes. Two teams going at it. The ones on the left had an infuriated expression, while the others on the right were either shaking their heads in disappointment or had an annoyed expression. And in the middle of their battle, there was a silver metallic box that was at least a 1 meter cubic size. Its surface was still lustrous and unaffected by the fire, ice, and acidic mist surrounding it. If it wasn't for the parachute burning next to it, anyone would have assumed that this chest was a bank safe, and not the package. Felix and the rest instantly hid behind the closest thing to them. They started watching the battle in intrigue. They had not a single thought of intervening before they understood the entire situation. "Should I hold the fog to keep the area visible?" Johnson asked swiftly after seeing that his fog was coming back again. "Do it," Felix agreed. After he received a confirmation, Johnson manually forced the fog to freeze. Alas, before Olivia and the rest could appreciate having their visibility back, the battle had ended just as it began. No one was attacking anymore, as both teams retreated further from each other, leaving the package all alone in the center of the area, appearing like a trophy begging to be taken. However, those two teams merely sent two bloodliners in the direction of the package. The moment they reached 5 meters away from it, they stopped and started staring at each other with opposite expressions. The man on the right side of the package had an afro-like hairstyle and was wearing a red and black outfit. He was looking nonchalantly at a petite girl with short braided caramel hair. Upon seeing that she was giving him an unfriendly vibe, he clicked his tongue in irritation. I guess we can only split the package now. I apologize on behalf of the team for striking first. Unlike his hidden irritation, the Afro man bowed his head politely and added, but the moment my teammate noticed the noisy footsteps of your team approaching us rapidly, we had no choice but to send a warning shot. Warning shot, the girl snorted in derision at the man's apology. She glanced at 4 of her teammates, who were passed out with scorched black skin or frozen in ice, and gritted her teeth in resentment. Angola captain, do you take me for a fool? She yelled. Who the FCK fires a warning shot with tens of elemental abilities all at once? If my shields weren't strong enough to handle your warning shot, my entire team would have been wiped out. She was not mad that he was aiming for the kill, since that was to be expected in this competition, but from the fact that he tried to play it differently after his attempt failed. She knew that he wanted to silence them by one single attack and escape with the entire package under cover of what remained from the fog. However, now that he failed, he clearly didn't want to enter a battle with them anymore. He knew that other teams wouldn't take long before reaching here and collapse on both of their teams after they noticed the sealed package. The Angola captain merely scratched his cheek carelessly. Didn't I already apologize? It was an honest mistake. Now, how about we talk this out peaceful? FCK off. The braided girl didn't wait for him to finish off his bullshit as she flipped him the finger and retreated to her teammates. Then, she did the unexpected as she shouted at the top of her voice. The package is here with the Angola captain. Her voice was loud enough it traveled far and beyond, reaching even the disqualified teams, who regained their consciousness and retreated outside of the fog. Good luck sending warning shots to all of the teams at once. UFCker. Spiteful and somewhat frustrated, she glared at him one last time before turning around and bolting with her team in the opposite direction. It was clear that she already informed her team about her sudden outburst, as her teammates piggybacked those 4 heavily injured bloodliners. Meanwhile, the Angola captain just kept looking at them retreating into the fog with mouth agape, not knowing how did things derail from his expectation so fast. He knew that any smart and reliable captain would never do what she did, even if they were offended and insulted. Why simple? Actually, they were FC King, representing their entire country and given massive responsibility to bring them as many flags as possible. Those flags translate to representative slots, which translate to having votes in the World Council. Having those votes meant actually influencing the decision making. Yet the girl under the public watch of her country had just given up on a chance to get the tracker to spite him. He didn't think for a second that was even possible. He wasn't the only one shocked by the girl's irresponsible retaliation, as even the viewers from each country's stream were left in disbelief. Mitchell swiftly broke out of his daze and swiped his finger at the Malaysian stream, wanting to check if the citizen of Malaysia were barraging their captain with insults or not. However, when he looked at the chat and saw that the viewers were actually spamming applause emoji for their captain, he was left bewildered. Since this was a foreign stream, the Malaysian team's language and the viewers sounded like gibberish to him. Therefore, he requested from the all-knowing queen to translate. After reading the chat this time, his confusion was cleared out instantly. He couldn't help but commentate it out loud for the American viewers. Their healer was part of the 4 heavily wounded bloodliners. The moment Jana and the viewers heard this, they immediately recognized that the Malaysian captain did the right thing after all. If their healer was unconscious and heavily wounded, there was no way that the captain was going to carry on remaining next to the Angola captain. He was bound to see that her teammates weren't getting healed back in shape, and figure out that he had luckily managed to take down the healer in the previous elemental salvo. by then he wouldn't bother to waste his time talking, as he would straightway carry on the battle thus. The package was already lost for the Malaysian team, which explains the girl's frustration. However, instead of just running away, she wanted to ruin the Angola team's chances of getting the package. Alas, she made it difficult for all of the teams, Felix included. So bothersome. His annoyed expression as he looked at the fast-approaching two teams from the back said it all. Chapter 266. Well, hello there. However, his eyes soon brightened up after noticing that the shields of the Angola team were turned off due to the buffer probably wanting to save up on energy for any upcoming battles. After all, no one was in sight and they couldn't keep the shields active forever. The buffer's energy wasn't infinite. Despite so, Felix noticed that a shield was left on a man in the middle of the formation. He guessed that was probably the healer. Change of plans. We are striking first, Felix informed his team while manifesting red bombs in his hand. Meanwhile, the Angola captain had ordered his team to prepare for a retreat with a livid expression. After so, he swiftly went to the silver package and keyed in a password on a screen that was on the top of the chest. The password was given to him by the instructor after the gathering. Just like everyone else, peeped the moment he heard the sound and saw that the small screen had turned green. He clasped on the grip of the door and opened it wide. Poof, however, just as he wanted to look inside, he was smacked in the face with a bloodish red bomb, making him blink his eyes once in confusion before they rolled at the back of his head. Thud, captain, his teammate shouted in worry after seeing their captain fall to the ground unexpectedly. Alas, they weren't given a single chance to think things through, as one massive bloodish red bomb was sent in their direction, with Felix's behemoth strength that could slap a first-stage bloodliner to death. The bomb thrown by him traveled so fast it neither appeared in the eyes of the bloodliners nor the stream. Poof, just like their captain, their faces were packed with raw confusion before their eyelids closed shut after getting engulfed inside a humongous cloud of red mist. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies lying randomly on the ground just showed the viewers the true horror of getting ambushed by Felix without having protection shields on. There was no resistance. No back and forth fight. Just two bombs were all it took for an entire team made of the elites of Angola to be sent packing home upon seeing that everyone was already on the ground. Felix and his teammates dashed from the woods and split up in their way. Felix went for the package and the captain, while the rest went to disqualify the passed-out team and take care of the dumbfounded healer, the only survivor from the ambush. Alas, being a healer meant that he was a sitting duck for Noah and the rest. Only after seeing Noah knocking the scared healer out cold, did the viewers from the stream regain their wits back. What was that? Mitchell stuttered with widened eyes. The Angola team was done for. Just like that, he didn't dare to believe his eyes, neither did the viewers. They knew that Felix had poison bombs and poison pillars, but the ambush happened so fast they didn't even know what ability Felix used. The fact that the inducement was changed from paralyzed to hypotension made their thoughts get disarrayed even further. After all, they still had no idea that Felix was able to switch to multiple inducements. This made them assume first that Felix had just used his peak active ability instead of poison bombs, especially when the last bomb's explosion was big enough to cover the entire team. However, this didn't explain to them why was the first bomb red and small just like his paralyzed bombs. It wasn't just them who were left in utter bewilderment and shock, as the Canadian team, who were planning to make a move at the Angola captain, froze in their positions with cold sweat running down their spine. They never thought that another team was lying this close to them. Worst of all, they were strong enough to take care of an entire team in less than 5 seconds. Captain, he is taking the tracker. A smart-looking girl, wearing circular glasses, stuttered in fear and anxiety at the sight of Felix, playing with a black device in his hand. The ripped open package of the tracker was lying next to his feet. The captain's expression turned ugly instantly after seeing the American flag in Felix's jacket. He realized that his team had been screwed big time by not making the first move after all. If the US team were given orders to not harm them, the Canadian team were also given the same orders if they ambushed Felix and his teammates under the public view of the world. The political storm would whirl in their direction. He didn't know if Felix made the first move intentionally, or it was merely a stroke of bad luck on their side. But what he did know was that as long as the tracker was in the hands of Felix, they could forget about getting it by using force. The other teams are coming here. The Canadian captain ordered. Hide deeply and wait until the tracker lands in the hands of another team. Then, we might have a chance to get it back. Although his teammates were still frightened by Felix's ability, they still didn't cower and run away just because of it. Unless there was absolutely zero chance of getting the tracker, not a single team would dare to withdraw under the observation of their citizen. So far, the Canadian team still had a chance, since they noticed that the only reason Felix's ambush worked so well was due to the Angola team's shields were turned off. They weren't retarded to repeat the same mistake. Not leaving Felix glanced in their direction with a faint playful smile, making the Canadian team shiver at the thought that he could see them. However, soon they sighed in relief after seeing that he was glancing in every direction. They assumed that he was worried about getting collapsed on by the other teams. Captain, they are all out cold, Johnson said loudly as he approached Felix with the rest. Meanwhile, he sent a mental message. The two teams are here. One in front and the other to my right. All right. Start part 2 of the improvised plan. Felix notified them in secret while speaking out loud. Carry whatever you can and escape into the fog. Arg, Captain. My energy is about to run out. Johnson clasped into his heart dramatically, making Felix's eyebrows twitch. But he still played along and shouted while holding a black box on his shoulder. Just hold for 30 seconds, I can't. Arg. Johnson let out one last groan before dropping into the ground with his eyes closed shut and limbs spread further apart. The posture he chose truly appeared like a starfish. The moment he dropped, the fog encasing the entire area disappeared immediately like it was never there. Promptly, the entire forest brightened up by the sunlight again, exposing everything within it. The viewers were speechless after noticing from above. Two teams were in the process of preparing an elemental salvo from both directions of the package, aiming at Felix and the others. Now with the fog gone, they were exposed red-handed to everyone. The colorful effects of the abilities were too hard to miss. Well, hello there. Felix addressed the dumbstruck teams casually with a hand wave. Seeing that he didn't receive a response, he coughed and asked, Are you going to carry on with your ambush? Should we turn our backs and act like we didn't see you at this moment? Both the teams knew that a lifelong embarrassment was going to stick with them until their death. They couldn't imagine how they looked in the eyes of the world after this shitty ambush, and they didn't dare to imagine it. It was already embarrassing enough to get caught like this with their abilities prepared. Yet, they had to end up landing in this situation next to Felix, who wouldn't hesitate to make fun of them for it. Fortunately, Felix's aim wasn't on them, but on the Canadian team, who were hiding on branches and using leaves as cover. When the fog was still around, the visibility was impaired since there wasn't much sunlight to work with. Thus, although the Canadian team wasn't exactly in the fog, they weren't worried about being noticed, especially when they were keeping quite a distance from the package. But now the sunlight exposed some bits of their outfits and they couldn't do anything about it, since the moment they moved, it would just get worse for them. Just as they were feeling thankful about those two teams attracting the attention of the U.S. team, they were horrified to see that every member of the U.S. team turned in their direction with cunning grins. Chills coursed in their back after seeing their grins, as they knew that whatever was about to come wasn't going to please them one bit. Friends from Canada. Felix scratched his nose with a polite smile as he asked, How about you do us a favor by helping us take care of those two God-F-seeking damn it? The Canadian captain's expression turned unsightly the instant he heard so. He knew that he had fallen into an unenviable situation. Chapter 267 Forcing out an alliance. The Canadian captain guessed that his team's position was already compromised while they were still within the fog. After all, he understood that it was impossible to know which country they were representing without seeing the flag on their chest or know someone in their team. They were hidden almost perfectly on the trees, giving off only bits of their clothes. Thus, it was impossible to rely on that and figure out their identity. Now their plan of waiting until the tracker lands in others' hands wasn't even an available option, since they were requested help from their country's ally. If they rejected the request under the world's eyes, It would look neither pretty for them nor for their country. He didn't have the thought of acting deaf to Felix's requests since they were bound to show themselves, sooner or later. Left with no options, the Canadian captain jumped from the tree followed by his teammates. They immediately gathered and entered a battle formation. Everyone's eyes were on the Canadian captain, wondering what would be his response. Even the two teams withdrew their abilities at once since they already lost most of the advantage. If they attacked now, Felix and the rest would be able to dodge the ability's salvo while letting a few hit the water spheres that were protecting them. 20 meters distance or so was more than enough for even a bloodliner with trash reflexes to react in time. Plus, they had no intention of helping the Canadian captain out of his plight. They were happy enough to have their embarrassing scene replaced with another unrelated to them. After a couple of seconds of silence, the Canadian captain coughed and replied in dejection, "As much as I want to offer my assistance to my dear American friends, I am afraid that we can't." He swiftly clarified, "The competition rules forbid the teams from helping each other, and I don't want my team and my country to be punished by the organization." Alas, his excuse didn't even take root in the mind of the listeners before Felix exposed him nonchalantly. "We are banned from assisting each other in collecting flags or sharing the tracker, not fighting. If you don't want to help, just say so." Felix shook his head in disappointment as he placed down the tracker back on the package and closed it again. He didn't want the items inside to be damaged by the upcoming battle. He turned to his teammates and ordered, "Prepare for battle. It's going to be just us." Johnson, who was acting dead for a while, immediately stood up and scoffed. "If we knew that our country's relationship meant so little to you, we wouldn't have stopped ambushing you in the fog earlier. Forget it, Johnson." Kenny smiled bitterly as his body turned invisible. "It is what it is." The more the Canadian team heard, the uglier their expression got. Their country's image was literally getting ruined live, especially after what Johnson had just mentioned. They didn't know if that was true or not, but they were inclining to believe it as they discerned that the US team wouldn't dare to lie to them. After all, they might not know, but the viewers sure did. This meant the US team truly showed them mercy when they could have ambushed them. From the end result of Felix's ambush on the Angola team, they knew that the outcome of their team wouldn't be any different. In the eyes of both countries, it would seem that the US team had honored their close alliance while the Canadian team didn't. That was the last thing that the Canadian captain wanted to see. FC King politics ruining everything as always. He cursed in his mind while showing a different attitude on the outside. "You got it all wrong. My team will gladly support our dear friends if it was just about battles." He walked forward with his chest pushed out. "Let us handle the Philippine team. They are all yours." Felix smiled faintly while turning his head back in front. Then, he started sizing up the other team, who was wearing a white outfit stripped with blue lines. He looked at their flag, and noticed that it belonged to the Argentinian team. Not that it matters much to him, as even with 5 teams ganging up on him, he would be able to demolish them all at once. However, he didn't want to use any abnormal brute force in this competition unless he was pushed into doing so. "FC King prick." The Canadian cursed Felix in his mind while giving him a polite head nod. He then focused on the Philippine team, who were also facing them with a solemn expression. The situation turned into 2 against 2, which was to the liking of everyone except for the Canadian team, who were forced into this. "Captain, we need to be careful of those red pillars." A lanky man with long thin arms reaching his knees warned with a nervous expression. His teammates flinched after remembering the video they watched of those red pillars destroying the Hilton team that was close to their strength back then. However, their captain merely cracked his knuckles and ordered, "The moment you notice that your barrier was broken, hold your breaths," and withdrew at the back of the formation until Santiago shielded you again. Upon seeing that his teammates nodded their heads in resolution, he smirked one last time before snapping both of his fingers. Activating his morphing ability, 2 abrupt huge lumps started to emerge from both sides of his waist. Alas, those lumps didn't come out peacefully, as the pain of having his skin wrapped like that made the Argentine team take quick and short breaths like a woman having contractions before birth. The pain he was experiencing was understandable, as those two huge lamps continued to extend forward slowly while shaping up into two bestial arms. They appeared like they belonged to reptile species with their thick blue skin and white bent claws. The instant the transformation was over, the Argentinian captain loosened up his tightened fists and started opening and closing his bestial hands until he was doing it at a faster speed than his real hands. Look and behold at those two bad boys. The Argentinian straightened up his back in pride as he kept Loki flaunting those two arms by moving them around. His teammates completely ignored this sight as they simply focused on activating their abilities as well. Two of them morphed like their captain, and another disappeared out of sight after leaning against a tree. Meanwhile, the rest either had elemental abilities fully prepared for launch or were buffing out the frontliners. Yet, they still didn't attack as they were waiting for the captain's order. Currently, their captain was paying close attention to Noah's and Nathan's transformation that was on the verge of finishing. For Noah, his arms morphed into Yeti's giant arms, which were laced with a thick white fur. On the other hand, Nathan's morphing ability, which he got after reaching the greater purity, turned his legs into a furless brown kangaroo's once he was hopping on his place while having his hands situated in front of him in a boxing posture. With his bronze metallic shimmer on his entire skin, it was clear that his fighting style was going to be up close. Tisk! Not bad. A bit salty by the dashing appearance of his foe's morphing abilities, the Argentinian captain clicked his tongue while stepping forward with his team as one, advancing in a slow and careful manner. They had their shields up, their abilities up. They were set for battle. Walton, where are you at? Unworried about the approaching team, Felix asked while snapping both of his fingers, creating two bloodish red bombs inside his jacket's pockets. His teammates were already ready and waiting simply for his order to move. I am already here, Walton responded while lying between bushes 30 meters or so away from the team, peeking at the current situation with only one eye. Before the fog cleared out, he was given orders by Felix to head straight for the package area. But since his vision was hindered by the fog, he was going even slower than the others. Thankfully, after the fog went away, he was able to cast Upsurge and fly here, making it just in time. Good. Go flank them with Kenny. We will be holding them down. Boom whoosh phew. Before Felix could finish up his orders, the sound of abilities clashing against each other or landing on the pitiful trees rumbled from behind him. He took a quick glance and noticed that the Canadian team was using abilities as cover for their 4 frontliners to close up the distance, while the Philippine team was doing its best to foil their advancement by barraging them with tens of abilities at once. As they fired those abilities, they kept retreating one step at a time in a single formation like an ordered army. Fire. 1 step back, fire. 1 step back, rinse and repeat. Since the elemental abilities fired were just fireballs, ice lances, wind blades, and those kinds of low-tide abilities, they were able to keep spamming them without worrying too much about their energy consumption. They might be small and low-tiered, but those abilities sure pack a punch if they directly landed on a bloodliner. This led the Canadian frontliners to struggle into advancing, as their entire focus was put on dodging those abilities. They might be shielded and protected, but they knew that if the shield took too much damage, it would end up breaking and they would be required to return next to their buffer to get shielded again. Upon seeing their struggle, Felix chuckled in amusement as he thought, I should be nice and give them 5 of the package's content. Felix Focus Chapter 268 Against the Argentinian team. Hearing Olivia's voice, Felix turned around and saw that the Argentinian captain was rushing towards them with clear fervor and excitement written all over his face. To his sides, he had those 2 morphed bloodliners. One had wooden-like drills instead of arms, and the other kept slithering on the ground akin to a serpent. Not one of them was carrying an external weapon, as everything was banned besides using one's own abilities. Thus, those 3 bloodliners had to fight against Noah's ice mace that weighed almost a ton. That's only if they managed to make it in one piece. As the moment Adam felt confident in his aim to land his Hellfire salvo with them without losing most of the molten rocks to the trees in his way, he waved both of his hands down and sent those molten rocks flying rapidly at those 3. Boom boom. Dodge at all cost, the Argentinian captain screamed loudly while rolling out of those molten rocks' path. which were raining down on them akin to a mini-meteor shower. His teammates didn't want to test the limit of their shields by playing around with fire, so they gave up on their advancement and hid behind trees, using them as cover. However, they didn't just hide there and wait to get bombarded again, as the elemental rangers decided to return the favor by throwing their abilities all together, aiming at the backlines, where Felix was standing with Olivia, Lexi, and Lena. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing a bunch of elemental abilities falling in their direction, Felix and the girls gave up on their positioning as they spread out swiftly and took cover behind the nearest tree. Boom bam. Frightened, Olivia sat behind a tree with her hands covering her ears, trying to block the loud noise of explosions happening near her. Anyone in her position would feel like they were thrown in the middle of an active war zone, where grenades were exploding each second non-stop. Felix, who was feeling satisfied by Olivia dodging by herself for the first time ever, sighed in vexation at the sight of her closing her ears and eyes with a scared expression, appearing like a kitten in the rain. Well, at least her feet moved this time instead of freezing as always. In the end, Felix was still a bit content with her small improvement. A few seconds later, the barrage had ended, taking with it 2 innocent trees as they were utterly scorched black. Not hearing any more noise, Olivia opened her eyes and peeked with one eye warily. Soon, she noticed that Noah and Nathan were already moving up in direction of the Argentinian captain and those 2 frontliners, while Noah just kept running forward recklessly while dragging the ice mace behind him. Nathan was using his kangaroo's legs to hop from a tree branch to another. Since the distance was already quite close between the front lines, it didn't take even a couple of seconds before Noah and Nathan met up with their foes. "Brother Noel, take care of those 2 while I am holding the captain," Nathan informed while bending his knees to limit on a branch, appearing like he was building momentum. The moment he noticed Noah's head nod, he hurled himself with his bronze metallic fist glazing forward fiercely. His target, the Argentinian captain, who noticed his attack beforehand and was currently using a tree to block Nathan's attempt. Boom crush. Alas, the Argentinian captain didn't expect Nathan's punch to be powerful and forceful enough to rupture the thick stem of the tree from half. And landing a straight punch in his chest, it might have lost most of its force due to the tree taking the brunt of it. But a straight punch from Nathan's metallic bronze skin, which enhanced his physical strength by at least 400 BF, was enough to make the captain groan in pain. FCK, that hurts. Still clasping into his bruised area, which was sending waves of pain constantly. The Argentinian captain backrolled with his human hands and stood back up. The instant he noticed that Nathan was rubbing his bloodied fist with a pained expression, he knew that he didn't get out of this scuffle unscratched. "Heh, that was totally not worth it for you," the Argentinian captain sneered, as he pointed at his exposed bruised area that was in the process of recovering its healthy tan skin. Based on the speed of the process, Nathan figured out easily that the passive, which was doing so, must be from a Tier 2 bloodline. This meant the captain was already first stage bloodliner with 1 passive while he was still not even in the origin purity yet. But he didn't feel worried in the slightest, as he had full confidence in Noah's strength to brutalize those 2 and come assist him. He was just tasked with holding the captain down, not defeating him. "Oli, please heal me up," he requested while entering a boxing posture again, hopping on his place like a kangaroo. Alas, if it wasn't for the lily flower on top of his head, he would have appeared quite dashing instead of comical. But he was already numb to the feeling of embarrassment and simply enjoyed having his fist getting caressed by gentle green energy. "Not in my watch," the Argentinian captain shouted as he charged forward in a ferocious manner. Seeing so, Nathan was left with no choice but to combat him, although his bloodied knuckles were still not healed yet. Bam bam, slice punches, kicks, and even those bestial claws got into the action as everything those 2 possessed was being used to get an advantage over the other. Bruises and bloodied flesh wounds were being stacked on their bodies, as those 2 kept going at it wildly without using any techniques. It wasn't like Nathan didn't learn any boxing techniques to facilitate his combat experience, but the Argentinian captain was fighting savagely, not bothering with defending at all. He just went full ham on Nathan, forcing him into his own pace. Nathan knew that he couldn't afford to fight him in such fast-paced combat as the wounds which were building up underneath his metallic skin, were not healing faster than the Argentina captain after all. Olivia's external healing would never beat recovering using one's own ability, hence Nathan's situation could be seen by everyone that he was losing the fight and pretty fast. If it wasn't for his metallic skin somewhat protecting him, he would have already been done for by a single hack from those sharp claws. Upon noticing Nathan's deteriorating situation, Noah tightened his grip on the ice mace as he whipped it from the side at one of his foes, wanting to end this battle quickly and go assist him. Alas, just like before, the bloodliner smirked with an unworried expression while twisting his body from his waist. This action resulted in his upper body leaning 90 degrees backward, dodging the ice mace effortlessly. From Noah's expression, which was showing signs of irritation and impatience, it was clear that he was being played like this since the moment he started fighting those two bloodliners. "What's wrong, Slowpoke, you tired yet?" The flexible man laughed in ridicule, while gesturing for Noah to come at him with his finger. Alas, Noah wasn't provoked into doing so, but turned around and dashed towards the other bloodliner, who was trying his best to look for an opening and ambush Noah with his dreadful drill-like arms. Seeing that Noah was coming at him, the bloodliner pointed his wooden drill at a branch on top of him and said with a smile, "Don't you learn?" As he spoke, the wooden drill unrolled on itself rapidly before extending upward and started rolling on the branch. Feeling the tightened grip, the bloodliner waved his other hand mockingly at Noah and was dragged upward. Alas, just as the flexible man wanted to laugh again, Noah did a semi-turn to build up momentum and threw the ice mace in direction of the man, who was still being dragged in the air. Whoosh, scared shitless by the fast-approaching ice mace that could explode his head akin to watermelon, the man guarded his face reflexively with the remaining arm, though he didn't have to as the transparent shield was still active on him. Boom! Both the ice mace and the barrier exploded immediately after contact, making both the bloodliners and their Argentinian teammates sigh in relief. They completely forgot that by Noah throwing his ice mace, it was considered as an elemental projectile, and those transparent barriers were able to block only projectiles, but not up-close and physical abilities. That's why they appeared transparent, like they weren't even there. However, Noah didn't look bothered in the slightest by his failure, as he knew that a teammate, who was always watching their battles, was going to take advantage of that slight opening. Poof! As he expected, a bloodish red bomb exploded immediately on the chest of the bloodliner, who lost his barrier, making him look with a dumbstruck expression at the red mist encasing him. Alas, by the time that image was sent to his brain, the poison was already inhaled by him and took effect. Thud! The instant he lost consciousness, his morphing ability withdrew back, forcing him to drop on the ground quite badly. Noah gave Felix a thump up with his back facing him. He then dashed towards the motionless body and grabbed him by his back collar. Without a single ounce of emotion in his face, Noah lifted him in front of his face and headbutted him right in the forehead. The viewers, the Argentinian team, and even his teammates soon started looking at him, massaging his forehead speechlessly. If you can't handle headbutting someone, why do it in the first place? Chapter 269. Noah taking matter into his own hands. However, they didn't hang into it for long, as they could see that Nathan was being forced into retreating while focusing entirely on defense. Before long, his defense would crumble and those claws would ruin his face, or worse, take his life away. The Argentinian captain seemed like he didn't even notice that his teammate was caught, as his bloodshot eyes were focusing only on Nathan while striking him in a frenzy. Upon seeing that sight, Noah did the unexpected, as he placed the passed-out bloodliner on his shoulder and rushed towards the Argentinian captain with a new manifested ice mace in his hand. Oh no! Shivers coursed at the back of the Argentinian teammates. At this sight, they foresaw an ugly outcome that wouldn't please their captain one bit. "FCK, come back here and fight me!" the flexible man yelled in worry as he chased after Noah. Too bad, he was a tad too slow, as the moment Noah reached behind the Argentinian captain, he clutched the collar of the passed-out bloodliner and used him as a human shield. Then he swung his ice mace at the back of the Argentinian captain. Whoosh! With uncanny bestial reflexes, the captain narrowly dodged the strike. After hearing the sound of the wind produced by the mace, captain stop. The flexible man, who knew what was about to come next, screamed in his mind, Alas! The queen merely delivered his voice with her monotonous voice, removing any source of agitation. Thus, he watched in utter horrification, his captain retaliating instantly by swiping his right claw behind his back without even looking. The claw ripped the bloodliner's stomach without a single ounce of resistance, appearing like a knife passing through butter. Tsh buckets of blood gushed from a deep long cut. The viewers managed to notice the gross-looking guts. Some viewers even vomited on their screens in revulsion. However, the ones closest to this scene weren't affected in the slightest, as Noah merely let go of the bloodliner while putting his ice mace on top of the stunned captain's head. The bloodliner was caught in the arms of the stupefied captain. He ought to feel that way, as his face was stained with the blood of his teammate and best friend. Not in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his claws would be spelling such a disaster upon his best friend, whom he spent months and months training with from a camp to another. His rationality was coming back akin to a tide, removing all of those bloodthirsty thoughts that were caused by his passive blood frenzy. He wasn't fighting with a deranged expression and giving up on defense for no reason. It was due to this passive that forced him into that state. The more wounds his claws had caused, he never bothered to stop himself from entering that state because he couldn't feel pain in it. That was always a bonus in battles. But now he regretted unlocking such a cursed passive that robbed him of his rationality. If he were awake, he would have heard his ally's message. If he had his rationality, he would have retreated and regrouped with the flexible man instead of instantaneously counterattacking without even King turning his back. So many ifs were coursing in his mind in such a short amount of time. He didn't even feel Noah's mace placed on his head. Noah simply moved his mace back and forth once, and the chillness of ice was more than enough to awaken the Argentinian captain from his stupor. After raising his head and noticing Noah's expressionless face towering over him, he knew that his life had just been spared. He wasn't stupid to not understand that Noah had more than enough time to splinter his head into fragments during his 2 seconds days. As the captain of the team, the moment he was put in this situation, surrender was the only way forward unless he was begging for an international embarrassment or death. Plus, his teammate's life wasn't completely lost as he was still worth trying to save him. Hence, the Argentinian captain shouted while carrying his teammate in his arms, "We give up, Elijah. Come heal Juan fast." Upon hearing so, the Argentinians dashed towards their captain with a worried expression clouding their faces. Kenny, who was standing behind the backlines waiting for the perfect opportunity to ambush the healer or the buffer, didn't know what to do anymore after seeing them getting marked with red X. Walton, who just made it in time behind them, was also left stunned. Like them, no one anticipated this twist that ended the battle just when it was getting heated. Heck, Felix was just about to pop off his 4th active ability to save Nathan since he didn't see any other solution. His poison abilities were useless against their barriers and he didn't dare to leave the girl's side, since he noticed that the Argentinian assassin was hiding quite far behind their back. Since Johnson was out of gas, Kenny leaving the team to assassinate, and Walton aiming for a flank, Felix was literally left with only Adam and the girls. Adam was already busy being the only elemental ranger in the team, and Felix didn't want to leave him the job to protect the girls as well. Yet, who would have thought that Noah didn't bother to wait for Felix's interference, as he took matters into his own hands. Forget about saving Nathan, he even forced the battle to end all alone. Felix knew that Noah didn't do it by luck, but it was a planned-out move. He realized that Noah might have noticed the frenzied state of the captain, and took advantage of it. After all, Noah didn't need the bloodliner to shield him from the attack, as he could dodge independently. Regardless, he did so to make the captain lose focus after he sees that he had actually put his own teammate on the verge of death. By then Noah didn't even need to voice his threat, as the mace lying on top of the captain's head was more than enough to get the job done. Everything was planned out by Noah, and played out perfectly, even better than what Felix had in mind. Good shit, Noah. Well done. Nice one. Felix and the rest started sending Noah messages, praising him with thumbs up. Alas, Noah didn't seem like he cared as he went to Nathan, who was beaten black and blue, and supported him to stand up. "Thank you. You," Nathan said while coughing up small amounts of blood from his lips. It looked like his internal organs were damaged pretty badly as well. Upon seeing the disastrous situation Nathan was in, Olivia bolted towards him with a frantic look. The rest followed after her. "Put him down on the ground." "Impatient," Olivia said while plucking a petal from her lily flower. Seeing that Nathan was lying on his back, she placed the flower on his bare chest and said softly, "Restoration cocoon." The moment she activated her peak active ability, the petal on Nathan's chest started to emit a greenish aura that kept spreading wider and wider until his entire body was encased in it. Then, the greenish aura did its wonders by entering Nathan's body in each inhale and healing his damaged internal organs from within. He kept inhaling green particles while exhaling gray ones. Yet, Olivia didn't stop just there as she activated her Lily's blessing as well, which made her heal Noah's and Nathan's flesh wounds. However, Noah swiftly unplucked the lily flower from his head since he wasn't hurt as badly as Nathan. He didn't want Olivia to waste energy on him lest she ends up exhausted while Nathan was still not fully back in shape. After seeing that Nathan's wounds were healing and his pained expression was relieved somewhat, Felix turned to the Argentinian team's direction and noticed that they were having some difficulty closing up the cut. It was too deep for their healer to close it fast, and he could see that the girl was trying her best. If he could see so, it meant that Olivia was also noticed it. However, since her teammates were her priority, she merely pushed the guilty feeling that was eating her heart up and focused on Nathan's treatment. Her peak ability, Restoration Cocoon, was the perfect healing ability from a lower-tiered bloodline since it could restore a man on the verge of death to peak form again. However, the energy consumption was monstrous, and in her current state, she couldn't take care of two at the same time. Sorry. Olivia merely chewed on her lips while looking at the other side, trying her best to avoid the sight of Juan's suffering. Meanwhile, the American's team Chet didn't appear as excited and thrilled after the Argentinian team surrendered. They didn't even get to enjoy the feeling of winning or the plays happening in the battle before the atmosphere turned gloomy and tense quickly. It just didn't seem proper for the MCs to try and hype it up while there was literally a man struggling to survive. From the hints of despair written on the Argentinian captain's face, they realized that Juan was most likely not to make it in time before the extraction crew arrives. Our dearest condolences are sent to the Argentinian team and their countrymen. Kenny, go unlock the chest and try to find healing substances. Jana's saddened proclamation was interrupted by Felix's order as he pointed his finger at the dying man and said, "Give them enough to sustain him until the extraction crew makes it up here." Kenny nodded his head and rushed rapidly towards the package that was positioned tens of meters behind them. After reaching its side and opening it up, he rummaged through the boxes, which had different element logos, food logos, and such until he spotted a needle logo on it. He took the box out and rushed towards the Argentinians' team. After they saw what he was carrying, they opened the path for him to pass through and reach Alicia and Juan, who were currently surrounded by light particles. "Use this," Kenny said as he opened the box and showed her 10 needles filled with a green substance. Since there wasn't enough time to act politely, Alicia straightaway picked a needle and injected the content into John's bloodstream. She then injected 2 more near the area of the wound. Only after, so did she start feeling John's shallow heartbeat stabilizing and even increase slightly. The green substance might be a cheap product and mostly used on commoners, but it was good enough to deal with Juan's condition temporarily if the quantity increased. After his condition had stabilized, Alicia now had the time to focus on closing the wound properly. Her teammates and the Argentinian citizen both sighed in relief at sight. They knew that Juan would be alright until the extraction team arrives. "Thank you for the help truly." The Argentinian captain went to Kenny and clutched his hand tightly with clear appreciation and relief in his eyes. Chapter 270. They just keep coming. Noah might be the one who made him put his friend on the verge of death, but the Argentinian captain understood that this was a competition, and he would have done the same if he ended in Noah's situation. So he neither blamed the US team nor felt any goodwill towards them. But after receiving their timely help, his respect for them had increased tenfolds. He understood that by surrendering, his team was out of the competition. Thus, even if he knew that the package had healing substances, he wasn't allowed to get them. Hence, He was extremely grateful that the US team didn't just stand there and watch their teammate die, just to hold into those healing substances, which were extremely important in this competition. One stabilizing situation was more than enough proof. Alas, what he didn't know was that Felix had helped them not out of his kindness and goodwill, but simply because he didn't want to see Olivia's guilty expression. He knew that if John ended up dead, she would blame it on herself, and he didn't want to hear her moping about it for the next 6 days. Plus, his assistance was going to make him and his team get extra points from the supervisors, who were watching everything in the competition. Felix knew that getting the flag was merely a requirement that was put in the open to gaslight everyone. The real requirement for making it in the Earthlings team were the actions, behaviors, interactions, and everything a bloodliner did before getting the flag, and was going to do after getting it. Those were the real hidden requirements, which weren't told to the bloodliners in order to stay true to their personality instead of faking it to fool the supervisors for points. Since Felix was aiming for the captainship of the Earthlings team, everything that he did was going to count in the final result. Don't thank me. Kenny shrugged his shoulders while pointing at Felix. I am just following orders. Upon hearing so, the Argentinian captain turned in direction of Felix, wanting to show him his appreciation, but he noticed that Felix was not even looking at them. Instead, he was staring at the empty woods behind him. So annoying. They just keep coming and coming. Felix scratched his chin in irritation at the sight of 10 humanoid red auras approaching them rapidly. Before, he did notice that 11 teams had made it to the fog. However, only 10 entered it and the remaining 1 stood outside. Felix believed that they were going to retreat since it was pretty normal that not everyone was going to get baited inside the fog. However, it turned out that the team was merely waiting for the perfect chance to make their move. Upon noticing that they were about to arrive under 30 seconds, Felix ordered Noah to bring the package next to Nathan. As long as the cocoon was active, he shouldn't be touched in the slightest. If someone did so, the green energy would spread and turn him into a cocoon as well. That would further increase the energy consumption of Olivia. Felix preferred fighting the next battle with both Nathan and the package next to each other. Without questions asked, Noah went and lifted the silver metallic package, which was probably weighing half a ton at a bare minimum, making it seem quite easy. Thud after Noah placed it down, Felix looked with his infrared vision at the Canadian team and the Philippines team, who were fighting quite a far distance from them. They were still moving further and further due to the Philippines team's strategy of retreating back while using elemental salvo as their main fire pour. Thus, none of them knew what happened here, and the never-ending noise of the Philippines team's elemental barrage made it almost impossible for them to hear anything else. Guess it's just us. Felix sighed while looking at his teammates. Nathan was in nowhere shape to fight. Johnson was as useless as Nathan without energy. This meant they were already down by 2 without adding the fact that everyone's energy was probably at 50 or so. They couldn't even use the energy stones to recover it even if they found some stones related to their element in the package. That's due to their low affinity rating. With Felix 100 affinity rating, the absorption is almost instantaneous. However, for them, it will take a couple of seconds to minutes based on their affinity rating. For example, Johnson had a 48 affinity rating, which meant he would take at minimum a full minute to absorb fully just 1 medium-grade stone. This would utmost give him an extra 5 energy. Felix didn't bother ordering them to check the package for energy stones, as he could see that the 10 humanoid auras were already here. They were merely hiding 30 meters or so away from his team, just like he saw them. The American viewers also did, and they couldn't help but curse at their screen after seeing that the England team was the one sneaking up to their team. Meanwhile, behind a medium-sized rock that growing green moss on it, Sandra was lying on her stomach while glancing from the corner of the rock at the sight of the US team gathering around Nathan, waiting for him to heal up, just as she tried to look at her teammates, who were each hiding in a different position near him. She quivered in fright after her eye landed straight on Felix's golden triangle pupil. She gulped a mouthful as she swiftly withdrew her head back, not daring to peek again. Sandra, what's wrong? William asked telepathically after noticing her peculiar behavior. I think that I have just made eye contact with the U.S. captain, she informed him with her chest beating wildly. That's impossible. The stout man interjected in their conversation. We are hiding pretty skillfully and outside of even a legendary Tier 1 vision ability range. Alas, by the time his mind message was sent to everyone, he saw that Felix was walking in their direction with a wary expression. After William noticed this, he swiftly ordered them to withdraw their heads and avoid getting found. Too bad. The noise Felix kept making as he walked on burnt-down trees, cracked branches and leaves, kept resounding in their ears thunderously, especially William, who was sensitive to sounds. Step by step, meter by meter, he was getting nearer. They didn't know what to do else besides hiding and hope that his wariness towards this place gets seethed soon and leave them alone. Unfortunately, he didn't stop. Captain, what do we do? Our ambush chance is going to get ruined, the stout man asked in agitation. New plan. William closed his eyes, making his ash-free eyelashes quiver slightly. He listened to the sound of Felix's footsteps carefully and soon informed. He is 20 meters away from us. If he stepped into 10 meters, we will take him down and force out a surrender. By then, both the tracker and the package will be ours. After hearing so, his teammates' eyes brightened up as they realized that they were looking through things with tunnel vision. They planned for a while now to make their ambush as perfect as possible, which led them to forget that as long as Felix walked up to them by himself, they didn't even need to make an elaborated plan. They could just collapse on him as 10 and overpower him in their minds. He was literally handing them a free win without putting in an effort. Felix, where are you going? Olivia asked out loud with a hint of worry in her tone. I think I saw something here. Felix knitted his eyebrows in wariness and shouted back. It might be just an animal, but it won't hurt to check. Although he was speaking, his feet never stopped advancing towards the rock where Sandra was hiding behind. You deserve an Oscar for this crappy act you trying to pull. Asna suddenly chuckled in his mind. Well, it's not like I can tell everyone that I saw a team hiding 30 meters from us. Felix chuckled in his mind while looking at the 10 humanoids auras crouching akin to panthers, rearing to prey on him. Let's bully them for a bit. Felix smirked faintly at the sight just when his feet finally landed on the 10 meters mark. Immediately after, Felix backrolled instinctively, evading a water whip that emerged from the dirt and wanted to latch into his feet. Alas, that whip was merely one of the tens of abilities thrown in his direction simultaneously. Whoosh, boom, boom, lighting spears, icy bullets, water whips, flaming weapons, and to top it all, gray sound waves in the shape of bats. Everything assaulted Felix at the same time, ending up raising a humongous cloud of dirt and dust. The viewers held their breath with their eyes widened, feeling a bit difficult to process the sight before them. Their tremulous emotions were understandable, as Felix was literally bombarded with an elemental salvo without Lena's water bubble on him. Chapter 271 One-sided beat down. The viewers were feeling edgy the entire time. Felix was getting closer and closer to the England team, and no matter how loud they screamed at their screen for him to back off and group up with his team, nothing changed. Now they looked with an aghast expression and hands clasped on top of their heads at the cloud of dirt rising after the successful bombardment. Felix, Olivia yelled in fright as she bolted from her position. Alas, before she moved a couple of steps forward, her back collar was latched into by Lena, stopping her in her place. Let me go. Olivia spoke with a bit of difficulty as the collar of her jacket was choking her. Calm down, Oli. He is fine. Lena sent a message with an imperturbable expression. Don't forget that he's still got his peak ability. Upon remembering Felix showing it to them after the gathering and how busted it was, Olivia regained her wits back and stopped struggling to escape. Instead, she looked at the cloud of dust that was settling down just like everyone in the area. Soon, the wind carried the dust away, exposing slowly a shadow that was a bit hunched down akin to an old man supported by his cane. The moment the sunlight touched the shadow, everyone was left slackjawed at the sight of a Felix with his clothes slightly ripped apart, exposing dark green scales, which were reflecting the sunlight akin to smooth mirrors. Those dark green scales were covering his entire skin, even his face, making him resemble a humanoid serpent. Yet, That wasn't all, as his nails were transformed into long, sharp, dark purple claws while his fangs got longer and were protruding from his closed-shut mouth. The only resemblance that was left to the old Felix were his eyes, hair, and tail. The rest completely morphed. "I can't believe it," Mitchell screamed in shock. "Is that a FC King's semimorphing ability?" The viewers who knew what he meant all reacted in that same manner. However, the majority of the viewers were clueless about the difficulty of unlocking this ability or the implication of getting it. Mitchell didn't hesitate to enlighten them with an agitated voice. Semimorphing is the best morphing ability a bloodliner could unlock in the active abilities pool. Not a single morphing ability could topple over it. Although Mitchell told them that it was the best morphing ability, the viewers were still having difficulty gauging how much strength it was going to provide Felix and in what manner. In Noah's case, anyone could guess what his Yeti's arms could do and could not do. However, in Felix's case, they could clearly see through his ripped-apart clothes that his entire body was affected by morphing. So how much boost did he receive exactly? This question coursed every viewer's mind while looking at Felix cracking his neck casually like he didn't just get bombarded by tens of abilities. Soon, Felix brought down his clawed hand while grinning slightly at the looks of disbelief affixed on the faces of the England team. He could see their red hearts beating out of their chest, and he had a feeling that if he wanted, their hearts would be in his hand in less than a second. However, Felix removed that thought from his mind as he used his fourth active ability to give himself an excuse for his abnormal strength. After all, he was already strong enough to beat the crap of everyone in the competition without even the need for the tremendous enhancement that he received after morphing. "I guess 5 strength will do the trick." Whoosh! The moment Felix thought so, he took a step forward. Then he disappeared from his place, leaving only the sound of wind. "Careful, Sanda!" alarmed William yelled in his mind immediately after noticing the chaotic air vibration heading in Sandra's direction. Alas, Sandra's reflexes weren't fast enough to move instantaneously after hearing the warning. She merely managed to blink her eyes once before she felt a slight pain in the back of her neck. Then darkness. She fainted immediately since she was already in a lying position. Her head merely touched the dirt, unmoving like the rest of her body. "Prepare your abilities. I will put him to sleep." Before the England team could start to worry about her, William sent a mind message while activating his peak ability. He extended his arm straight and watched 4 long thin strings manifesting from his shoulder to his 5 fingers. Each gray string was attached to a finger. This made it appear like he turned his arm into a violin. Thud-thud. Thud. 4 more dropped into the ground by the time those strings were fully connected. Throughout all of this, no one managed to spot even Felix's shadow. He was moving so fast. Even first-stage bloodliners were having difficulty following his movement with their eyes. Don't even mention the commoners watching the stream. They only saw the aftermath of his speed as the branches kept snapping and leaves flying in the air akin to a whirlwind passing by. Thank God that William was a sound elementalist, since no matter how fast Felix moved, as long as he didn't surpass the speed of sound, William was able to locate his position and his direction by the air vibration. "Shit, he is aiming at me." Upon hearing the chaotic air vibration heading towards him, William knew that he didn't have a split second to overthink. Thus, he swiftly placed his fingers on the strings and started playing them with his eyes closed shut. A soothing tone immediately began to resonate in the area, resembling a lullaby tone played to put children to sleep. The England viewers and the commentators, who saw slumber tone in play many times before, couldn't help but sigh in relief. They knew that Felix would straightaway be put to sleep after hearing this tone, since it was apparent that he neither had his ears plugged in like the England team or had a mental shield. The best part, as long as William kept playing the tone, Felix wouldn't wake up. This was just the first tone. If it wasn't for this unique fighting style, he wouldn't have been nicknamed the Maestro of England. What in the world? Impossible. How too bad. Their confidence was shattered immediately after noticing that Felix had suddenly popped out 1 meter in front of William without any signs of sleepiness in his face. Heck, he was nodding his head to the beat with his arms crossed on his chest, showing an expression of enjoyment. Impossible. Why isn't he getting affected? William couldn't help but lose his gentleman composure as his expression turned quite unsightly. Even with his eyes closed shut, he could sense Felix standing right in front of him. However, he still didn't give up and stop playing. In fact, He changed the tone from soothing to a wild one, releasing visible gray sound waves from his strings. Phew. The gray sound waves passed through Felix's upper body, ripping his clothes up even more and slicing the branches behind him with a clean line. Yet Felix, the ability's main target, wasn't even scratched. The green scales remained as gleaming as ever. You pass. Your element and abilities are quite useful for the Earthlings team. Deciding that he showed more than enough, Felix placed a hand on William's shoulder and patted him with a satisfied smile. Before William could comprehend what he meant, Felix hit him swiftly in his back neck, making his eyes roll instantly. Seeing that he was about to fall in the other direction, Felix caught him by his collar and dragged him to the dumbfounded stout man, who had just finished morphing into a clay golem. Take him and scram from my sight before I change my mind about keeping you in the competition. Felix threw William casually towards the stout man and turned around. Then, he started walking at a normal pace from within the England team's formation, utterly nonchalant to their active elemental abilities. They also didn't dare to fire at him after seeing their captain and other teammates' fate. Felix made it pretty clear by his actions that he had more than enough strength to brutalize them and send them packing home. But he showed them mercy since he wanted William to still have a chance at joining the Earthlings team. After all, sound elementalists were useful in team-based battles and the planetary games were nothing but that thank you in the end. The stout man broke off his daze and nodded his head in appreciation at Felix. He then carried William and ordered his teammate to carry the rest. Felix left exactly 5 of them so they could carry the other passed out 5. He didn't straightaway aim for William as he wanted to show them first the disparity in strength, so they wouldn't have any second thoughts about getting close to his team again. In addition, he already popped out his 4th active ability and he wanted to give the supervisors a tiny taste of his hidden strength. He had to do so. Otherwise, Slavia would always be considered the first candidate for the captainship of the Earthlings team. Felix had no issues giving off the captainship of the Maxwell team or even the national team. However, for the Earthlings team that was a different story. As Felix walked step by step, the dark green scales, fangs, and even the unused claws were withdrawing back in his body. By the time he reached the package, he was back to normal, showing his trademark easygoing smile. Upon seeing him come from a 1vs10 without a scratch on, his teammates couldn't help but show him double thumbs up for the effort. They were pretty cool-headed about the situation as they were expecting nothing less from Felix, especially when they already saw his semimorphing after the gathering and tasted some of it. However, others' reactions weren't even close to that as both the American and the England viewers just kept staring at their screens in an utter stupor. They were having difficulty comprehending how one could be so fast, so strong, immune to mental abilities and elemental abilities at the same seeking time. How could others fight him? How could the England team even have a shot at taking him down? He was literally a god walking among men in this competition. How the FCK could others live after meeting him before? They were slightly questioning Michiel's hype on the semimorphing ability. But after this clear demonstration of bullying they felt like he didn't hype it enough. Chapter 272. The supervisors back in Berlin. On the top floor of a modern 10-story building, hundreds of supervisors sat each in front of holographic screens showing a team stream. Some streams were showing battles for the package, while some were showing teams getting extracted by helicopters. What mattered was that the entire competition was under the supervision of those people, and any slight movement was being watched, studied, and noted. In front of those supervisors, Mr. Rodriguez and the organization's vice president were standing with their hands folded behind their backs. Their attention was fully captured by a giant screen displaying the Russian team against the Chinese team. In the middle of their battle, a silver package could be seen implanted in the ground. Gang Y might need to walk away from this package if he can't find a method to reach Slavia. Mr. Rodriguez said solemnly. I doubt any junior in the competition is capable of touching Slavia while she is in the air. The vice president said. Indeed, those butterfly wings mutation are truly a game breaker in this competition. Sir, you have to see this. A sudden loud request interrupted their conversation. Mr. Rodriguez turned around and saw a stirred supervisor pointing his finger at his small screen. Mr. Rodriguez waved his hand as he ordered. Play it on the big screen. The moment the supervisor received permission, he sent his hologram to the giant screen. Soon, the Slavia image fluttering in the air as she evaded projectiles thrown at her was replaced with the US team's image. They were shown carrying the package while walking away from the destroyed area. Only the Argentinian team and the Angola team could be seen from the stream's corner, waiting in their places for extraction. "Oh, the US team has secured the package," the vice president praised. "Not bad." However, the supervisor didn't want to show this as he swiftly replayed the scene of Felix's battle against the England team. "Sirs, please watch and give me your personal evaluation, as I can't pinpoint how many points I should reward Captain Felix after his battle," he requested with an agitated voice. "I see, Mr. Rodriguez nodded his head and ordered with his back facing the supervisor. "Play it." The supervisor immediately unpaused the replay and started watching with a thrilled expression even though he already saw the fight live. Boom! Boom! The replay started right when Felix had received a direct bombardment from the England team. The sight made the two middle-aged men raise an eyebrow in surprise as they clearly saw before that Felix couldn't be healthier anymore. This made it easy to conclude that Felix had survived the bombardment. Upon seeing how deadly it was, they began to wonder about the method used to survive it. They didn't have to wait long as Felix soon emerged with dark green scales covering his body, shocking them greatly. He actually unlocked a semimorphing ability while having a legendary bloodline, the vice president exclaimed in shock and excitement. How strong will it be before the other two could respond? The answer to the vice president was shown in high resolution as the instant Felix made a move. The battle had turned one-sided without any way for the England team to resist or fight back. Elemental abilities useless. Mental abilities also useless, and there wasn't a need to talk about physical abilities, as the England team was barely capable of seeing Felix's movement. One ability had solely brought a team led by the fourth ranker in the elites list down to their knees. That's what appeared in their eyes. If only they knew that Felix was merely using 5 of his strength so as to not end up killing William and the rest with a single slap. After a couple of seconds, they saw Felix letting the England team walk away without removing them from the competition simply because of William's element. Then, he deactivated his morphing and went to group up with his teammates. The other team's supervisors swiftly lowered their heads and focused on their work after noticing that the replay was over. It was merely a few seconds long, so they didn't miss anything crucial in their team stream. Now that's a F-seeking proper show of a legendary bloodline's strength thrilled. The vice president let out a booming laugh. His excitement was understandable as Felix, being stronger, only meant that the Earthlings team would have more chances of gaining victory against their peers. Barriers were always his Achilles heel since his poison can't reach inside. Even his pillar's ability was utterly useless against them. Mr. Rodriguez smiled widely for the first time. But with this semimorphing ability, this changes everything. The vice president nodded his head in agreement while watching Felix order Kenny to send 1 box of healing substance and 1 box of food to the Canadian team. Then, he went with everyone to pick up their hidden camping bags from a marked tree. The supervisor suddenly paused the replay and asked, "Should I play the replays before the US team had taken care of 8 teams solo?" The England team was merely the last one. Upon hearing so, the 2 middle-aged men each showed a sign of surprise. When they saw only a few teams were next to the package, they thought that was mostly everyone who participated in the package's battle. However, it turned out that the other teams got eliminated way earlier than the rest. But, after seeing Felix's semimorphing ability, they didn't think that would be hard to achieve. Play them from the start. Alas, the moment they saw that Felix actually never used more than his poison bombs and that the eliminations were actually due to teamwork and synergies, they were left in astonishment and admiration. They were astonished by the team as a whole and admired Felix's leadership and conservative nature. After all, they saw that he could have morphed and gone full ham on everyone due to his heightened defenses, which made him resistant to possibly everything. Yet, he decided to save it as a last resort and let the team shine instead. In their eyes, that decision was the best to make, since in this competition everyone was marked individually based on his performance. You see, every supervisor here was responsible for evaluating a team's performance by rewarding points or reducing them. since every supervisor had signed a strict contract forbidding them from being biased and unfair in their evaluations. Every bloodliner's total points were affected purely by his performance. Felix knew this all along. He remembered the shock it brought to the viewers and the participants when Mr. Rodriguez had revealed after the competition that the top 100 bloodliner with the most points would be chosen as a representative instead of the flag holders, of course. Getting a flag wasn't all useless, as every flag was worth 100 points. This meant if a flag holder went and performed well, his position was secured in the Earthlings team. However, the same couldn't be applied for the ones who got a flag and decided to lay low or stopped bothering to put their full strength into helping their team getting their own flags as well. Those bloodliners would have their points reduced, which meant they would get surpassed by those without flags. Felix wanted to give his teammates a shot to perform and get as many points as possible. They sure shined as Johnson, Noah, and Olivia made Mr. Rodriguez and the rest nod their heads in satisfaction and appreciation for their talents. Especially Johnson, he truly shone over the rest within the fog. Before long, the scene was back to when the England team was sneaking on the US team. The supervisor paused it and said, "I believe that I have given proper points to the rest. However, for Captain Felix, I didn't dare to mark his performance, especially after showing his peak active ability." Mr. Rodriguez extended one finger in his direction, implying that he needs a minute of silence. Looking at his closed eyes as he rested his hand on his bearded chin, no one dared to interrupt his thought process. They knew that Mr. Rodriguez already had in mind to make Slavia the captain of the Earthlings team, and no one was actually complaining since there was truly no one that could contest with her for the position. Even Felix, with his legendary bloodline, had been taken into careful consideration before. Still, he didn't change Mr. Rodriguez's favoritism at Slavia. However, after this new display, Mr. Rodriguez's belief was shaken. Felix had shown exactly that he had what Slavia possessed, whether in planning, leadership, looking at the bigger picture, and more. He even went and showed that he was strong enough to take care of an elite team all by himself, something that no one was capable of doing in the competition. Even Slavia was far from reaching that level. This tipped the balance to Felix's favor, and everyone could see it. Not just Mr. Rodriguez. The supervisor responsible for the US team didn't dare to rate Felix's performance and give it appropriate points, because he believed that it would be way higher than Slavia's. It was evident to all that the president of the ESG organization was looking favorably to her, hence he would rather let Mr. Rodriguez mark Felix's performance personally. It wasn't against the rules to do so since Mr. Rodriguez was the organization's president and signed the same strict contract as them. After waiting for a while, Mr. Rodriguez opened his eyes and informed calmly, "Reward him 100 points for everything he had done since the instant the package had landed," just as the vice president wanted to advise Mr. Rodriguez to increase it since it was pretty underwhelming compared to Felix's performance. He heard him carry on, and 100 more for his battle against the England team. SSSSSSSSSSS. Everyone drew a cold breath in shock at such a large amount given all at once. For a single battle they ought to feel shocked, as the supervisors never rewarded more than 50 PS to a junior. He is strong enough to go against one of the best teams in the competition all by himself. Mr. Rodriguez said, "Any junior who could do the same will be rewarded with the same amount." Upon hearing so, the US team's supervisor swiftly clicked on Felix's name written at the side of the screen and typed 200 PS. After doing so, Felix's name jumped from 19th on a list that included all of the team's bloodliners to number 1. Wanting to see how the new list looked like, Mr. Rodriguez requested in his mind, "Queen, please put the list on the side of the large screen." Rank 1 Felix Maxwell. Total points 220 PS. Rank 2 Slavia Ivanov. Total points 99 PS. Rank 3 Hina Suzuki. Total points 87 PS. Rank 4 Leo Bridges. Total points 51 PS. Rank 5 Zhang Wei. Total points 51 PS. Rank 6 Maria Oliveira. Total points 45 PS. Rank 21 Adavacharya. Total points 43 PS. Rank 22 Johnson Maxwell. Total points 41 PS. Rank 23 Sophia Schmidt. Total points 31 PS. Rank 24 Noah Maxwell. Total points 25 PS. Rank 1950 Tom Jackson. Total points 10 PS. The list was long enough it included even the last bloodliners, who had minus points. This just showed the effort and time those supervisors were currently putting in to make those ranks as fair as possible. Since the competition was 7 days straight, it only meant that each team actually had 2 supervisors monitoring their actions, one at daylight and the other at night. Nothing happens in the competition that goes unnoticed inside this floor. If Slavia wants to catch up, she needs to put extra effort, the vice president said, chuckling. Catch up, mister. Rodriguez shook his head as he looked at Felix, ordering his team to erect their tents in the same spot as yesterday. He snapped his finger and changed the image back to the Russian team against the Chinese team and said, she can't catch up in this competition. And if she is still aiming for the captainship, she could only hope that she meets with Felix and fight it out with him. Heh, that would be fun to watch. The vice president grinned slightly as he rubbed his goatee. Chapter 273. Securing the first flag. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Felix was leaning against a tree while playing with a black square-like device in his hand. The device was just a thin screen, resembling a smartphone. This was the tracker for the flags, the most important item in this competition. Felix might know that the competition was based on points and secret, but he also knew that the flags were worth something. He just didn't recall their exact worth, and Asna was too busy playing games with the JR Monk hander to bother addressing any request of his. Tiring after pressing on a button that was at the side, the tracker was turned on after 10 seconds delay. The moment it was on, the screen was turned into a blue radar that was scanning 1 km around Felix. Oh, there is one south. Felix scratched his cheek in boredom, while looking at a red dot that was blinking approximately 700 meters away from him. The 1 km was split into lines, and between each line, there was a 100-meter distance, so it was pretty easy to calculate it. After noticing that there weren't any other dots besides this one, Felix turned off the tracker to save up the battery. He searched the package before and didn't find any extra batteries or a charger. Soon, he stood up and went to his teammates, who were currently cleaning up the messy camp. Although it was engulfed within the fog, some teams must have fought near it before. While the process might be cumbersome, but at least they retained this camping spot, plus they kicked out a lot of teams in the area. Currently, only the Canadian team, the Philippines team, the Malaysian team, and lastly the England team were still left somewhat near them. The rest were already extracted by helicopters immediately after the final battle was concluded. It was obvious that the supervisors waited until no more fights were happening before sending an extraction crew. Right now, Olivia and the rest were chatting with a lax attitude while cleaning, as they knew that no one in the area was going to pose a threat to them, unless a new team had decided to venture away from their camp to come here. There are flags 700 meters away from us, Felix informed them while shaking the tracker in his hand. Nice, Walton exclaimed in delight and carried on by asking, when are we moving? Let's move after lunch. Felix sat on a log next to a turn-it-off campfire and said, we are left with only 6 days, so we can't be wasting them. Kenny nodded his head and asked, are we going to stick to the plan or we should change it a bit? Everyone wondered about this as well, since the original plan, which they made with George, entailed that if they secured a tracker, they must cover at least 5 km diameter around their camp. They must look south, north, west, and east for flags. Only after they find not a single flag should they move their camp to another zone. That's why Felix didn't want to aim for the nearest flag currently, as he wanted to carry on searching after getting it instead of just sending Kenny or Walton to bring it. Let's keep it as it is for now, Felix said casually. If we don't find a flag for each member in the next day or two, we will expand to 10 kilometers for the remaining days. What if we don't find them even then? Olivia asked with a hint of worry in her tone. She was scared of the idea that some of them would have flags and some won't. She didn't want to imagine how the team would turn like on the last day of the competition when that happened. Are they going to fight for flags? Leave Felix to decide who will take one and who won't, or just be gracious and give away the flag to another voluntary. Every option was bound to make some upset, and she didn't want to see that. If they reached that point and Felix gave her a flag, she wouldn't hesitate to give it to another. Her guilt would eat her up if she didn't do so. Thankfully, Felix also didn't want to place himself in that position, as he was too lazy to deal with such dramatic issues. He still remembered the chaos that rose in some team streams due to those flags. He raised his head and looked at Olivia with a kind-hearted smile. "We will simply rob others." "Haha. My thoughts exactly," Johnson laughed as he said. "With the tracker in our hands we can easily spot the flags in other teams' hands." Kenny shook his head. "Just like we can see their flags, they can also see ours. Thus, we can never ambush other teams with trackers unless we don't carry our flags. We will think about those matters when we first fail to locate flags in the region." Felix pointed at the deer's meat that was hanged on a tree by a rope, and said, "Prepare lunch for now. And don't forget to use the spices from the package." After saying so, Felix stood up and dusted his rear. He went to the silver package that was placed in the middle of the camp and picked a medium-sized box that had a poison logo in it. He then went to his black tent and closed the entrance on him. Damn. He didn't spend much energy and lucked out on refilling. Johnson complained softly while looking at the cursed package that didn't have a single energy stone for his element. Well, it was pretty normal, as the package couldn't have energy stones for every element. After searching through it carefully, they found 10 medium boxes. Each contained 20 medium-grade stones for a different element. Most of them were common elements like fire, water, earth, etc., since it was common knowledge that healing abilities mostly originated from plant element and light element. Those energy stones were in abundance as well. However, for elements like darkness and fog, it was all dependent on luck to find them. In the package, they found stones only for Olivia, Felix, Lena, Walton, Lexi, and Nathan. The rest were left to use the emergency energy stones which they were allowed to bring with them. The amount allowed was barely enough to refill 50 of their energy. There was no way that was enough to sustain them for 7 days straight. Alas, Johnson could only whine about it softly while heading to his tent to use those backup stones. 1 hour later, the team had sated their hunger and filled their energy tank with as much energy their capital allowed to. Currently, they were preparing to kick off their search for flags by putting only the necessary items in their backpacks. Since they were going to search for hours and hours, there was no way they would be leaving behind someone to protect the camp or carry everything at once with them. Thankfully, they already took care of most teams near them, thus there was a pretty low chance that their camp would be found out. "All set?" Felix asked. After receiving a confirmation, he took off in direction of the red dot while followed by the rest in a defensive formation. The girls were placed in the middle of the pack while Kenny and Walton were walking hundreds of meters ahead of them, acting as scouts. Since 700 meters wasn't really that far, they managed to reach their destination in a couple of minutes by jogging. Felix brought the tracker from his backpack and turned it on. Beep beep beep. Immediately after the screen brightened up, the tracker started making sounds like a metal detector. The beeps weren't rushed, which meant that the flag was around, but they weren't that close to it yet. On the radar, Felix could see that they were standing exactly on the red dot. "Split up and search this area thoroughly. The flag is just around the corner," he ordered while inspecting the trees, branches, leaves, and anything that met his penetrative eyesight. He never stopped walking as he was doing so. Before long, Felix managed to spot a piece of yellow cloth hanged between leaves, making it almost impossible to notice it if it wasn't for his enhanced eyesight and the tracker making those rushed beeping sounds while near it. Found it. He sent a mental message while jumping upward, clasping into the flag in the first attempt. After landing, he started inspecting the flag, which appeared the same as the one Mr. Rodriguez showed them in the gathering. A triangle-like piece of cloth that had a QR code in the center of it plus a tiny electronic chip. Felix avoided the chip at all costs, since if he somehow destroyed it intentionally, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to rat on him to the supervisor. By then, the supervisor would have no choice but to disqualify him due to breaking the rules. The moment a team gets a flag, it becomes their responsibility to protect it at all cost. If somehow the flag was ruined in the fights, The holder wouldn't receive any punishment, but he wouldn't be considered as a flag holder anymore. Damn. Did they really have to make the color yellow? Johnson complained the moment he saw the flag in Felix's hand. You should feel glad it wasn't green. Felix folded the flag and placed it in his backpack. Let's carry on searching. We got 9 more to cover. No one made a sound at the fact that Felix kept the flag to himself instead of giving it to one of them. It was already decided that Felix would be holding all of the collected flags until the last day of the competition. For a simple reason actually. Who the FCK could get them from him? Chapter 274. 3 days left after 6 hours of being on the move and covering more than 12 kilometers in circular pathing. The tracker had finally shown Felix a new red dot that was at the tip of the blue radar. Felix informed the rest about the discovery, managing to enliven them again. The constant negative search results in the hours had brought down. They realized that even with the tracker, it was going to be extremely difficult to find all of the required flags in the next 5 days. Today was pretty much over and they still had only 1 flag. After a while, the team reached the destination and split up again for a search. Shortly after, Lexi managed to find the flag hidden between 2 moss-covered rocks. Thankfully, the glaring flag color to the environment made it easier for her to spot it even when the withdrawing sunlight wasn't helping much. Alright, that should be it for today, Felix said while looking at the sun that was about to set off. They started the search pretty late, so it was only natural to end it early. In a short while, they made it back to the camp without trouble. After all, they might have walked for more than 10 kilometers, but they never went outside the 5-kilometer region. They were merely walking around the camp and making sure to place marks in their path in case they got lost. After noticing that the camp was the same as they left it, Felix turned on his infrared vision to limit and did quick scouting. Soon, he noticed that only wild animals were on his scoop. Tomorrow we will head in a different direction at first light. Felix turned off his infrared vision and sat on his usual spot. If we don't manage to get at least 4 more flags in the next 2 days, we will straight away start hunting the teams with the most flags. Doing so is actually 100 times better than searching for ones by themselves, since the teams with the trackers would have at most gotten 2 flags or 3 in those 3 days combined. The more days passed by, the higher the chances of finding a team with multiple flags. However, since Felix wasn't the only one who thought like this, the team should be expecting ambushes on their way and heavy resistance from the targeted teams. Even worse, a complete avoidance. Are we going to hide our flags before making a move? Adam suggested. I think it's better if we dug them deep underground, so even if someone with a tracker knew the location, he wouldn't be able to finding it. Felix didn't even need to respond as Kenny rejected the notion firmly. If we dug them both in one place, it will be quite obvious that they are deep in the ground. If we dug them in different locations, we wouldn't have the time to come back and start looking for them one after the other. Lena went on and shared her own opinion about the matter. It's too risky to put flags away from us as the tracker could get damaged in battles or the battery run out. When that happens, we can forget about getting them back. Sigh. Your points are all valid. But how are we going to ambush other teams when the flags are going to give us away? Adam said while smiling wryly. Upon hearing, so everyone went quiet as each was trying their best to find out a solution. After a couple of seconds, Olivia tilted her head in confusion as she asked, "Why do we need to ambush them?" She pointed her finger at Felix, who was yawning in boredom, and said, with Felix's strength, "Can't we just overpower them?" The moment the rest heard so, their thought process was stopped on its rail. They looked at Olivia's genuine confusion and suddenly felt like they were overthinking everything. Olivia was right. They had Felix, who clearly demonstrated that he was strong enough to deal with teams all by himself. So why the FCK did they need to ambush anyone? They could literally just swagger into the team's camps and take their flags forcefully without worrying about a single thing with Felix's overpower strength. Any sophisticated plan wasn't necessary in the slightest. Took them long enough to figure it out. Felix yawned one last time before standing up, prepare dinner and try to sleep early. He then went deep into the woods to take care of his bowels. However, before doing so he gave out a signal to the supervisor so he could put the drone's focus elsewhere. After all, They needed privacy for such matters. It seemed like a few viewers were disappointed by the sight as they were expressing their frustrations in the chat. FC King perverts. Jana cursed them in her mind while expressing her views with Michiel about the bold plan of the US team. Or in this case, having no plan at all. 3 days before the competition's end, 40 packages had been dropped all over the competition zone, making every team get a shot at obtaining the tracker. Of course, not a single team had decided to chicken out on fighting for one even when the odds were placed against them. The eyes of their countrymen, and the expectations placed on their shoulders made it almost impossible to sleep in their tents peacefully when they had not a single flag in their possession. This resulted in a war raging for every package and flag that was in sight. Those who succeeded in getting a tracker straight away started hunting flags without giving a damn about rest or having a fixed camp. Meanwhile, those who failed to get it but still remained in the competition had it the hardest. After all, they neither managed to get emergency energy stones nor the tracker. Being in that condition made it almost impossible for them to be competitive and get flags. Since the moment they meet a team, only elimination awaited them. However, those kinds of hopeless teams still ventured outside of their camps, deciding to try and find the flags by mere eyesight as last resort. After all, they had nothing else to lose. At least, they could show their country that they were trying their best. Felix and the rest had met with a few of those teams during their journey of locating the flags. Since they were pretty useless in the competition, Felix didn't bother to waste energy on dealing with them. Plus, their time was already tight and they were still missing 7 flags. That's right. They managed to locate only 1 flag in the past 2 days even when they had expanded their search perimeter to 10 kilometers by now. They already gave up on manually trying to find them and hoped on meeting up with other teams with trackers to rob them. So far, they have been on the move for straight 9 hours, traveling in a straight line up north without stop. They had no intentions of going back to their camping spot inside the hotel's suite, where Felix and the rest stayed in before. Sarah, Isabella, Dale, and George were currently watching the stream together. Amelia didn't bother to hang out with the team after the gathering. They are really unlucky. Sarah sighed in frustration at the sight of Felix and the rest stopped for a quick break. It's not luck which is affecting their chances of meeting with flag holders. It's the wariness of the captains with trackers. George shook his head as he clarified. They are not stupid to remain in their place after seeing our team advancing in their direction in such confident manner while carrying 3 flags. He looked at Sarah and reminded her. Did you forget what I advised you guys to do after securing 5 flags? Sarah thought for a second before exclaiming. You said that we must avoid other teams at all cost and just focus on protecting our flags until the competition ends. George nodded his head and said. That's right. I believe that with our team's strength, securing 5 flags should be an optimal goal. On the other hand, other teams must have gotten orders to play it safe after getting merely 2 flags or even 1. Dale interjected in shock. Doesn't that mean our team had absolutely no way of reaching them? He understood that when both teams had trackers active, they could spot each other from a kilometer. This signified that Felix and the rest had no way of approaching other teams, who were satisfied with only a flag or 2. For those teams, I doubt it. But, George added another hologram that was showing the stream of the Brazilian team and said, if they kept moving forward, they will soon meet up with the Brazilian team. And there was absolutely no way that Maria is going to order a retreat. He smirked. Her team has only 3 flags as well and she is as desperate as our team for more. Looking at the Brazilian team treading south with clear frustration written in the faces, Sarah giggled while covering her mouth. She knew that the moment their tracker picked up the 3 flags in Felix's possession they wouldn't hesitate to storm them off. This exactly what she wanted to see. 5 minutes later. Let's carry on moving. Felix took a small sip from a bottle of water and stood back up again. He placed the bottle at the side pocket of the backpack and turned on the tracker, while the majority of the teams were forced to keep it turned on to avoid getting ambushed. Felix used it only on the move. Thus, he was quite startled when he saw 3 red dots advancing rapidly in their direction. Only 700 meters was between them and it kept shrinking quickly. Speechless, Felix showed the tracker to his teammates and said, 3 at once. Who prayed during our break? Just as Johnson wanted to exclaim in delight. He got glared on by everyone at once. Tisk. I can't be jinxing this as well. He clicked his tongue in irritation at their overreaction. Alright. We don't have time to waste. Felix removed his backpack and threw it on top of the tree. The rest did the same, as they couldn't be fighting with backpacks holding them back. Plus, flags needed to be kept away from battles. Let's go, we will meet up with them midway. Felix ordered as he dashed forward with his infrared vision, showing him the approaching 10 humanoid auras. He knew that it was better to stay put and try to counter-ambush, but he didn't want the battle to be anywhere near his backpacks. Plan, Kenny asked while sprinting next to him. Formation B. Felix smiled faintly. I will be the main frontliner this time. Chapter 275 against the Brazilian team. Upon hearing so, Noah and Nathan nodded their heads and withdrew back into the formation, making Felix be the head of it. This time, they would be guarding the girls. Meanwhile, Kenny and Walton split up from the team. One went upward and the other entered his stealth. Johnson wasn't planning on going anywhere as he couldn't afford to waste his energy on needless fog spewing. After a minute or so, Felix noticed Maria and her teammates from hundreds of meters away without even the need for his infrared vision. He could clearly see their agitation and alarmed expressions as they sprinted in his direction. He guessed that they were alarmed by the fact that the red dots in their tracker weren't moving in the slightest. Obviously, Felix left the flags in his backpack since the battle wasn't going to take long, and he didn't notice any other bloodliners in the area beside the Brazilian team. Let's get this over with, Felix thought to himself, as he activated his morphing ability during mid-sprint. This time there wasn't any cloud of dust to hide Felix's transformation. Thus, the viewers reveled in seeing Felix's facial skin turning dark green while two fangs started growing out of his upper lips. Since he was fully clothed, they only managed to see his face beginning to crack into multiple lines connecting into each other in exquisite square-like formations. The moment this process ended, Felix lifted his head to check on Walton, and the sunlight couldn't help but reflect on his face. Walton, don't let them see you, Felix said calmly. Alright. Walton slowed down his speed and lowered the height of his upsurge down to 10 meters. However, what both of them didn't expect was that a member of the Brazilian team had already spotted Walton with his eagle-like eyes and informed Maria about it. The second she received the info, she smiled playfully as she waved her hands in every direction, projecting streams of pinkish mist in the area. Upon seeing so, her teammates didn't need her orders to know what they needed to do. They swiftly split up into 3 groups. The first one activated their morphing abilities and stood at the back. The second group went next to Maria and buffed her surprisingly with 2 shields. One was spherical and milky white, and the other was a red skin-tightened barrier that flew with the curves of her body. The rest of the team stood in front of the morphed bloodliners while having elemental abilities active and ready to fire. Their formation couldn't get any weirder, as Maria and the buffers were actually standing at the front while the frontliners, at the back. Mitchell, who was watching the Brazilian stream, was left befuddled by their formation. Even his Walton team's formation from the national tournament wasn't this bold to place the captain and the buffers in a frontline position. However, after hearing the Brazilian commentator explain the reason for the formation to the newcomers' viewers, Mitchell couldn't help but gasp out loud at how terrifying it was. It turned out the pinkish energy was her active ability enchantment field, which was still in the process of spreading. When it covers tens of meters around her, pink flowers would materialize and start to emit invisible mental waves. Those waves would make straight males who were affected by them to be enchanted by Maria's beauty and the other 2 girls, who were standing next to her. So far, this trap worked 100 on all the males Maria had met with. The only weaknesses it had were its ineffectiveness on anyone who wasn't sexually attracted to females, and mental barriers. After Mitchell received this information, he swiftly switched to the American stream and relayed as much as he could while looking at the pinkish fog that was being absorbed by every tree, rock, pebble, and leaf. Nothing was spared from being contaminated by it. However, Maria soon snapped her finger and made the pinkish fog disappear, as she didn't want to alarm the newcomers. This made the forest appear exactly like before, untouched or tainted. Which unlucky prey has that many flags? She mused while tapping her fingers slowly on her elbow. waiting patiently for Felix and the rest to arrive. Since the distance left between them wasn't that far, Maria managed to spot Felix sprinting towards her while being followed tightly by his teammates. Upon seeing his dreadful morphed appearance, her gut feeling screamed at her to back off as fast as possible. However, she merely took deep breaths to remove those feelings and focused on Felix and the rest, who stood exactly 40 meters away from her team. Looking at her pinkish fog that had just covered 25 meters, she knew that it was game over for them. If they waited, the fog will reach them eventually. If they stepped forward, that exactly what was hoping for. The only worry she had was their retreat after seeing her team formation. Just like she was sizing them up, they also started inspecting her and the weird formation her team had. Who was responsible for scouting the Brazilian team's members in the preparation camp? Adam asked while popping off his molten rocks above his head. It was on me. Lixie raised her hand and said, I only remember their captain's abilities. And she showed only 2 active abilities in the Brazilian tournament. One is called Enchantment Field and the other Elusive Suggestion. Lexi soon carried on by explaining at a faster pace each ability's effect and how it was applied by Maria to her advantage. After hearing her out, they realized that the enchantment field was already laid out and probably spreading in their direction without their knowledge. However, just as they wanted to take a step back, they saw Felix moving forward indifferently. They didn't know if his semimorphing ability was going to provide the required resistance to her ability, but from Felix's confident approach they assumed that it was highly likely. They didn't dare to move with him since most of the team were males and the girls were mostly for support. They didn't have a mental barrier. Thus, Lena merely placed a water bubble on him and they left him to handle the situation. Captain Felix abruptly. Maria placed her palms on her cheeks as she exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Is that a morphing ability? You look quite dashing. Can't be saying the same for you. Felix chuckled as he focused on her pale face, which had its makeup completely gone after spending this many days in the forest. FSSSS, does he have to be a FC King Dick every time he speaks? Maria might have been cursing in her mind, but on the outside, she was giggling while waving her hand at Felix. How can you say that when you were that far? She gestured with her finger for him to approach while smiling charmingly. Come closer to get a better look. I will take you on that offer. Felix smiled faintly as he continued to walk towards her. 35M. 32M. 26M. Gotcha. Maria smirked in glee at the sight of pinkish waves bypassing the barrier and assaulting Felix's head. Yet, instead of freezing with a dazed expression as he should, Felix merely kept marching forward without a single change of expression. However, Maria wasn't showing any signs of worry since she believed that for a strong bloodliner like Felix, he needed few more seconds for the effect to take root. However, seconds went by and nothing much changed but the distance that was being bridged slowly. Maria was beginning to feel like something was off, but she was still trusting in her ability that never failed her before. It's normal that he needed even more seconds than the rest. He is a legendary bloodliner after all. She reached a solid conclusion that was quite logical. But did it change anything? Nope. Felix's steps weren't slowed for even a second, and by the time he made it to 10 meters, Maria was starting to lose her composure. Impossible. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm. She didn't know why was her ability failing her, and she had no intentions to remain in her position until she figures it out. Felix was getting too close, and without her enchantment field, she was as useless as a healer without a team. Alas. Just as she blinked her eye, she found Felix merely an inch next to her face. Her heart skipped a beat in fright at such sudden assault. Not in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Felix's speed was monstrous to the point he could bridge 10 meters in a single blink of an eye. She wasn't the only one shocked, as her teammates' hidden confident smirks were frozen stiffly as they kept watching Felix lay his hand on Maria's chin before turning her head left and right. Dumbfounded and somewhat scared, Maria didn't move as she let him do as he pleased. But Felix had no dirty motives. He simply examined her face before laying out his verdict nonchalantly. You need to take care of your skin more often. Regaining her wits back, Maria touched her cheek and said with an embarrassed expression, I will take Brother Felix's suggestion to heart. While she was saying so, the orders she was sending to her teammates were nothing but brutal. We need a distraction to retreat, bombard both of us with elemental abilities. The plan might sound crazy, but her teammates didn't hesitate to fire their abilities as they knew that her 2 shields were enough to protect her. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bored, Felix glanced at the upcoming salvo and placed his hand on Maria's shoulder. That's all it took for Maria's plans of escaping using the salvo to evaporate into thin air. She felt like she was being implanted into the ground, not able to even lean backward or forward. Before a new fear set in, the salvo had arrived. Boom boom. All 4 of them weren't spared from being showered by those elemental abilities. The only difference was that after the dust settled, the 2 supports had withdrawn back to their teammates while having both of their shields utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, Felix and Maria didn't budge from their places. I guess you don't appreciate my advice. Felix brushed some dirt from Maria's shoulder like a caring person, but the words coming out of his lips were nothing but that. If you don't want to beat down, give me the flags and your tracker. Although Felix had removed his hand from her shoulder, Maria didn't dare to attempt an escape as she could see that Felix was done joking with her after the salvo. She didn't want to test his patience lest he smashes her into a tree. The sight of his undamaged dark green scales was enough to let her realize that his strength was too abnormal. However, she still didn't plan to give up yet as she requested pitifully. If I give them to you, can we please leave? I promise we won't cross paths again. Felix looked at her fake tearful eyes and smiled warmly. You have only 2 choices: hand them over by your own will and voice your surrender, or I will take them from your backpack and beat you up after. You have 3 seconds to consider, Felix said before starting to count for real, sending shivers coursing at Maria's spine. The instant she heard him say 1, she cursed him loudly as she voiced her surrender to the queen. Looking at her getting marked by a red X, Felix extended his hand forward and waited for her to open up her backpack and give him what he wanted. After she placed them on his hand, she huffed in irritation while cursing him under her breath. What a FC-king prick. I wish you get robbed by Slavia's team. Unbothered, Felix turned around and walked back to his teammates while withdrawing his morphing ability. While the American viewers were cheering on him for such a clean win, the Brazilian viewers were losing it in the chat. They were spamming curses and insults at him, forcing their team to get eliminated while still taking their tracker and flags away. It was clear that they weren't pleased by Felix's decision, unlike the England viewers. Well, Felix had nothing against Brazil. He simply eliminated Maria because he didn't like her personality one bit. She somewhat resembled Asna and he didn't want another one hanging around him. He-san flipped a middle finger at the sky after hearing him curse her indirectly with those thoughts. Chapter 276. Securing all flags. After Felix regrouped with the rest, the team straightaway went for their backpacks. As Felix assumed, they were left untouched. After he put the 3 flags in his backpack, he threw the second tracker to Kenny and said, "Go look west for flags. If you found ones hidden, aim to secure them and bring them back. If you spot a team with flags, make sure to inform us first." Okay, agreeing at once, Kenny turned on the tracker and started sprinting west. They still required 4 more flags and only 3 days were left. Scratch that. 2 days and a couple of hours. It was already past noon and the team had no plans on searching during the evening. They always stop at 5 p.m. as they couldn't handle walking for more than 12 hours straight. This meant they were tight on schedule to find the rest of the flags. Based on the way that all of the teams with flags had avoided them akin to a plague before, they knew that locating the rest of the flags was going to be tough. Unless they managed to luck out on one of the top 10 teams in the competition like the Brazilian team. 4 hours later, the team had stopped their search at once and placed a temporary camp to spend the night in. Kenny had already grouped with the team after ending up not locating any hidden flag. The only red dots shown on his radar were moving ones. He didn't bother to inform the rest about them since the moment Felix gets spotted in their radars carrying 6 flags, they would not hesitate to bolt away. Good thing he didn't inform them, as the team had met with exactly the same situation in the past hours. Now they were sitting in a circle around a burning campfire, attempting to create a new plan. After all, relying on meeting up with strong teams to bully wasn't really a plan. I will suggest it again. Adam threw a twig at the burning fire and said, Let's just dig the flags deep underground. Now that we have 2 trackers, we won't be screwed over if one of them was damaged or something. This time no one rejected his plan as their worry was solved after getting the second tracker. I agree. Lena, who objected to the plan before, raised her hand and supported. I believe that if we dug all 6 flags in one hole, it will give the misconception that our team is still holding into them. That's right. Nathan chuckled. Who would dare approach a team that has 6 flags in their possession? Everyone nodded their heads in agreement at the thought. In their eyes, if those teams had that much courage, they wouldn't have been struggling to reach them. This meant burying those flags was actually the smartest move to do currently, especially when they only needed 4 more flags to get. As the team was chatting and trying to discuss the details of the plan, Johnson suddenly suggested, "Guys, how about we give a tracker and those 6 flags to Kenny?" His eyes brightened up as he spoke. "Instead of burying those flags and keep constantly worrying about them, why don't we make Kenny split from the team with those flags and a tracker with his invisibility? The teams without trackers wouldn't spot him, and those with it will only see a whopping 6 flags on the move." Walton immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's actually 100 times better. He knew that by doing so, Kenny will have a 1-kilometer safe area without anyone's ability to catch him. The teams with 1 or 2 flags will avoid him at all cost, thinking that he was an entire team on the move. Meanwhile, strong teams like the Russian team or the Chinese team, Kenny would spot them at the edges of his radar. He just needed to keep his distance, just like they were being avoided by everyone. Adding his invisibility to the mix, he would be the safest bloodliner in the competition. Everyone in the team noticed the benefits of this plan. However, Felix still didn't give out his opinion yet, and as the captain, it was up to him whether to consider it or not. Looking at Felix, who was yawning in boredom while staring at the sky, they didn't even need to ask him. It was clear that he wasn't bothered with any plan they agreed to, as long as it was viable. Soon, they focused back on the details of the plan, chipping in here and there to make it somewhat perfect and truly safe-proof for Kenny. Getting bored by gazing at nothingness, Felix decided to enter his consciousness and play a couple of rounds with Asna and the J.R. Mungander. Next morning at Ivsikidnye, the team was already up and ready for departure after having a quick breakfast. Since the boys were taking 2 hours shift between them to patrol the camp and keep it safe, they weren't really that tired by the time they woke up. After seeing that Kenny had finished his preparation, Felix went to him and took out the 6 colored flags from his backpack. Without hesitation, Felix handed them to Kenny with 1 tracker. He then told him to stick to the plan and went back in his place. A few seconds later, Johnson came back from within the bushes while pulling the zipper of his pants. Sorry for the delay, he apologized while picking his backpack. After seeing that everyone was ready, Felix gestured for them to move with his hand. As they walked after him, they all turned their heads at Kenny, who was left behind, and wished him good luck on his task. They already decided yesterday that he would be left 1 kilometer away from them. This would place him on Felix's radar, making sure that he was always within sight. With the Queen's messaging system, they could always tell him to stop when they notice a moving flag had entered their radar. This way, Kenny would be always nearby, but still not affect their ambushing methods after a while. The first prey had shown itself on the edges of Felix's radar, although it was just a single moving flag. The team got pretty excited, as they could see that Red Dot was actually heading in their direction. This had never happened before when they were carrying 6 flags. Felix swiftly ordered in his mind for Kenny to not get near. He then threw his backpack in the nearest tree like always and said, "Prepare for an ambush." The team immediately started climbing trees akin to monkeys. Even Olivia's movements were smooth and clean. They had been climbing trees for a while now to get the hang of it. In a short moment, that team had reached the optimal range for Felix. Without an ounce of difficulty, they had been taken care of in such a clean manner that left the American viewers amazed. Felix literally just snapped his finger and engulfed all of them within his bloodish red poison pillars. They didn't have their barriers on them, as they couldn't afford to keep them on constantly. This made it almost impossible for them to escape an ambush from Felix and the rest. Soon, Adam went and scavenged their backpacks for food, energy stones, water bottles, 1 flag, and the tracker. No one was surprised by finding the tracker, as they understood that any team with flags at this point in time must have a tracker, since it was simply impossible to survive carrying a flag without it. Those who managed to luckily find a flag without a tracker would only get ambushed in the first hour it was in their possession. The only defensive mechanism to this was the tracker. This was one of the reasons why they never managed to ambush a team with a flag before. Thankfully, Johnson's strategy has proven to be pretty effective, and the team was eager to hunt for more. Who knows, they might finish getting 10 flags and still have enough time to get more. The last day of the competition. At 1200 p.m. Thud thud thud. 10 bodies had dropped into the ground with their eyes closed shut. The culprits were 10 red pillars that were in the process of disintegrating into particles. Felix glanced at those bodies from on top of a tree with a bored expression. His team had already secured 12 flags successfully yesterday. This left them with pretty much 36 hours of free time to do whatever they wanted. Since Felix knew about the hidden point system, he proposed to hunt down teams without flags in those free hours. He rarely joined the battles as he wanted to give the team more chances at shinning, especially when the latest battles about flags were mostly dealt with by him. That being said, he acts once in a while when the team was having difficulty. Like in this battle, if they weren't worried about receiving a backlash, they would have carried on hunting other teams with flags. After all, they already have 12 flags. And in the eyes of the world, there was no reason for them to rob others of chances at getting in the Earthlings team. Dear participants, 6 hours are left before the competition finish. An abrupt announcement resounded all over the forest from the 100 of drones in the air. It repeated 3 times before the forest's tranquility was back again. Yet, Felix and the rest weren't surprised by it, since this announcement was repeating every 3 hours on the last day. It was probably based on the good intentions of the organization, but it was merely stressing out the teams without flags. Hearing that only 6 hours were left, Olivia and the rest couldn't help but smile in delight at the thought of their entire team making it into the Earthlings team. They ought to feel happy, as not a single team had managed to achieve their result of gathering a whopping 12 flags. The American viewers couldn't be any more proud and satisfied by their team's performance, especially when the Russian team only managed to gather 8 flags after being touted for a month now as the strongest team in the world. Although some were kinda disappointed that their team didn't meet up with the Russian team and trampled on them as they did with the rest, they were still pleased by the 7 days journey. Their cheerfulness wasn't shared by most countries, who ended up either eliminated or worse, still in the competition without a single flag in their possession. Right now, most viewers from those countries had already turned off the stream. They were too disappointed to carry on watching. The fact that not a single individual from their entire country made it to the Earthlings team was hurting their pride immensely. If only they knew that the flags had only a small role in getting a representative slot, they wouldn't have lost all hope in their team. Instead, they would have cheered them on to carry on fighting tooth and nail. Chapter 277, an upcoming ambush. Let's carry on moving, Felix said as he walked through the pass-it-out juniors, who were lying on the ground. Olivia took out a brand new tracker from her backpack and turned it on. Hey. She couldn't help but chuckle after seeing some red dots moving in every direction randomly. She knew that all of them had their tracker's batteries run out. If it wasn't for so, they would have escaped the moment they noticed the 12 stacked dots near them. The only reason she was still holding into an operating tracker was due to robbing a team yesterday, who managed to get the tracker from a brand new package. After all, 10 packages never stop dropping every 24 hours. However, Felix and the rest never dared to approach one again, even if it landed nearby. They had no intentions to put themselves near tens of teams lest they ignore the package and switch their aggro on them after realizing the number of flags in their possession. Thankfully, they always found refills for their energy and food in the backpacks of the teams they hunted. Olivia, directions? Felix asked with a lazy tone. No one is in front of us, Olivia informed them. After hearing so, the team carried on moving forward without any intentions to change paths. They just kept walking and walking until they end up meeting a team without a flag. Then, they fight it out with them, rub them clean out of their stuff, and carry on moving. Hours went by just like this. The sun was slowly heading west, entailing the approaching inevitable end of the competition. By now, most teams had already given up, as they had no energy nor will to carry on this meaningless goose chase. On the other hand, those with 2 or 3 flags were in a heated argument about the flag's ownership. While it was easy to deal with 1 flag since it was obvious that the captain would take it, but when there were 2 or 3 flags, no one was a pushover to give away a chance into making it to the Earthlings team. The instructors of those teams weren't retarded to not anticipate this. That's why they decided on the order after the gathering. The captain was always first, and no one dared to complain about it since that was a privilege of being the strongest in the team. However, from 2nd to 10th, it was based on either lot or the instructor's personal choice. To not make the others feel upset after putting a hellish effort and end up with nothing, the instructors had promised those without flags a quite few astonishing rewards on their return. At that point in time, everyone could only nod their heads in agreement at the arrangement, no matter if it was beneficial to them or not. Plus, there was always that self-confidence that made them believe in their strength and luck to secure a flag for themselves. But now, after reaching the last hour of the competition, those beliefs were already wilted. This left behind ugly husks that had no issues going back on the arrangements and trying to take a flag for themselves in their eyes. The national team was already broken apart the moment 2 or 3 of their teammates got a flag, while they could only look at them enjoying the fruits of their labor. Who could understand going through 7 days of constant stress, waking up in the middle of the night scared shitless that someone might ambush them? Who could understand being on the move for at least 16 hours every goddamn day, so they wouldn't get caught by team hunters like Felix? Who could understand the pain of doing all of this just to get a participation reward after they get back to their country? Only they could feel those emotions. Some painted a smile on their faces as they congratulated their teammates for making it to the next stage, while the majority just weren't that selfless to smile at others and let them have it like that. Thus, dramas had risen between teams. Most American viewers had already bailed out on their team stream after getting bored out of watching Felix and the rest bully a team after another. They were currently spread out on other countries' streams watching the noisy arguments, juniors holding each other back from making a scene by entering a fistfight, and more of such juicy dramas. Yet, most of them had invaded the Russian team stream and the Chinese team stream, who were also dealing with those embarrassing scenes under the eyes of the world. After all, one had 8 flags and the other had 6. The rest without flags definitely weren't going to stay silent, especially when every one of them was a proud elite of their country. In the Russian stream, Slavia could be seen leaning with her side against a tree. She was putting her entire attention on a turn-it-off tracker. She kept hitting it in the back and pressing the turn-on button over and over again. Alas, no response. The screen was still black. The sight would have appeared normal if it wasn't for her teammate throwing a tantrum while being held by 2 boys nearby. "It was me who healed your asses back to peak form in every goddamn battle. It was me," a man with a long ponytail kept shouting while poking his chest roughly. "I did the most work, and I deserve a flag as well. I don't give a shit about prior arrangements." Before the others could argue back, the ponytailed man pointed at a silent girl, who was sitting in the corner, and carried on throwing a fit. "Belka did absolutely nothing. FC King nothing. Yet she is getting a flag due to luck. How is this fair? Please, someone please tell me, in what world is this fair?" Some teammates went quiet after hearing so. Although they had gotten their flag, they still sympathized with their healer and understood his frustration. They knew that he was absolutely right. As the only healer on the team, he indeed showed a praiseworthy performance in comparison to some of them. However, based on the arrangement made, he ended up drawing the last lot. This meant unless the team somehow found 2 more flags, he was pretty much screwed. Right now, he might look like he was venting his frustration, but he was trying to influence Slavia into giving him the flag instead of Belka. He knew that as the captain she still could bypass the arrangements and take it upon herself to give the flags to the worthy. However, Slavia never bothered to address their argument since the moment it started. She simply was pressing on the turn on the button of the tracker over and over again, hoping that it might turn on for just a second. That's all she needed and wanted. She understood that the competition might be at its last stretch, but it also gave them two opportunities that they never had before. First, the majority of trackers must have run out of battery, letting the teams defenseless to their team's advancement. Second, she understood that the majority of the teams were dealing with the same situation as them. This would lower their guards to the bare minimum, allowing her team to make a quick and successful ambush. Too bad. The tracker's battery was utterly dead. In the end, she gave up on it after noticing that time was running short. What about me? I also took care of Mo. Enough. Slavia glanced at them coldly and said, "Stop wasting our time with needless arguments. But, don't make me repeat myself." The healer immediately swallowed his words back after seeing Slavia narrowing her eyes dangerously at him. He knew that he couldn't talk up to Slavia, as neither he nor his business family could afford the consequence of offending the only daughter of the president of Russia. Heck, he was asked specifically by his family to either build a close relationship with Slavia or keep it natural. Since the moment he met her, he was doing his best to tread on those two thin lines. He didn't want to ruin everything at the finish line. Thus, he buried his frustration deep within and didn't bring the flag subject again. "I will be taking another chance at scouting from the air," she informed them coldly. "You better behave while I am gone." Immediately after, Slavia walked a couple of meters away from the tree and unfolded her gray butterfly-like wings widely. Some American viewers were left in awe at the wings' large size, which spanned at least 1.5 meters on each side. But they were most affected by the mesmerizing image of two blue circles in the center of each wing, which had tens of blue lines originated from them. Those lines were spreading all over the wings, creating a bewitching design that only Mother Nature could create. Whoosh, alas! Their enthrallment was disturbed after those wings started fluttering rapidly, lifting Slavia up in the air. After she reached 100 meters or so, she picked a direction and swiftly flew in it. Upon seeing so, the supervisor responsible for the Russian team made one of the drones follow her closely. The viewers interested in watching her only switched to the second drone. The moment they did so, they noticed that Slavia was flying slowly while narrowing her eyes at the woods, surveying everything like a radar. It didn't take her even a couple of minutes to notice a team walking while arguing with suppressed tones like they were inside a sealed room. However, just as she noticed them, they also didn't miss spotting her flying above their heads. Run scared shitless. No one bothered to bicker any further as they bolted in the opposite direction of Slavia. They didn't know if her team was near or not, and they weren't planning on staying to find out. Upon seeing so, Slavia just sighed and carried on her scouting journey. She already knew that by using her wings, there was a minuscule chance of locating a team without getting seen first. In most cases, she was actually getting spotted beforehand since the woods were somewhat hiding the teams, but also allowing them to look at the sky clearly. The moment she gets spotted, every team bolts without questions asked. Slavia's team couldn't catch up while there was such a massive distance between them. If it wasn't for those lackluster results, Slavia wouldn't have been trying her best to turn on the tracker. She knew that her scouting wasn't even one as effective as relying on trackers. Right now she was just flying like a headless butterfly, scaring the teams away. Just as she was planning on returning to her team after those tragic results, her ears picked up muffled noises of explosions coming from her left side. In ongoing battle with hope regained, Slavia swiftly flew in that direction. Sure enough, she noticed two teams trading elemental abilities between them while the frontliners were going at it up close. The moment her eyes landed on Adam using lava-based abilities, and Noah smashing his foe's arm into a paste by his ice mace, she immediately knitted her eyebrows in concern. She knew that the US team wasn't an easy target to deal with, and she wasn't that cocky to believe that her team could demolish them as they did with the majority. However, she recognized that her options were limited. Either she takes advantage of their battle and swiftly returns to bring her team here, or she could give up on the other two flags. If she did so, she better steel herself and watch her teammates rip each other with unsavory words due to her failure of securing a flag for each member. Slavia wasn't going to give up on this heaven-sent opportunity even if she knew that the battle wasn't going to be pretty. She gave one last glance at the fight and quickly took off. The faster they make it here, the better their chances at ambushing the US team. Meanwhile, The American viewers already went back to their team stream and relayed the information in the chat. Everyone was left speechless, not knowing how to react to the upcoming battle. Some were deep down excited and some were feeling worried for the team. This was an ambush from the Russian team in the last 30 minutes of the competition. If something went wrong, there was no coming back anymore. Chapter 278, testing his future vice captain. Meanwhile, on top of a pine tree, Felix was humming a tune while brushing his tail from dirt. After getting it all clean and fluffy, he ordered it to shake and remove the dust. Unexpectedly, the tail did, so obediently Felix had already taken control of his tail now, and he didn't need to worry anymore about it causing trouble. However, he was still having difficulty taking advantage of the monstrous strength it was hiding. He knew that only by learning proper tail techniques would he be able to bring its full potential. The same concept applied to fists or legs. A punch delivered by a professional boxer wasn't the same as a punch delivered by a layman, even if they had the same weight. I should probably take some courses in the UVR. Felix thought deeply while scratching his chin. He believed that spending a couple of hours a day in a UVR school founded specifically to teach tail techniques would be the best option to him now. He could totally buy techniques and learn them on his own, but the experience would never be the same as being taught personally by a professional. Felix had tasted the benefits of those courses in his previous life when he had the serpent tail. That's when his tail was useful only for making rattling noises. Don't even mention his golden tail, which was currently the strongest part of his body. Should I pick a school in the Ivy League? Sigh. Boom! FC King Hell. Felix cursed as he tightened his grip on the shaking branch like the tree was experiencing an earthquake. Soon, the shaking stopped and the peacefulness had returned. Annoyed, Felix looked down and noticed a burning crater next to his tree. It was still emitting smoke. Which bastard threw that? Felix asked loudly while narrowing his eyes at the ongoing battle. It's him. Olivia, who was the nearest to Felix's tree, didn't hesitate to point her finger at a man with a rainbow mohawk haircut. Cough. You better take care of him. Seeing that he was quite far away and even was protected by a barrier, Felix's rage was pacified by his laziness. He just wanted to chill until the last 30 minutes of the competition pass over already. Alas, that seemed like too much to ask as the moment Felix turned on his infrared vision to the limit for quick scouting, he saw 10 humanoid auras sprinting in his direction like their lives was dependent on it. They were only half a kilometer away and still bridging the distance. Can't one even brush his tail in peace these days? Felix sighed while jumping down the tree. He then went to Olivia, who had her hands folded as she healed Nathan. He stood next to her and watched the battle for a second. After noticing that they were doing more than okay although they were missing him, he nodded his head and opened Olivia's backpack from behind. Felix. Olivia titled her head in confusion after seeing him rummaging through her stuff. Just focus on your battle, Felix said as he took out the tracker. Upon understanding what he wanted to do, Olivia stopped concerning herself with him. That many the moment Felix turned on the tracker. His eyebrows rose in surprise at the sight of 8 red dots approaching his team from the back. Well, I will be damned. Felix chuckled as he placed the tracker back in Olivia's backpack. He then started walking towards the approaching red auras with his hands in his pockets. He preferred meeting up with them midway to avoid getting Olivia and the rest affected by their abilities. After hearing Felix's footsteps getting further away, Olivia turned around and saw him toggling deep in the bushes. She curled her lips and turned around, thinking that he was going for a nature call. After turning his head and seeing that he toggled quite far from his team, Felix climbed up a tree while entering his semimorphing. His eyes were fixated on the 10 red auras, which were not that far from him. When he saw that they were in his line of sight, he turned it off. Russians as expected. He wasn't that surprised by the sight of Slavia leading her teammates forward. The 8 flags in their possession made him assume that he would end up either seeing her team or the Chinese team. Yet, he merely grinned slightly and thought, let's test the capabilities of my future vice captain. Whoosh! Without further ado, Felix snapped both of his fingers and materialized 2 bloodish red bombs. He swiftly made one absorb the other and repeated this process 5 times in 2 seconds. The end result, a balm that was double the size of a basketball. Felix made it hover in one hand while peeking at the approaching Slavia and her team, getting closer and closer to his optimal range. In the eyes of the world, it was only 30 meters, but in reality, Felix could smack someone with a balm from hundreds of meters due to his massive strength. 60 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Felix waited until they got a bit closer before hurling his oversized balm with half his strength. Few yet still. The balm moved so fast, it didn't even appear spherical in shape, but like a frisbee disc. Slavia, who noticed only the sound of the balm, wasn't given even the time to reflexively dodge. She merely kept sprinting while staring at the trail of the balm passing by her cheek and smacking the face of her teammate in the backline. Puoff picking up the sound of the explosion behind her. Slavia's reflexes were back in motion as she unfolded her wings in a split second. However, that was all she managed to pull off before the bloodish red mist reached her. Yet unexpectedly, those wings were large enough to act just like a barrier for the mist as it collided with them first before spreading around her, feeling the cold sensation of the mist instead of the burning flame of an explosion. Slavia held her breaths instantly before fluttering her wings. She flew upward swiftly, leaving the balm's strike zone. Felix couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at how honed her reflexes were. Normally, Felix would have straightaway smacked her face with a balm and get it over with. But he wasn't looking for a quick victory that served no purpose or benefit. Instead, he was trying to see if Slavia was as good as he remembered her from the games. If she was affected by the red inducement even though he wasn't aiming at her, he would truly be disappointed. After all, she was 99 going to be chosen as his vice-captain. Felix didn't want to dump his responsibilities as the team captain on someone incompetent. He couldn't have that. You really need a beat down. Asna couldn't help but snored at his messed-up thoughts. As always, Felix utterly ignored her remark and jumped from the tree branch to another in direction of Sylvia's passed-out teammates. That's right, the balm's area of effect was large enough. It managed to engulf the entire team at once. Only Slavia managed to escape the strike zone. However, Felix didn't focus on her yet as he planned on dealing with her teammates first to not interrupt his test. Thus, after reaching 15 meters, he jumped from a tree while snapping both of his fingers, leading to the emergence of 10 bloodish pillars underneath each of them. However, he kept them active this time. Thud! By the time his feet touched the ground, those pillars had already reached their maximum height. Felix lifted his head and his eyes immediately made contact with Slavia's ocean blue eyes. However, there wasn't a hint of the ocean's peacefulness in them. Instead, she was gazing at the morphed Felix with a tingle of shock, not daring to believe that her entire team had been taken down in a split second, and by a single person. Neither she wanted to believe it nor the Russian viewers, who were putting their entire faith in this ambush. Not bad, Slavy. Truly not bad. Felix nodded his head in approval while smiling at Slavia. So this is the true strength of a legendary bloodline. Upon hearing his messed-up compliment, Slavia regained her composure while fluttering tens of meters above Felix. She always believed that Felix's bloodline was underpowered compared to others she witnessed in the UVR. However, only now did she realize that Felix merely never bothered to expose more than he needs. Alas, if only she knew that Felix rarely used more than 10 of his strength against them, her composure wouldn't have returned that quick. Slavia didn't bother to respond as she simply dove down while holding her breaths. The distance between them was too far and she knew that Felix would be able to dodge all of her abilities. She wasn't worried about having merely tens of meters separating them since Felix's poisonous abilities had no effect on her if she didn't inhale them. Let's see how you deal with those. The moment she reached an optimal range, Slavia gazed at Felix indifferently and snapped her finger once. Simultaneously, blue particles escaped from the pores of her body and surrounded her. Then, they started converging into tiny icy bolts. They were so small that Felix was able to notice them only due to his enhanced vision. However, Felix didn't make fun of Slavia about them. He simply kept watching those icy bolts increase in numbers, from tens to hundreds. The process of creating such a massive number barely took 2 seconds. If you value your life, I advise you to surrender. Sylvia said calmly while having those icy bolts aiming at Felix. Chapter 279 Rightfully. The number one bloodliner 2-in-1. Upon recognizing this ability, some American viewers screamed at their screens for Felix to take cover, while those without a single clue just chuckled in derision at her bold claim. They saw Felix emerging without a single scratch from 2 elemental salvos. How would this one be any different? Show me what you got, Sylvie, Felix said, smiling warmly. I am really warning you, Sylvia stressed it again. The hell were you always this long-winded? Felix opened his arms wide and beseeched. Please just strike me down already. Alas, Sylvia still didn't fire those icy bolts. She merely kept looking at him while chewing her lips like she was worried for his sake. What the FCK is going on? Did she fall for me or what? Felix was left speechless by the sight. This was the only reason that came up in his mind, as he knew that Sylvia wasn't that merciful to care for his well-being when they weren't even that close. Child, don't be alarmed by those situations. The J.R. Mungander sighed in melancholy. It is expected to be loved and cherished when you are resembling me. For real. Felix touched his dark green scales, and somewhat believed in it, since the only difference between him from before and now was the scales. I didn't think you were into scaled men. Felix chuckled as he gestured with his hand. I appreciate the feelings, but you don't have to worry about me. Into scaled men? What is he on about? Does he have a screw loose or something? Confused and somewhat stunned, Sylvia kept looking at Felix's gentle smile with her icy blue lips parted slightly. She had absolutely no clue what he was talking about or implying. She was merely trying her best to make him move away from her fallen teammates, so her ability wouldn't land on them. But it seemed like the retard saw it differently. Felix smiled gently and said, Attack me, I can take it. In the end, Sylvia couldn't handle beating around the bush anymore with Felix, lest he misunderstood something else. She pointed her finger behind Felix while looking in the other direction. She may not show it, but she was still embarrassed to ask him and move away. After Felix looked behind him and noticed the 10 bodies lying inside his red pillars, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Even the J.R. Mungander coughed and lowered his head, returning to the chess game he was currently having with Asna. However, after looking at Asna's mocking look, he instantly regretted bothering with Felix matters. Look at you. You must be feeling really stupid now, huh? Just look at you. A stupid old snake thinking highly of his ugly face. Too bad. There was no way for Asna to be mature and not voice her mockery out loud. It was in her blood to be salty and as annoying as ever. After hearing Asna, Felix thanked his lucky stars that he had the J.R. Mungander to take the brunt of Asna's jeers this time. Next one on me, Elder. He comforted the J.R. Mungander while stepping away from the bodies. The moment Sylvia noticed that he was far enough, she didn't hesitate to point her finger at Felix and fire those icy bolts. Phew, phew, phew. In the eyes of the viewers, those bolts appeared just like icy bullets fired from guns. Fast and deadly, however. Felix was able to see them as clear as crystal due to his enhanced senses after the etching process. After all, Felix's entire body had been entirely enhanced. He might be able to control his strength and lower it down to play around with Sylvia, but he couldn't do the same to his senses or his defenses. Hence, Felix took the bare minimum effort to evade those icy bolts, the ones aiming at his head. He simply moved it right, left, and downward, not letting a single bolt touch him. As for the rest, he used his 1.5-meter tail to swipe back and forth like he was trying to keep flies away from him. Bam, bam, bam. Since his tail's strength was monstrous, each wave was destroying tens of icy bolts during contact. The wind produced from the swipe took a dozen more. The viewers were left in shock as they could see that the entire area was being bombarded by the icy bolts except for a small circle where Felix was standing. Throughout all of this, he didn't move a single inch from his place. Bam, seeing that the last bolt had passed by his cheek and penetrated a rock behind him, Felix withdrew his tail back and left it to swing playfully like always. This perfect defense was only a result of Felix swinging his tail barbarically and randomly without any meticulous control or using his body movement to bring out the potential of it. I really need some courses. While Sylvia and the viewers were staring in silence at his untouched clothes, not knowing how to react, Felix felt that his tail's control was really beyond trash. It might look astonishing for the viewers, but in his eyes he knew that he was using way too many movements which were utterly unnecessary. During battles against second or third stage bloodliners, Felix understood that those unnecessary movements were openings that would be taken advantage of in a heartbeat. It was only due to Sylvia's lack of experience that he was left untouched by those bolts. "Sylvie, don't take it to heart, but you have missed at least 20 chances to strike my vitals." Felix pointed at his face and asked, "Why didn't you manually control the trajectory of your latest bolts and made them unpredictable? Didn't you see that the first ones were useless?" "What's up with him?" Sylvia was left stumped by his questions, as she never expected that she would be receiving a lecture after her ability failed to inflict damage. What baffled her more was the fact that Felix wasn't taking pride in his perfect defense, but actually wanted to help her fix the faults of her attack. She knew that if it was another bloodliner, he would brag about it all day long. What a weirdo. Sylvia showed a faint smile before her expression returned indifferently again. However, Sylvia had no intentions of answering him. She simply snapped her finger and created the same array of icy bolts. Upon seeing so, Felix eyed her nonchalantly. "I will not move my head this time. If you still can't bypass my tail's defense and touch my clothes, I will disqualify your entire team, leaving only you behind." That slight favorable impression that Felix left in Sylvia's heart didn't last even a couple of seconds before it was wiped out by his arrogance. "I dare you not move." Sylvia spoke coldly as she fired those icy bolts again. However, this time she murmured softly, "Expand." Abruptly, those 100 icy bolts started to get bigger and bigger in Felix's eyes, transforming from having the size of bullets to missiles. Since there were hundreds of them, the entire sky above Felix had darkened, making it almost impossible to see the sun behind them. Felix could only look speechlessly at the sight, feeling like his mouth deserved a beating. He wasn't worried about the ability harming him, as with his body defenses he would get out of it unscathed. But his last set of clothes was definitely not going to survive. It might as well train my tail control. Felix glanced at his playful tail one last time before controlling it to smash a bolt after bolt like he was playing a whack-a-molly game on steroids. Boom boom bam. The only sound resounding in the area was belonging to those big icy bolts, exploding into small icy fragments before disintegrating into particles. Since Felix gave out his word that he wouldn't move, those ice fragments kept landing on his entire body, ripping apart his clothes yet again. Yet, Felix's focus was entirely put on his tail, as his pupil kept moving quickly following the trajectory of each bolt. So far, he had a perfect score as every swing took with it 5 to 10 bolts. Neither Sylvia nor the viewers were able to see so. They were capable of only seeing those bolts exploding the moment they get too close to Felix. It was like there was an invisible ice grinder placed right in front of Felix, making it impossible to touch him. The Russian viewers were falling more and more into the depth of despair at this sight. They knew that no one managed to escape Sylvia's deadly combo of active ability ice bolts and offensive passive ability, expanding ice, which was considered part of the limited manipulation type. Every time she was forced to use this combo, there were only 2 results: heavily injured or escaping in fright outside of its range. Heck, they knew that the only reason their team managed to get the package from the hands of the Chinese team was due to Zhang Wei getting absolutely owned by this combo. He was left with no other choice but to retreat with his team, as he couldn't protect them against it. But now, they were looking with their own eyes at how Felix was having his hands in his pockets and feet fixated on the ground while, being right in the center of this shower of icy bolts, he was moving only his tail and eyes to nullify the strongest known combo in the competition. Every Russian viewer who was watching this had their eyes glued to the screen, hoping dearly to spot a single bolt passing by his ice grinder and touch his clothes. They were not asking for much, just touching his clothes. Alas, the ice grinder didn't falter for even a split second. At this point, even the Russian viewers had crowned Felix as the strongest bloodliner in their minds, whether they wanted to admit it or not. The disparity between him and Sylvia was just too obvious to ignore. They would be lying if they said they weren't disappointed and heartbroken. But What they didn't know was that Felix's disappointment at Sylvia was tenfold bigger than theirs. He clearly pointed a way for her to take advantage of the trash control of his tail. Yet, the rain of bolts was about to end and nothing much changed. Sigh. I guess she still requires more time to prac. Felix's thought process was abruptly paused as his instinct warned of an upcoming attack from the side. Felix simply glanced in that direction without moving his head. Upon noticing that a bolt drilling the air while being on its path to strike his left cheek, a satisfied smile emerged on his lips. Although Felix saw it, he didn't move his head out of the way or bothered to order his tail into striking the bolt. He could see that bolt was aiming at him from a tricky position, making it almost impossible for his tail to reach it without him moving. Felix promised that he would hold his ground. Now it's better. Bam! The bolt smashed Felix's left cheek before exploding into sharp fragments, forcing Felix to close his eyes. The moment he did so, his tail lost its navigator and started to swing randomly, hitting only a couple of bolts. But the rest managed to successfully bypass it and hit Felix's body, ruining his clothes even further. By the time the attack ended, Sylvia was left huffing in exhaustion like she had used all of her elemental energy on those two attacks. Idiot. That's what you get for underestimating me. A faint pleased smile could be seen affixed on Sylvia's face as she observed Felix covered in ice fragments while standing silently. Alas, her smile was stiffed after seeing Felix starting to touch his clothes with a vexed expression. Not a single ounce of agony or pain could be seen on his face even though he was struck directly. If I knew I will end up being half nude again, I wouldn't have played with you. Felix sighed as he walked back to one of the red pillars. Stop seeing that he was targeting her teammates. Sylvia swiftly went above them and glared at Felix with her palms extended forward. Felix glanced at her palms and noticed that chilling fog was being emitted slowly from them. It seemed like another active ability. However, he still didn't bother stopping as based on her shortness of breath and sweat covering her forehead. Felix knew that her energy was about to reach the red bar. Relax. I just want a new jacket, Felix said as extended his hand inside the closest pillar to him and brought Sylvia's teammate outside. He quickly removed his jacket and threw him back inside the pillar in a rough manner. After he wore it, he waved at Sylvia while walking back from where he came from. I am done playing. See you later. It might appear peculiar for the viewers that Felix had abruptly left mid-fight, but this was Felix's intention all along. He just wanted to test the capabilities of Sylvia, not outright fight with her. After seeing her last play, he was quite satisfied with her skills and intelligence. Felix might not have seen how she made the icy bolt get within his blind spot, but he could guess how she managed to achieve it. First, during the barrage, Sylvia must have stopped a bolt right when it was about to collide into the ground. To avoid getting noticed, she chose an icy bolt that was at the corners of the barrage. After this, Sylvia kept controlling the bolt to approach Felix slowly until the very end of the barrage, when she sent it as fast as possible at his left cheek. If Felix didn't promise to stay put, he would have dodged it quite easily, so it might look like Felix gave her a direct hit. But he didn't care. He just felt glad that she didn't turn out to be completely useless and had zero combat sense like Olivia. Felix honestly didn't want to be carrying the entire team in the battles against other planets. He knew that one day he would be forced into leaving, or not have time for PSD. This meant Earth needed more worthy bloodliners to carry on when he leaves. After Felix went out of sight, Sylvia kept staring deeply at the spot Felix was standing before. She couldn't help but focus on it as compared to the area around it. It appeared a lot cleaner and undamaged. Scenes of their battle flashed by in her mind, making her see that Felix never seemed pressured or was giving it his all. She knew that Felix truly was just playing with her and never took her seriously. Nothing was more humiliating than this. However, she didn't feel humiliated by Felix's attitude, not in the slightest. She felt that way due to the apparent chasm of strength between her and Felix. Although she understood that Felix's strength came mostly from his legendary bloodline, she didn't want to use it as an excuse, and she knew that she was lacking in other departments as well. Like the fact she completely missed changing the trajectory of her icy bolts in the first salvo. Not to mention Felix's ambush from before. She wasn't a retard to not realize that he wasn't aiming at her, but at those behind her. The fact that the balm passed right by her cheek showed her that if Felix wanted, he could have disqualified her just as easily as it seemed. As much as she hated to admit it, Felix was through and through the #1 bloodliner in the world. He outclassed her and she wasn't ashamed to admit it. However, admitting it was one thing and not doing anything about it was another. Sylvia wasn't planning on being in the second rank for long. It was impossible for her to accept anything but #1. Sylvia smiled faintly as she looked one last time at that spot. Enjoy being at the top while it lasts. Chapter 280, The End of the Competition. Meanwhile, on the monitoring floor, Mr. Rodriguez had just switched the screen to Felix after seeing that Sylvia was retreating with her dazed teammates. He could see that Felix had already returned to the same tree and started brushing the messy fur of his tail like he didn't leave his place for even a second. Meanwhile, the Battle of Noah and the rest was just about to be concluded in their favor. It was obvious that without Felix's hypotension inducement, the battle wasn't going to be as fast as usual. What do you think? The vice president asked while staring at Felix. Understanding what he implied, Mr. Rodriguez responded, I guess there is no doubt anymore about the captain's position. The supervisor of the U.S. team, who was watching the big screen from behind them, asked out loud, Sir, how many points should I give him again, Mr. Rodriguez just waved his hand dismissively. Give him 100 or so. It doesn't matter anymore when he is 100 points above the second ranker. The supervisor did as he was told, and soon the points next to Felix's name on the list had changed from 470 to 570. Mr. Rodriguez glanced at it for a second before looking at the countdown at top of the screen. Seeing that only 7 minutes left, he turned around and coughed 2 times to attract the supervisor's attention. Sir, all of the supervisors made it clear that their ears were in his hands. As for their eyes, they never left their screens. I just want to remind you to keep a close eye on those 3 types of juniors during those couple of minutes. Mr. Rodriguez extended 3 fingers. First, juniors who disobeyed the orders of the captain about the flag's ownership. Second, those who attempt to snatch the flag either now or at the last minute. Third, those who start fights. Any one of them will get automatically 100 points deducted. Mr. Rodriguez followed. As for those who voluntarily gave away their flags to their teammates, reward them with 100 points. Understood? Yes, sir, the supervisor shouted loudly while having their eyes glued to the screen watching the arguments in each team either start to accelerate or deaccelerate. This was the entire reason why the point system was implemented in the first place. The organization knew that at the last minutes of the competition, there were bound to be juniors who would do anything to secure a flag. Even snatching it from their own teammates, there was no way in hell the ESG organization was going to put such an individual in their Earthlings team. They understood that everyone was desperate to be part of the chosen 100, but to disobey the captain's orders, backstab their own teammates, and doing more messed up things just to get in, that wasn't desperation, but a complete lack of emotional control and intelligence. After all, they were told that everything was being monitored 247. Yet, those retards still think that making it in the team was possible even after showing such disgraceful behavior and moronic decision on live TV. Hence, the lack of emotional control. The ESG organization wanted none of them in the Earthlings team. They approve of being competitive and driven for success, but such toxic behaviors that were going to affect not just their teammates, but the planet as a whole were definitely not welcomed in the Earthlings team currently. Those supervisors were butchering the points of those bloodliners, who actually performed quite well but ended up without a flag. Meanwhile, those who kept their emotions in check and just remained silent were given extra points. All of the supervisors were tapping on their screens rapidly, adding and deducting points. Except for one supervisor. He had his hands behind the back of his head while watching speechlessly Felix pushing the 2 extra flags in Olivia's hands. His public reason: he wanted Olivia to have a secure shot at making it in the main team. The supervisor didn't know what procedure to take as each flag represents 100 points. For Olivia to have 3, he didn't know if he should reward her or not. Thankfully, Mr. Rodriguez came to the rescue as he was watching the interaction of the US team as well. Give them to her, he ordered. But sir, just do it. Mr. Rodriguez clarified. Her points are already high enough to be within the top 20. It wouldn't matter much if she was at the end of it or at the front of it. Upon hearing so, the supervisor stopped hesitating and keyed it in. Soon, Olivia's rank had straightaway jumped from 18th place to 3rd place. Having only a 10 points difference from Sylvia, the Chinese won't be pleased. The supervisor chuckled slightly at the sight of Zhang Wei getting pushed down to 4th place by non-captain Junior. Deep down, he wanted to see Olivia surpass even Sylvia in points. Too bad. Olivia didn't have any other way to get points when there were only 2 minutes left in the competition's lifespan. Prepare the extraction helicopters, Mr. Rodriguez smiled faintly as he praised the supervisors. Good work for the past 7 days. Your contributions won't be left unrewarded. Thank you, sir. 2 minutes later, the competition has officially been concluded. To all participants, please stop fighting in the next 30 seconds. Otherwise, you will receive a heavy punishment. This sudden announcement had echoed in the forest from every drone, making it impossible for any time to not hear it. Just to be thorough, it repeated 3 times in the air, and the last one was delivered by the Queen personally. After hearing it, no one dared to fire a single ability or throw a punch. If the punishment was just disqualification, some of the juniors wouldn't care and carry on fighting, since in their eyes they were already disqualified without a flag. However, a heavy punishment by the organization was a completely different story. Please remain put in your positions and wait patiently for the extraction helicopters. Don't be alarmed if it got delayed by 10 minutes or more, the announcer suddenly added. In the meantime, your AP bracelet's features had been restored, so as the Queen's assistance. The moment Felix heard so, he straightaway called for the Queen with an emotional voice. Welcome back. I missed you. Thank you, Sir Felix. The Queen responded with her usual monotonous voice. You don't miss me, no. I guess my love for you is one-sided. Felix teased with a smile. I appreciate the feelings. Sir Felix, can you stop being so creepy? Asna interjected in their conversation. What do you know? Felix scoffed. The Queen's place in my heart is bigger than your losing streak against the Elder. Are you sure about that, child? The J.R. Munginder chuckled and took a shot at Asna as well. She is already on 50 lose streak. For real? Felix was shocked. Asna, how can you be so bad? FSSSSFCK, you both not able to retort smartly. Asna relied on her instinctive mechanism of curses and insults. Then, she cut off the connection to not hear anything else from Felix. Felix chuckled to himself and requested the Queen to show him his messages inbox and emails. The moment the 2 holograms popped off, Felix noticed that both of his inboxes were on the verge of exploding. Since those inboxes weren't related to his landlord persona, they were mostly congratulation messages sent to him by his grandfather, the elders, George, Sarah, and he even spotted a message from the President of the U.S. After reading it, he smiled faintly before closing it. The President simply thanked him for his superb performance and securing 10 representative slots for the country. Now, the U.S. was going to have the most votes in the World Council. Although they were just 10, Felix knew that it would be making a large difference in the decision-making of the planet. Not that he cared about those political matters. In his eyes, as long as the World Council didn't shit the bed by doing something stupid like detaching the planet from the Alliance or declaring a war on other planets, they would not be his problem. Queen, please contact Fatty for me, Felix requested after closing down his 2 inboxes. After a couple of rings, the call was connected. Felix immediately informed Baditi to bring him those 5 sand bottles to the same hotel room. Felix knew that the teams would be sent back to their hotels for 3 days break before meeting again in the Olympia Stadium. After receiving confirmation, Felix hung up and lifted his head. Looking at the approaching helicopter, the noise produced by its rotor blades gave it away. He didn't expect that it would arrive in the first minutes of the announcement. I guess this is one of the perks for the future captain of the team. Felix grinned slightly and jumped down the tree. Whoosh whoosh. Soon, the helicopter threw stair-like rope for them to climb up, since there wasn't an open area for it to land. Felix glanced one last time at the Black Forest. which was turned into a real black forest due to the hundreds of battles and skirmishes happening during the past 7 days. He sighed in thought. I hope the council uses the UVR resources to grow new trees quickly and restore the forest's vitality. Felix didn't remember if the council did so in his previous life or not, and he wished dearly that they spend some of their fat capital on the forest's restoration. Otherwise, he would take it upon himself and donate $1 million or $2 million to take care of it. He might be an asshole to humans, but Felix adored animals and nature. He wasn't cheap to not help those wild animals get their forest back in shape again. Chapter 281. Back in the hotel room. Inside the same public airport within the city Freiburg, Felix was sitting in the terminal, waiting for 40 teams to reach the airport so they would be taken all in a commercial plane back to Berlin. That's what they were told after landing here by the helicopter. So far, only 20 teams or so were crowding the terminal. Yet, there were just a few whispers and murmurs resounding here and there even though 200 juniors were gathered in one place. Felix could see that the majority of teams had a member or two detached from their group. They kept either glancing at the ceiling absent-mindedly or glaring at each other, rearing to start a bloody fight. Soon, his eyes landed on Sylvia having her head hung low as she sat away from her teammates. Felix knew that she might be still bothered by not securing a flag for each member. Not that he gave a shit about her problem. She was still not that close to him to bother himself with her matters. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have gifted her those 2 extra flags instead of giving them to Olivia. He didn't give them to her just for fun, but he had a plan in his mind that might help Olivia change for the better. Shortly after, Felix and the rest were asked to head to gate number 21. After making a line, they entered the plane one by one. Felix walked to the first-class cabin and sat comfortably in a single chair by the window. The first class was limited to only captains and vice-captains of each team. Thus, Felix had the past Adam sit in front of him, ruining his comfort. However, after seeing that Sylvia was passing by, Felix gestured for her to sit in Adam's chair. Although this was beyond disrespectful to Adam, he still accepted gladly as he stood up and gave way for Sylvia. Please. Sylvia considered it for a second before nodding her head and sitting in front of Felix. Seeing that they were not talking, Adam assumed that it was due to him standing in front of them. Excuse me. He nodded his head politely and went to an empty seat at the back of the cabin. After Felix saw that he was gone, he gave a quick smile to Sylvia before closing his eyes. Please wake me up when we land. Okay. Sylvia agreed at once without fanfare. Then, she gazed at his face deeply for a couple of seconds before she turned her head to the window, peering at the reflection of herself in the glass. Is his skin smoother and paler than mine, or am I imagining stuff? Sylvia touched her cheek twice before glancing back and forth between Felix and the window. Soon, she couldn't handle but take a sneaky picture of Felix with her bracelet. The moment she did so, the Queen informed Felix about it since it was concerning his privacy. Felix, who was in his Androxa house, just waved his hand dismissively. Leave her be. Meanwhile, Sylvia could be seen having 2 invisible holograms linked together. One had Felix's face and the other her own face. She then clicked on the detect button, wanting to see if Felix's skin had any blemish in it or not. A few moments later, the result came out, making Sylvia's cold composure break apart. 0%. What the hell is he using for his skincare? I want it. Sylvia's eyes abruptly switched to Felix and stared at him in awe and desire. If Felix's memory wasn't garbage, he would have remembered that Sylvia was known for 2 things: her coldness and secondly her obsession with her skincare. Her current milky white skin wasn't that natural as she used a ton of products from Earth as well as the UVR. Yet, she still never managed to reach the same result as Felix. Only now did she find a way to see her obsession once and for all. Her heated eyes as she looked at Felix's skin would make anyone misunderstand her intentions. Felix, who was dialing his investment manager, only felt a sudden shiver course in his spine like he was marked by a predator. Why do I feel danger? He glanced around him in bewilderment. Soon, the feeling went as suddenly as it appeared. Felix stopped thinking about it and carried on dealing with his business matters. 3 days later, Felix could be seen pushing Fatty Badiddy back inside the spatial tier with merely one hand. A moment later, Beditti's body was fully inside. "Geez, cut some curbs already," Felix complained as he dusted his hands. Alas, the spatial tier was already closed as Beditti had anticipated Felix firing shots at his newly gained weight. "What do you know, a fatty worm is a cute worm." Asna disagreed with a snort. "You better prepare your fat ass as well." Felix placed the 5 bottles on the carpet and smiled. "It's time to unlock my first sand passives." Immediately after saying so, Felix removed his shirt and sat next to them. He already had everything prepared and now it was up to Asna to check for the Sphinx essence. "Let's begin." Felix took a deep breath and started the process. 10 minutes later, Felix was staring at a small bottle that was 7 full with a deadpan expression. He still was having difficulty believing that he ended up finding only 7 essence in a FC King 5 Epic Tier 5 bottles last time. He found 10 in 4 bottles, which was shit compared to what he was used to. But now he actually ended up with less than that. While FC King having an extra bottle, it might seem like he wasn't losing much since he could always sell the bottles back. But one shouldn't forget that Felix was losing 10 after each sell since the total price of those bottles had reached 1 billion SE. It meant that Felix had spent 100 million SE for merely 7 psi. "I guess I need to try with higher tiered bloodlines." Felix blinked his eyes twice before rubbing them with his fingers. He always knew that he would reach this stage one day when he would need to step up his game by buying a tier 6, bloodlines or even tier 7. After all, it was quite obvious that those tiers were going to have a larger amount of essence compared to what he was using before. However, Felix knew that those tiers were going to give him a bit of trouble to get his hands on them. Unlike tier 5 and below bloodlines, they weren't found in shops like Godey's or Luby's shop. Instead, they were sold exclusively in auctions. If one didn't want to rely on auctions, he could always commission a hunter squad to get the job done for him. Alas, the hunter squads, who were able to actually hunt such monstrous beasts, were already hunting exclusively for private clients. Those clients might be auction houses or just research institutions wanting those beasts for research purposes. This meant auctions were Felix's only path to getting them, besides of course relying on a wish from SE. Felix understood that if he kept getting below 10 while purchasing 5 bottles by 5, Godey would run out of stock pretty quickly. Restocking for such high-tier bloodlines usually takes a couple of months. Even if he didn't empty his stock, there was no way for Luby to keep getting 5 bottles after 5 bottles in each week and get them sold in time. Even with the new traffic that he had, it was impossible to sell so many high-tier bottles that fast. This meant Felix needed to aim for tier 6 bloodlines after he reached a wall with Godey and Luby. He hoped that it wouldn't happen until at least he reached lesser purity by relying on only epic tier 5 bottles. No need to think about such matters now. Felix shook his head and shoulders to relax his body. He was about to integrate 5 all at once and his mind needed to be focused. After a few minutes of relaxation, Felix snapped his eyes wide open and looked at the empty larger-sized needle. After filing it up with 5, he placed it in his chest and pushed it. Alas, he pushed, and his skin refused to give access to the needle, not wanting to break it lest the essence sprung out. Felix stopped his attempts. "I guess needles for the second stage aren't strong enough for my skin anymore." Felix chuckled in self-mockery and placed the needle down. Since the moment Felix awakened, he never used Earthling's needles, but purchased ones from the UVR specifically made for integration. Before, he never had problems with it as he always purchased a needle good enough to penetrate the skin of a second stage bloodliner. But now it seemed like his enhanced strength was giving some trouble for his needle. However, Felix wasn't distressed by it as he always had a needle for each stage in his spatial card just for those kinds of emergencies. Thus, he swiftly took a new one and emptied the content of the first needle in it. Second round with a 4th stage needle. Felix took a deep breath and penetrated his heart. Luckily it went smoothly this time. Felix drank the integration potions and closed his eyes shut. "I wonder which passive abilities I will be getting from the Sphinx." Chapter 282 A True Sand Elementalist. 30 minutes later, Felix had finished the integration smoothly without fainting. The process was painful all right, but 5 was manageable for his pain tolerance. As always, He immediately went for a shower after he was done. Shortly after, Felix exited the bathroom and went to get dressed. After putting proper clothes on him, he sat in the bedroom and closed his eyes shut with an eager expression. Please be something good. The moment Felix dove into his memories and noticed the unlocked information, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise after reading an unfamiliar name for a passive. The other one he already had clue about it. Absolute sand defense thoughtful. Felix opened his eyes while resting his chin on his hand. He never heard of such a passive before, and especially one that had absolute in it. Felix knew that those abilities were named personally by the Sphinx, and for her to add absolute in an ability only meant that it was the real deal. Let's see if it lives up to its name. Felix closed his eyes again and dove back, wanting to read the rest of the ability's details. A few moments later, he opened his eyes with clear agitation on them. Automatic sand defense. This is FC King Nuts. Felix might have only seen how the ability worked, but it was enough to blow his mind without a second delay. Felix laid on the bed and requested the Queen to log him in. He was too eager to test out the ability's bold claim. In the measurement center, in a VIP room, Felix had just closed the door behind him before getting greeted by the room's AI. Felix walked to the center of the small white room and requested an elemental assessment. Soon the room was split into the same 4 areas. Felix went to the defensive area where he would be subjected to all kinds of attacks, whether elemental, physical, or mental. After standing before a silver machine that resembled a cannon with a screen on top of it, Felix requested, "Please switch to different abilities from different elements periodically." "Understood," the AI asked. "Do you want to upgrade the strength of the abilities gradually or just fixated on a single level?" Felix thought about it for a second before choosing the first option. After so, he relaxed his muscles and held his hands behind his back. He looked at the mouth of the cannon and smirked. Fire whoosh. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus on the approaching ice spear and simply kept thinking. Any moment now. Any moment no. FCK me alas. By the time Felix realized that something was wrong, the spear was already in front of his face. Boom! The icy spear penetrated Felix's forehead and disappeared right after, leaving behind it a bloody hole that showed Felix mushed out brain matter. He died instantly. Plop! His body fell to the ground as it couldn't keep on stranding like this without support. However, a second later, Felix broke into light particles and rearranged again in a healthy state. "Should we carry on?" the AI asked. The moment Felix was hit directly, she stopped the following attacks. "Give me a second," Felix murmured while massaging his forehead. Although there was no pain, Felix's mind kept repeating the same experience over and over again, making him feel like his forehead was aching. "I can't believe I just went from being immune to peak first stage bloodliners' abilities to get one-shotted by them." Felix sighed in dejection. "I am missing my super strength passive already." Obviously, the moment Felix unlocked those 2 sand passive abilities, he lost his super strength and poison immunity. When Felix still had his super strength, his body defenses were able to withstand elemental abilities fired by even a peak first stage bloodliner. But after it was replaced with one of those 2 sand passives, he lost almost 40 of his strength. Now he was barely immune to abilities fired from Sylvia. For his body to be this shitty, Felix knew that he wasn't going to survive the upcoming gold game, as a single ability would turn him to dust. Thus, he felt extremely happy when he read the description of absolute sand ability. But it somehow failed him against this attack, and Felix was currently thinking deeply about the reason. After a couple of seconds, Felix slapped his forehead. "I am a FC King idiot." He realized that his eagerness to test the ability made him ignore a huge requirement for the ability to work. Felix didn't waste more time berating himself as he swiftly requested, "AI, please create a field of sand around me." The AI did as she was told obediently, manifesting a wide area of sand around Felix. After feeling that he was rising slowly, Felix requested for it to stop. Felix bent down and lifted a handful of sand. He opened his palm and looked at the golden shimmer of the grains with a hint of fascination. He might have reached 100 sand affinity 2 days prior, But this was actually the first time Felix was near sand created by elemental energy. Let's try again. Felix dusted his palm and stood with his hands guarded in front of his face. His cockiness had been taken away with that spear attack. Are you ready? The AI asked while pointing the cannon's mouth at Felix. Felix took a deep breath and nodded his head firmly. Whoosh! Immediately after, a thick arrow made of flames was sent flying in his direction. Felix merely tightened his fists, but didn't move from the way. Heck, he didn't even blink as he didn't want to miss seeing his new passive in effect. Thank God for that decision, as the moment the arrow flame was only 2 meters in front of Felix's face. The sand underneath him propped itself automatically and blocked the arrow from advancing any further. That wasn't all, as the sand engulfed the arrow like a beast devouring a snack. A split second later, that portion of sand withdrew back to the field, lying peacefully with the rest like it never moved in the first place. Felix throughout the entire interaction just stood frozen stiffly in his place, looking like an idiot with his guard up and eyes widened in shock. Whoosh whoosh! The AI didn't care about his reaction, as it sent 2 elemental abilities. This time one was a massive water drop, and the other was a silver sharp sword. Just like earlier, the sand moved on its own. However, this time, it created a curvy sand wall that resembled a half-sphere in front of Felix. Against it, those 2 elemental abilities could only get blocked and engulfed inside the belly of the thick wall. The sword disappeared from existence while the water gave the sand a bit of trouble as it made the sand wet and hardened it slightly. Still, not a single drop of water managed to touch Felix's clothes, succeeding again in its defense. The wall of sand then broke apart and fell into the field. Just as the AI wanted to attack again, Felix waved his hand slightly, giving her a signal to hold for now. He then crouched down with a faint grin creeping upon his face. He kept looking at the peaceful field of sand and couldn't help but start laughing by himself. I struck the FC King jackpot, Felix shouted as he kept throwing a handful of sand above his head with a feverish expression. He read the description of the ability, but he was still skeptical about the truthfulness of it, because it clearly implied that as long as Felix was near sand, it would always be on standby to protect him from attacks. What did that mean? Felix had literally just received an automatic shield that could block every ability, even the ones fired at him from his blind spots. Felix never heard or saw such defensive passive before, but considering that he was using the Sphinx bloodline, it was only natural that he could unlock possibly its best defensive ability. After venting some of his excitement, Felix reared in the rest as he still had tons of tests waiting for him, such as testing if the sand was able to block mental abilities, or testing the limits of its defenses. After all, those abilities fired at him were equivalent to attacks from only peak first stage bloodliner. The sand couldn't possibly withstand abilities fired at him from high-leveled bloodliners. After Felix stood up, he crossed his arms above his chest and decided on the first test. AI, please manifest tens of silver machines around me and fire at the same time and continuously. Understood. Promptly, silver machines started to manifest one by one around Felix until there wasn't enough space for the machines to aim at Felix without hitting the one in front of it. Felix kept turning his head, glancing at the gleaming silver cannon mouths of those machines. However, he didn't seem nervous by being put right in the middle of such a suicidal formation. Instead, he had a look of anticipation on his face. Ready? AI asked. Fire! Whoosh whoosh! Phew. Tens upon tens of colorful abilities were projected at the same time and in a single direction. Felix heard the sound of the wind as they approached him, aiming to wipe him out of existence. Whoosh! Alas! The sand underneath Felix rose as one akin to a beast waking up from its slumber. Then, boom boom, it kept moving on its own as it slapped abilities back, engulfed some as a whole, and arranged defensive barriers all over Felix, protecting him from everything thrown at him. Felix neither moved nor spoke. He just kept standing with his hands crossed above his chest and eyes peering in every direction at the abilities failing to touch his clothes. The sandfield truly resembled his loyal guardian, who would do anything to keep him safe. Only after seeing this sight and being inside its protection did Felix feel like he was a real sand elementalist. Chapter 283. The second passive truly worthy of being named as absolute defense. Felix grinned one last time before snapping his finger. The abilities abruptly paused midair and broke off into particles. The sand instantly dropped into the ground like it had lost the force controlling it. Upon seeing so, Felix scratched his chin with a thoughtful expression. Will it protect me from harming myself having nothing to lose? Felix tested it out by punching himself in the nose. Bam! His nose broke immediately and blood started streaming down his nostrils. Yet, the sand didn't budge from its place. I guess I am getting a free pass. Pained, Felix winced slightly before healing his broken nose. He then carried on with limit testing, as he requested the AI to increase the strength of abilities gradually, this time from 2nd stage, 3rd stage, and even a 4th stage after half an hour. Felix had thoroughly understood the limits of his passive. First, the passive's defense was correspondent to the amount of sand used to defend against the abilities. For example, when Felix tested against the 2nd stage Bloodliner's abilities, he recognized that his sand wasn't engulfing abilities effortlessly. Instead, it was getting obliterated in the process still. It successfully protected Felix. Regardless, Felix noticed that after this kept repeating over and over again, the field of sand was actually reducing in size, so in a sense, Felix was trading the sand to protect himself against stronger abilities. This theory only solidified when Felix was exposed to 3rd stage and 4th stage abilities. In the case of the former, the sand had manifested a huge thick wall to defend against a meteor-like ability. Even though it successfully stopped it, Felix saw that the sand field had lost 30 of its body. As for 4th stage abilities, the entire field had encased Felix in a humongous dome just to protect him successfully. Nevertheless, the entire field was gone after it, leaving Felix to feel like he was naked. In fact, without sand around him, it wasn't far-fetched to say that this passive was thoroughly useless. It might not rely on elemental energy since it was passive, but its potential was correspondent to Felix's energy. Since the more energy he had, the more he could afford to generate abilities around him to be used defensively. Not like he could do it now, as he still didn't have a single ability that could generate sand. Felix hoped that he would unlock a sand ability like his poisonous aura. The synergy between abilities like that and his absolute sand defense would be nuts. After Felix finished with limit testing, he checked if the sand was able to defend against physical abilities and mental ones. The physical test turned out to be successful, as the AI dummies didn't manage to land a single punch on him. Too bad. The same couldn't be said about mental abilities, as he was affected by all of them. This meant that Felix was still vulnerable to mental abilities from 2nd stage Bloodliners or higher. Well, it seemed like Absolute had nothing to do with mental abilities. Alright, let's see the second passive. Felix requested the AI to create another sand field since this ability needed it as well. After the field had manifested, Felix manipulated it to his own will. Since this was the UVR and in the measurement rooms, everything was possible. He ordered a portion of sand to gather and form a medium-sized ball in his hand. In few moments, the ball was hovering on top of his hand while letting some grains trickle on his palm. Felix narrowed his eyes at the ball and ordered, "Harden." Simultaneously, the golden color of sand turned brown and the grains falling down stopped it. Once Felix touched the brown ball and noticed that it was as hard as a boulder. Still the same. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction. Felix wasn't surprised by the effect of this passive since he already fought a sand elementalist in his previous life who had it in his arsenal just like he saw. This ability allowed him to harden the soft particles of sand. Passive like this was clearly part of the limited manipulation type like his poison absorption or Slivia's expanding passive. Felix was quite glad about getting it, so soon as he knew that most sand element abilities weren't for dealing the most damage, but just to seize control, survivability, and most importantly defense. However, with this passive, he could totally create a SHT load of synergies that could kill a bloodliner instantly. It just depends on which active abilities that he was going to unlock. Sigh. I need to reach lesser purity as fast as possible. Otherwise, I will end up against second stage bloodliners without a single defensive ability. Those passives were really good, alright. But right now they were utterly useless since Felix had no way of generating sand in the games. He knew that he couldn't achieve much in the fourth game without having absolute sand defense. His body strength was already down to 3,100 BF, and against peak second stage bloodliners, he would get absolutely trampled on. Thus, he was pressed for the Sphinx essence more than ever. Hopefully, goat stock won't run out on so soon. Felix thought one last time before exiting the measurement room. Although there were still many tests to be done, Felix didn't have much time now, as in 1 hour he would be heading to the stadium with his team for the last gathering. He couldn't miss it, since that's when the bloodliners would be chosen in the Earthlings team and would be given their positions based on their points. He didn't wake up so early in the morning for no reason. After logging out, Felix immediately opened Godey's shop website and bought 2 bottles from the lion species, 2 bottles from the snake species, 2 more from the cat species. He wanted to buy some from the eagle species, but he found that they were already out of stock. His expression couldn't help but harden at the news. In his eyes, the eagle species were a must-buy, since he found essence in all of the 3 eagle bottles that he bought previously. Meanwhile, the rest either didn't give a single percentage or it was too low to be considered as a worthy purchase. Now that the eagle species was out of stock, he was left to fend for himself with those bottles. Sigh. So troublesome. Felix smiled bitterly and pressed deal on Godey's phone number. After the call was connected, he paid for the purchased bottles and asked about the eagle species. As you know, beasts with wings are hot in sales in comparison to other sand elemental beasts. Godey informed him. So, you should expect at least a 4 months delay before I get my hands on some bottles again. 4 months, isn't that a bit too long? Felix massaged his eyelids in frustration. How do you think that my shop is the only one wanting to get those bottles? Godey complained. There are tens of esteemed bloodline shops in the capital only. Don't even mention the rest of the cities. Every shop wants to get a piece of the pie when it comes to bloodlines with flying abilities. Upon hearing so, Felix could only smile bitterly and said, I hope you do your best on getting some, and I will be buying every bottle you got. You don't have to tell me. Godey snorted. I am bound by contract to do my best when it concerns your purchases. Hee. I am glad that you have me in your my. Peep. Well, at least he sent me the serial codes. Unbothered by getting hung up on his face, Felix merely chuckled and sent those 6 serial codes to Bedidi for delivery. Though, he didn't give him the address of the hotel, as he knew that after the gathering, the teams would be required to go back to their own countries. For the disqualified, their journey to enter the team would begin next year again. As for the chosen in the Earthlings team, they would be given a week or 2 as a break before gathering again. Felix didn't remember much and didn't want to squeeze his memory for details when he knew that Mr. Rodriguez was going to explain everything in the upcoming gathering. Shortly after, Felix went to the restaurant to grab a bite with his team before departure. This time, the restaurant wasn't as packed and noisy as the time before the competition. It was probably due to the teams getting broken apart after the fiesta that happened for the flags. Felix didn't know how the instructors had dealt with members who snatched the flag, but he knew that they wouldn't be stupid enough to kick them off the team or something like that. After all, the flags were still worth a representative slot in their eyes, as much as it was irksome and unfair for the original holders to lose theirs at the last second due to the betrayal of their teammate. They could only stomach it and head to the gathering. Everyone was required to go there, even the disqualified teams. And the ESG organization had made it clear that everything would be explained and fixed during the gathering. Chapter 284, the points system. After the team had eaten plenty, they went to the parking lot where the same minibus awaited them. This time, there weren't any parades, as the citizens were ordered to stay home and watch the stream of the gathering. Mr. Rodriguez wasn't a fool to leave the infuriated and disheartened citizens to roam the streets freely after the unsavory scenes their national teams had shown at the end of the competition. The organization knew that if they carried on with another parade, those minibuses would be showered with projectiles aimed at those bloodliners who went full rogue for a flag. Thus, everyone was requested gently to stay off the streets, which had police cars and army vehicles roaming without stop. Right now, only the drones were streaming live the minibuses heading for the last gathering. After a while, Felix's team had disembarked from the minibus and followed the staff member who was waiting for them. Immediately after stepping inside the field, they were met with the same sight of 100 teams lining up in their same spots. Besides the gloomy and downcast expressions of the majority of the bloodliners, nothing much changed. The field was still coated with that blue material and the long wooden stage was left untouched as well. Damn, it feels like we are in a funeral, Nathan commented softly while walking through the rows and rows of silent teams. Just like he was checking them out, their team didn't escape receiving unfriendly and envious gazes. Well, it was an expected reaction when those teams had heard that the American team managed to secure 12 flags. Obviously, it wouldn't feel good to know that their team was fighting for merely 2 flags or 3 flags while Felix and the rest had some to spare. Too bad. The only one affected by those looks was Olivia, who lowered her head in guilt and dejection. Upon turning his head and noticing Olivia's behavior, Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure and knocked her right in the head with the back of his finger. Ouch, pained. Olivia instantly clutched her head with both of her hands while looking at Felix with a wronged expression. Never feel remorseful for losers. It's okay to sympathize with them, but never feel guilty about winning over them. Felix threatened her with the back of his finger and said, "If I see you behaving like this again, don't blame me for knocking you." Olivia lowered her head and murmured, "I just feel bad that I have 3 flags while most of them don't even have one." She sulked. "I feel like I robbed 2 juniors of their chance at getting inside the team." "Don't worry about it." Felix smiled faintly and messaged her privately, "You will see soon." Upon hearing so, Olivia tilted her head in confusion. She didn't know what he was implying, and seeing that he turned his head forward, she knew that he wasn't planning on explaining. Soon, she stopped moping about the matter and just hoped dearly that her 2 extra flags wouldn't affect anyone negatively. 10 minutes later, every team had made it to the stadium and were waiting for Mr. Rodriguez's arrival. Even with all of the teams gathered, the atmosphere was dark and gloomy. Thankfully, Mr. Rodriguez didn't like to dilly-dally either, as the moment he was notified that all the teams had made it in time, he left the lounge he was in with Jacob. Soon, they arrived at the field and went upstage shoulder to shoulder under the scattered applause of the bloodliners in the field. "Hope this goes well." Jacob waved his hand in greeting at the juniors and stood behind Mr. Rodriguez. This wasn't the time for another speech when the majority looked dead inside. "Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez looked at their crestfallen expression and said, "You might not have slept well in the previous days due to the disappointment, depression, and rewardless exhaustion. So, this morning is truly not that good to most of you." Mr. Rodriguez smiled faintly and dropped the long-awaited bombshell on them. "Raise your heads high, since the Earthlings team members have not been truly chosen yet." Everyone stiffened at his proclamation, not knowing how to react. The bloodliners, the instructors, the broadcasters, and even the viewers at home were left flabbergasted by such a twist. The team members hadn't been chosen yet, then what's about the flags? What's about each flag represent a team slot? Was all of that just bullshit? Multiple questions flooded their minds in those seconds of silence. Mr. Rodriguez didn't want to wait until everyone regained their wits back and bombard him with those questions. Thus, he leaned closer to the mic and started informing them about the hidden points system, which allowed them to judge everything about the bloodliners, the hard work they put in, their teamwork, the responsibility they had towards their teammates, the decisions they made, whether smart ones or idiotic ones, the mental fortitude, and lastly, their strength. Everything that happened was taken into careful consideration and judged properly. This led the ESG organization to truly get the top 100 worthy bloodliners to represent them instead of just flag holders. Of course, Mr. Rodriguez didn't forget to mention that each flag was worth 100 points. The more those bloodliners heard, the brighter their expression got. They didn't expect that the ESG organization would bamboozle them like this. But after seeing the chaos that rose for flags between teammates, they recognized the importance of keeping the point system hidden. If it wasn't for it, no one would have known that many bloodliners had such a weak mental fortitude that made them snap at their teammates, start fights, and even snatch the flag. No one wanted bloodliners like those to represent them in the planetary supremacy games. They knew that in the deadly games, those bloodliners wouldn't hesitate to betray the team to save their lives when shit hit the fan. If they did so for a mere flag, why would they hesitate to do the same for their lives hence? The majority of the bloodliners were beyond delighted with Mr. Rodriguez's revelation. As for the rest, some had ugly expressions while some were clearly upset. It could be because they knew that their results weren't as noteworthy as their teammates and felt threatened that their points would be lesser than theirs. Fortunately, the moment Mr. Rodriguez finished his explanation, he manifested 4 large holograms displaying the long ranking list. The holograms were big enough even those at the far back could clearly see the names and points written next to them. Surprisingly, even the disqualified in the competition still had their names on the list. Rank 1 Felix Maxwell. Total points 570 PS. Rank 2 Sylvia Ivanov. Total points 371 PS. Rank 3 Olivia Maxwell. Total points 367 PS. Rank 4 Zhang Wei. Total points 299 PS. Rank 5 Leo Bridges. Total points 267 PS. Rank 6 Adavacharya. Total points 240. Rank 7 Sophia Schmidt. Total points 219. Rank 8 Hina Suzuki. Total points 218. Rank 9 Arno Nkosi. Total points 215. Rank 10 Johnson Maxwell. Total points 200. Rank 17 Adam Hilton. Total points 159. Rank 19 Noah Maxwell. Total points 155. Rank 20 William Bentley. Total points 150. Rank 1915 Michio Luke. Total points 141. The list was long, alright. But still, everyone's eyes instinctively landed on the first ranker, wanting to see who gathered the most points. SSSSSS. Upon seeing Felix's name sitting at the top with a whopping 570 points, they couldn't help but drew a deep breath in shock and disbelief. Especially when he was ahead of Slavia by almost 200 points. However, they still managed to reel in their shock since Felix, being one of the top bloodliners, was to be expected. After all, he was a legendary bloodliner and they clearly saw that his team did too well in the competition for them to get an extra flag. But what truly messed up their minds was actually Olivia's name sitting at 3rd rank. Heck, she was only a couple of points away from overthrowing Sylvia. Some were too shocked to think straight, while some easily figured out that it must have been the extra flags doing. They weren't retarded to believe in Olivia's skill being good enough to make her gather that many points. After all, they understood that the captains having more points than the normal team members was due to the decisions before battles or after it. The captains were always the most active member of the team due to their strength and position, so it was normal for them to have more points than others. This made the US team stand out even more since they had 5 members in the top 20 rankings without Mr. Rodriguez telling them about it. The bloodliners could figure out that the top 20 in the list were going to shape up as the main Earthlings team. It was only logical to consider this outcome unless the ESG organization had plans for another competition between the 100 chosen bloodliners to finalize the team. Alas, from Mr. Rodriguez's explanation, they knew that was a far-fetched reality since he clearly told them that everything they did in the competition was judged. So what's the point of another competition? The ESG organization already got what they wanted, and the final list was sitting right in front of those juniors. If you see your name in the top 100, it meant you are in the Earthling team. If not, pack up and retry again next year. Chapter 285. Olivia's new goal. While the rest were pointing their fingers at their names and cheering in delight, Felix was nodding his head in satisfaction after seeing Olivia's name at the top. Let's see if this is going to make any difference, Felix thought while glancing at Olivia, who was staring at her name toppling over the best elites in the entire world. She was always worried about the extra flags causing problems for others, but she didn't expect that they would push her to such a higher rank on the list whether she wanted to admit that she liked it or not. Her body was showing the proper reaction of an inborn feeling which was foreign to her. Pride. The more she looked at it, the more her body started to get heated, making her cheeks and ears redden. She placed her hand on her heart that was beating out of her chest and wondered to herself, is this how it feels to topple over everyone else? To be the best in the world? How does it feel? Little Oli, Felix asked with a gentle smile after noticing her body's reaction. Good, Olivia murmured in a daze while having a finger placed on her lips. Hee, that's right. It feels good to excel above the rest. Felix chuckled. That's why everyone strives to better themselves. If you want to be respected and looked highly upon instead of being seen as a flower to be protected, you better aim always for the top and only the top. When you reach that goal, Felix pointed his finger at the bloodliners, who were looking at Olivia in disdain and envy. You wouldn't be receiving those looks. But those, Felix said while pointing this time at the bloodliners, who were gazing at him respectfully and fearfully. Olivia's heated body was cool after seeing those nasty looks directed at her. She might be naive, but she wasn't stupid to not understand that no one was respecting her for being a third ranker on the list. Why would they if it wasn't for the 2 extra flags? Her points were barely enough to put her in the top 20. She knew that as well. Thus, she couldn't enjoy that feeling of pride since she didn't really deserve the rank. However, upon hearing Felix's words and feeling for the first time in her life prideful in something that she achieved, Olivia knew that it was time to make a drastic change. Otherwise, she would always be a pure flower loved by all, but not respected as an individual like Sylvia or Felix. Olivia didn't want her entire life to be seen like that. She soon took a deep breath and sent a message to Felix with a determined expression. I don't know if I have it in me now to reach the top next to you, but I am willing to try my hardest into being the best healer in the Earthlings team. Felix smiled widely after hearing so. He always wanted Olivia to try her best not just as a healer, but as a bloodliner who was going to participate in deadly games. Felix didn't mind babysitting Olivia in the national tournament and the world's competition since she didn't have many experiences in battles. However, he had absolutely no plans on doing the same in the upcoming planetary games. He wouldn't mind helping her once in a while, but he wasn't going to remain next to her in every game. This meant Olivia needed to pull herself up and remove her constant fear from battles and seeing others getting hurt around her. What's worse, if she kept with the same slow improvement, she wouldn't even be placed in the games as her position would be switched by another competent healer. Thus, Olivia needed to change, and it needed to be done fast since there were only 5 months before Earth would be required to participate in its first galactical game. Since reprimanding her wasn't doing anything to change her bad habits and trashy combat skills, Felix was forced to improvise and push her into the spotlight just to have her get disdained by others. He knew that if Olivia wasn't hurt by those looks, then she was a lost cause and he wouldn't bother himself with her anymore. Thankfully, Olivia showed the right attitude by at least aiming for being the best healer on the team. You will have to try your best if you want to surpass her, Felix said while gesturing with his head at an eye-catching girl, who had a well-endowed body, long curly blonde hair, and plump glossy lips that could put Angela Jolie to shame. This was Sophia Schmidt, the captain of the Germany team and nicknamed as the Protector of Germany. Olivia knew her quite well since she watched a lot of her videos online. After all, she was considered the best healer in the world and she wanted to see the difference between them. Alas, she found out that Sophia was a league apart from her. In everything that Olivia excels at, Sophia could do better. And in the areas that Olivia was lacking, Sophia had them all. Thus, if she wanted to actually be the best healer in the team, she truly needed to work like never before. I need to first enter the first stage of replacement, Olivia said to Felix while her eyes were narrowed at Sophia, who was getting congratulated by the bloodliners around her. Although she appeared quite cute and funny when she narrowed her eyes at people dangerously, Felix didn't tease her for it, but nodded his head in approval at her decision. Whenever you feel ready, come get your Tier 2 bloodline bottles. He sent a message. Just as Olivia wanted to respond, Mr. Rodriguez said loudly, you had more than enough time to see your name's placement and double-check 10 times already. Bam! Upon noticing that the chatter didn't quieten down, but actually got noisier, Mr. Rodriguez pounded the podium with the side of his fist and shouted strictly, silence, we don't have all day long. Immediately after, the instructors did their jobs by taking control of the juniors. Bit by bit, the chaotic field was getting pacified. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him again, Mr. Rodriguez fixed his tie and said while pointing at the list, as you probably have guessed, the top 100 in the list would be chosen to represent the planet in the upcoming games, which would start 5 months from now. Mr. Rodriguez waved his hand and everyone's name below 100 was removed. He looked at those juniors with crestfallen expressions and said, "You don't have to feel saddened by the disqualification, as each year there will be international tournaments like those to replace the bloodliners in the team, who weren't performing as expected of them, or if by chance some bloodliners died in the games." Some juniors felt comforted by his words while the majority weren't really affected. They knew that the first world competition was the biggest and also where they had the best chance at securing a spot in the team, since they still needed 100 members all at once. However, in the next tournaments, there would be utmost 20 to 30 vacant spots that could be fought for. This meant the difficulty was going to increase substantially. Mr. Rodriguez didn't give a shit if they felt better or not as he carried on by addressing the chosen 100 this time. "Can you please step forward and split from the pack? Let's go," Felix said while bringing his entire team forward. Even Lexi was walking behind them with a shy smile affixed on her face. That's right. The entire American team had made it into the top 100 well. It was to be expected when they secured a flag for each one of them getting 100 points as a base, adding to all the victories in the battles they fought with Felix helping out or without. They were obviously going to possess quite a lot of points compared to the rest. With that being said, some of them had made it to the top 20, like Adam, Noah, Johnson, and Olivia, while the rest were hovering between the top 70 and top 80. Only Kenny was ranked at 22, missing 3 or 4 points into making it to the top 20. Regardless, everyone on the team was smiling and feeling lucky just to secure a spot. The envious looks most juniors were showering them were enough of proof. Soon, 100 bloodliner was standing in front of the stage in groups. The biggest groups were of course Felix's team, Slavia's team, and lastly Zhang Wei's team. The rest were either standing as 3s or 2s. There were even solo bloodliners, appearing quite isolated from the rest. The mismatched national outfits they were wearing weren't really helping that much to let them feel connected to each other. Upon seeing so, Mr. Rodriguez didn't order for them to line up or group up properly. He just gestured with his head at staff member on the stage. The moment he received the signal, the staff member spoke on his radio. "Bring them out," just like it was already prepared beforehand. 100 staff members walked inside the field in a straight line of 2s. All of them were carrying silver cases with both hands. The camera zoomed on the cases and the viewers noticed that each case had a number on it, and a letter right next to it, appearing as such: RT74, MT17. Are those the rewards for the chosen 100? The American broadcaster wondered in confusion. Chapter 286 Silver Suitcases. After the staff members reached the stage, they stood next to it instead of climbing. Mr. Rodriguez nodded his head and said to Felix and the rest, "If you heard your name, please climb the stage." Mr. Rodriguez began calling the names from the bottom of the list to the top. After he called 10 juniors, he gestured with his hand at the staff members. Knowing what to do, 10 staff members climbed the stage with those 10 juniors who were standing in a horizontal lineup. The staff members went and stood next to a junior like they already knew their target beforehand. Then, they brought the silver suitcase forward and gave a slight nod to the juniors. The juniors took the silver suitcase politely from their hands and started studying it with an intrigued expression. The suitcase was cold, smooth, and as hard as metal. Yet, the juniors could feel that it didn't even weigh half a kilogram. They didn't know if it was made out of metal or some other unfamiliar material, but the design of the silver suitcase was definitely advanced. Some of them wanted to open their case, but they didn't find a key, screen, or lock. It was sealed without any way to open it. Seeing that they were having trouble opening them up, Mr. Rodriguez told them to voice their request to the Queen. Every suitcase had its rightful owner and the Queen will only open it for him. Is the reward that good? The broadcaster wondered in anticipation. His feelings were shared by viewers all over the world. Meanwhile, the juniors on the stage were even more eager. As the moment Mr. Rodriguez finished his clarification, they voiced their request in their minds. Cluck cluck. One suitcase after the other opened slightly from all 3 sides. Then, the juniors carried on from there and opened them fully immediately after seeing what was inside. The first reaction they showed was utter bewilderment, since they were blocking the shot. The viewers didn't manage to see the inside. The weird reaction from the juniors just made them more desperate to know what was in the silver suitcase. What's in the box? The American broadcaster said it in such a strange manner. Those familiar with the movie Seven knew that he was trying to impersonate Brad Pitt's scene. Alas, he failed terribly. This brought a few chuckles from the viewers, but their curiosity was still eating them up. Thankfully, Mr. Rodriguez requested the juniors to turn in the suitcases and show everyone the content. Still confused, the juniors did as they were told. The hell, is it just me or the case is empty? Is this a prank or what? There isn't even a small chip inside. Clean confusion was written on everyone's faces as they looked at the empty suitcases just to make sure. The camera zoomed in up close until the inside of the suitcase was in their faces. Yet, still nothing before the chatter could get any more noisier. Mr. Rodriguez grinned faintly and informed the juniors. Place your hand inside and request for activation. Baffled, the juniors on stage glanced at each other for a second or two. Soon, one of them shrugged his shoulders and placed his hand inside the suitcase. Upon seeing that he volunteered, the rest of the juniors decided to watch him first. Unbothered by the attention he was receiving, the junior smirked coolly and said, "Activate WOA." The moment he said it, everyone exclaimed in disbelief and shock as the suitcase had turned liquid-like and encased both of his hands. Then it started spreading rapidly into his entire arms, appearing like he was getting eaten by a silver slime. What the hell is this? Get it off me, get it off! Scared out of his wits, the junior recoiled his head back while shaking both of his arms, trying his best to get rid of the liquid. Alas, not a single drop detached itself from his body in less than 2 seconds. The entire suitcase was no more, as it was wholly encasing the body of the junior from top to bottom. Only his terrified face was left in the open. Yet, the process wasn't over yet, as the liquid-like silver started to harden in a complex and detailed design, giving off the vibes of a human wearing skin-tight metallic armor. By the time the process finished, the junior's heart almost leaped out of his throat. The entire experience was fresh and terrifying, as it truly made him feel like he was being eaten alive. However, after seeing the end result, he was blown away just like the rest who had a better view of the process. Yet, none of them spoke or commented as they just watched the junior touching this silver armor in awe and fascination. Not in their wildest dreams would have they considered a suitcase to have seeking morph into a body armor. However, not all of them reacted this way, as some of them were more knowledgeable than the rest. Felix, who already remembered the segment, merely scratched his chin in interest as he kept inspecting the armor. Junior, I wonder which planet was generous enough to sell them those outdated nanotech suitcases. Immediately after Felix thought so, Mr. Rodriguez smiled with a proud expression while extending his hand at the suitcases. I present to you Nanotech Suitcase G3. The moment he said so, noisy chatter broke in the field as the juniors kept exclaiming and voicing their shock. Every one of them had heard once or twice in their lives the term nanotechnology getting thrown on the internet, or saw its effect in movies like Iron Man suit. However, nanotechnology was really still a concept that was invested heavily by some countries to make it a reality. It wasn't that easy, with Earthling's current technological advancement, to build materials and devices on the scale of atoms. Yet Earthlings still strive to achieve this technology due to the many benefits it could provide, such as having the potential to increase the efficiency of energy consumption, help clean the environment, and solve major health problems. For such a revolutionary technology, Earthlings truly done their best to make a breakthrough. Alas, while they were still in the infancy stage, the metal race had already mastered the technology and were doing wonders with it. After the planet had joined the alliance, every country had cut the funds for any technological advancement project and focused fully on the technologies that were already available in the UVR. Nanotechnology was just one of them. With that being said, Felix knew that the council had lucked out on a planet who was willing to sell them those suitcases due to some unforeseeable reasons. Simply because the nanotech was regulated strictly by the metal race and upper echelon of the SGA, it was almost impossible for individuals to get some nanobots even if they had the money for them. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have spent whatever it took to buy at least a nano suit no matter which generation it was from. He knew that they were worth it. We spent a fortune to obtain those suitcases for each member in the Earthlings team, since we know that they are our future. Mr. Rodriguez went to the armored junior and patted his shoulder. For our future. They needed to be protected at all cost from any real-life threats. It is going to be already stressful for them to participate in the games and compete for our sake. So, it is only natural that we give them the highest possible protection in real life and make them feel safe. While the 100 chosen juniors were nodding their heads in appreciation, the disqualified juniors were about to die from envy and jealousy. They ought to feel that way as Mr. Rodriguez soon informed them that the nano suits were mildly resistant to heat, cold, corrosion, and most importantly were able to tank a physical attack from peak first-stage bloodliners. Having such a defense only meant that suit was bulletproof. As well, all of this was added to the fact those suits were adjustable to the thoughts of the wearer instead of telling them. Mr. Rodriguez requested the junior to show a demonstration by asking the queen to apply set 1. Immediately after the junior voiced his request, the hard silver armor turned liquid-like again and reshaped itself as a white outfit that was stripped at the side of the shoulders with blue lines. There was a jacket, pants, and even sport shoes. They appeared 100 the same as normal clothes before the viewers could feel awed by the process. Their eyes were attracted to a blue flag that had multiple white rings attached to each other in a circular shape. The moment the citizens around the world saw it, they felt their blood boil akin to a furnace. No matter their nationality, racial skin, or their social status, everyone felt the same pride at the sight of their planet flag in the chest of that junior. That was their planet flag, that was their homeland flag, that was the flag which would be used to represent them in the Supremacy Games 1. This is Earth Flag. Google Chapter 287. The birth of the Earthlings team. They didn't know if the team would shame them in the upcoming games or make them proud. But they knew that as long as that flag was in their chest, they would always be cheering and rooting for them. Clap, clap. Abrupt applause engulfed the field as the instructors and the juniors couldn't help but want to vent their emotions after seeing the juniors standing upright, wearing the Earthlings' first ever uniform. The junior turned around in approval, letting them see the back as well. They noticed that the junior's name was written in the upper half of his back as such RT Paul. Underneath it, the number 94 was written boldly. Mr. Rodriguez waited until the applause quietened down before explaining the letters and the numbers. The RT means reserve team. Meanwhile, the number is correspondent to the rank of the bloodliner in the list. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant, Mr. Rodriguez clapped his hands and informed the juniors on stage. The details about the nano suit could be obtained from the queen. He then excused them. Now, will you please step off stage so the rest could get theirs? The juniors didn't dilly-dally as they bowed respectfully to Mr. Rodriguez before jumping off stage while wearing the Earthling outfits. Although it felt pretty uncomfortable to wear one outfit above the other, they didn't care as they were too excited and eager to explore the nano suit. After seeing that the stage was empty again, Mr. Rodriguez carried on with the name-calling 10 by 10. Before long, Lexi, Lena, Walton, and Kenny took their own suits and wore the Earthlings outfit as well. All of them had RT written on their back. After Kenny went down, only 20 suitcases were left for the main team. Soon, Noah, Adam, and 8 more bloodliners stepped onto the stage after getting called. After receiving their own suitcases, they straightaway wore the Earthlings outfit, which had the opposite color scheme than the reserve team. It was all blue and had white lines stripped on the jacket's shoulders and the pant sides. Meanwhile, in the back, they had MT plus their names next to it and their number was underneath. Everything appeared clean and neat. After a quick display, they went down and Mr. Rodriguez called this time for only 8 juniors, leaving Sylvia and Felix last. Johnson and Olivia went up, wore their own suits, and returned with delighted smiles affixed on their faces. At last, will the vice-captain and the captain of the team please step on the stage? Mr. Rodriguez asked while clapping slowly, making the rest follow his lead. Both Felix and Sylvia emerged from 2 corners of the pack and walked towards the stage's stairs. Felix had the same natural faint smile while Sylvia appeared as indifferent as ever. However, from time to time she glimpses at Felix's face with a hint of desire before forcing down her retarded obsession with his perfect skin. Unbeknownst to the danger he was in, Felix just went upstage first and shook hands politely with Mr. Rodriguez. Sylvia did the same, then both of them stood next to each other while observing the thousands of eyes peering into them with different kinds of emotions. Cool-headed, Felix lifted his head and focused on the VIP lounges. Immediately, he spotted the U.S. president with his enhanced eyesight. He was clapping his hands with some government delegates who arrived with him. However, Felix ignored him and kept looking at the VIP lounges, wanting to find someone. Soon, he smiled warmly after his eyes spotted his grandfather clapping vigorously while standing next to the glass. Behind his grandfather, he noticed a couple of strangers instead of the Maxwell elders. He wasn't surprised, as he knew that his grandfather merely got a free pass to watch the gathering live due to Felix's team status. Although it wasn't official yet, pretty much everyone with a brain knew that he would be the captain. Only now will it be official, as Mr. Rodriguez stopped clapping and leaned closer to the mic. Throughout the past 3 days, we had been streaming highlights from the competitions in the ESG TV channel and online. 2 teams dominated the majority of those highlights, the American team and the Russian team. He extended his hand at Sylvia and then at Felix. So, I assume that most of you had seen their battles and leadership in those highlights, which helped their team secure double the flag numbers than the rest. Most bloodliners nodded their heads in agreement. Whether they liked it or not, Felix and Sylvia showed a better performance than all of them. It was only natural that they would be getting the most points and be considered the captain and vice-captain. After all, if it wasn't them, then who could? No one is raising unnecessary ruckus. Mr. Rodriguez relaxed his tensed eyebrows and carried on. Through everything they had done in the competition, the ESG organization, in accordance to the World Council, had come into unanimous verdict to elect Sylvia Ivanov as the vice-captain of the Earthlings team and Felix Maxwell as the captain. Clap clap. Under the heartful applause, Mr. Rodriguez retreated a step back and gestured for the 2 remaining staff members to give Felix and Sylvia their nano suits. Impressive. Feeling the weightlessness of the suit in his hand, Felix nodded faintly in admiration. He then swiftly requested, "Queen, please unlock the case and activate set 1. Cluck. The moment the case was opened, Felix placed his hand inside and watched himself getting encased in liquid-like silver goo. He got to admit that the feeling was quite uncomfortable than what he had tried in his previous life. Naturally, this wasn't Felix's first time wearing one, as he had bought a suit from a gold prize pool with 3,500 GP. The generation wasn't as shitty as this one, where the comfort of morphing wasn't considered. Should probably buy a better version when I can afford to spar some game points. Felix pondered to himself while inspecting his new uniform. The colors of their outfits were the same as the main team. However, the back was completely different, as one had VC Sylvia and number 2 underneath, while the other had C Felix and number 1 beneath it. Not bad. Satisfied, Felix smiled faintly while putting his hands in his jacket's pockets. When Mr. Rodriguez saw that both of them were dressed, he stood in the middle of them and gestured for the camera to take a couple of pictures. Click click. He didn't have to ask the reporters, as they were already taking them non-stop. During the process, Felix's eyebrows arched in annoyance after seeing staff members bringing long wooden chairs without back support. Some were higher than the rest. After seeing them, Felix remembered that the team was supposed to take the first historical picture before the end of the gathering. Everyone guessed as much after seeing those chairs. A couple of minutes later, every member of the Earthlings team was either standing on the ground or those chairs. No one was having his face blocked from the frame, as the short ones like Olivia were placed in the front while the tall ones were at the back. Felix was standing on the ground right behind Olivia while having Sylvia to his right and Noah to his left. This created a weird scene in the middle of the frame, as Felix was kneading Olivia's cute face under her constant threats. At the same time, those 2 beside him kept staring expressionlessly in front of them like they were taking a funeral picture. Click click. Unbothered by whatever those juniors were doing, The cameraman spammed the capture button nonstop, taking pictures from every angle. Even the drones were doing their part. No one felt like it was too much, as this was the first ever team for planet Earth. They knew that many other teams would come down the line and look at this historical moment in admiration and fascination. The last picture was taken with Felix chuckling while pulling Olivia's cheeks further apart, making her smile forcefully with a hopeless expression. The rest were either smiling widely, lowering their heads in a shy manner, caught blinking at the worst time possible, or posing like a model. Everyone was captured in a unique way besides Noah and Slavia, who didn't even blink once. Yet, this picture showed the juniors' liveness and the bright attitude they had towards their future. In Felix's previous life, pictures of the Earthlings team weren't treated favorably by the masses. Not a lot of people hang them in their houses and took pride in their team. That's because of the tragic results in the games, one after the other. But now, with Felix in the team, no one would dare to disrespect this team's picture, as he would be leading the team. No, he would be leading the entire planet into a bright future in the Supremacy Games Alliance. This time, it's going to be different. Chapter 288. A week later. A week had passed by since the last gathering, and all the teams were requested to return from wherever they came from. For the disqualified teams, they were just given some encouraging words to try next year. Meanwhile, the chosen 100 had been given 2 weeks break to tie loose ends, since after the break they would be transported to the Earthling team's headquarters, which was said to be constructed in a hidden spot. No one knew about it except for the world leaders and the upper echelon of the ESG organization. Currently, even the team members had no idea about its location, and Mr. Rodriguez made it pretty clear that they should be focusing on enjoying their break, since the moment they step into the headquarters, they wouldn't leave it for quite a long time. That's exactly what the majority did, as they spent their time relaxing in beaches, spas, hotels, etc. No one seemed to fear for the juniors' well-being, as the world leaders had gathered in the council and signed a contract publicly that forbid them from giving orders about harming those juniors or even having a slight relation to it. Obviously, the Queen had been added to the contract as a supervisor, with her reading the thoughts of the world leaders, seeing their actions, and hearing whatever they were saying. It was impossible to escape her supervision. Of course, the punishment wasn't straight-out execution by the Queen, but a trial in the council. Only after the contract was signed did the juniors felt absolute safety to tread on the planet without worrying about getting assassinated by a country, since the juniors had nano-suits that could switch in a split second into silver armor. Those juniors were protected from gangs, families, or just anyone with harmful intentions. Just like that, Felix and the rest stopped receiving extensive protection from the country, giving them the freedom to do what they wanted in their break. Felix spent the past week in the family headquarters in Boston, integrating the 14 essence that he possessed, 2 from the leftovers of the last integration, and 12 he found in the 6 bottles that he purchased before. Although he was missing 1 from reaching lesser purity, Felix was more than satisfied with 12. As for his poison manipulation, Felix had truly worked his ass off in the UVR to utterly remove the delay for small abilities like poison bombs, poison needles, poison daggers, and the list goes on. Since he was practicing in the training room in the UVR, he wasn't losing his energy like in the real world. This was a huge bonus, since he was eating through medium energy stones like a pig previously. Meanwhile, for the bigger creations, Felix was still struggling to cast them instantaneously. For abilities that had the size of his poison pillars, the delay could reach up to 20 seconds. This was just because poison pillars wasn't really that complex when Felix tried to create new abilities like Poison Swamp, Miasma Breath, Deathly Touch, and some other known poison abilities. He succeeded in a few, and the rest he utterly failed in them. For example, Miasma Breath was a known ability that allows the user to spew a pungent acid-like breath from their mouths. It sounds simple, right? But when Felix tried to do the same, he realized that needed to channel his poisonous energy not through his palm pores like always, but in his stomach. This wasn't all, as he needed to merge acid inducement plus pungent inducement inside his stomach, before actively controlling his own body organs to let out the breath like a dragon spewing fire. Everything had to be done manually for the ability to manifest, unlike the bloodliners with this ability unlocked. They just needed to think about it and their bloodline would do the rest automatically. Felix was struggling with those kinds of abilities that required his control of his body as well as his energy. This just showed Felix how deep the elemental manipulation system was. It might be separated into 3 stages, but Felix felt that he was going to be stuck in the first stage for some time until he mastered controlling his inner poison energy. Lastly, Felix didn't forget to sign up for tail courses in order to learn techniques on how to harness its true potential from those experienced elites, who probably had a tail mutation for decades. The courses were split into basic, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, Felix had just entered the intermediate level, where fighting and evading techniques were being taught. That's how those 7 days went for Felix. Just holing up in his room and practicing from waking up to sleep, trying his best to better himself. Even if he didn't practice, Felix still had no intentions of leaving his room or the family headquarters. After all, the Gamma organization and Hiltons were still out there waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike again. Felix wasn't a retard to believe that the Gamma organization had given up on him. In fact, he believed that the organization members were currently biting their nails in impatience and agitation while surveying the headquarters. Their impatience was understandable, as they had most likely seen that Felix had replaced his bloodline. In their eyes, Felix's value and worth were getting reduced by each percentage he replaces. If Felix ended up replacing his entire bloodline without being captured, it was a massive loss on their part. There was no way in hell they would give up on a legendary bloodliner found in an underdeveloped planet. Felix knew all of this beforehand. Thus, he understood that if he played it slow, the Gamma organization or the Hiltons were bound to rush and make a fatal mistake in their plan to capture him. Felix was aiming to take advantage of that mistake and find out the coordination of the organization's spaceship the moment his hands lay on the coordination. The plan to get rid of those tumors would officially begin tomorrow morning. Ring ring. Upon hearing his bracelet, Felix opened his muddled eyes slowly and looked at it, wanting to check on the caller ID. After seeing that it was Molly, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and accepted the call. The moment the call was connected, Nathalia's lively voice resounded in the room. "Brother Felix, how are you doing?" Before Felix could respond, a second enticing voice followed it up. "How cold of you to not call me even once since our last meeting in the auction house. Stella, didn't I tell you to not bring such a matter without the need to guess?" Felix knew that it was Molly, as he was used to hearing her sweet voice and the drama she acted in. "It seems like you are doing quite all right, girls." Felix chuckled while walking to the bathroom. "Humph, if you bothered to ask once in a while you would know," so Stella complained. "Stella, I will kick you from the call if you kept bugging Mr. Felix like this," Molly threatened. Now, she has every right to feel offended." Felix apologized while brushing his teeth. "I should have called once or twice, but I was caught up in work." Immediately after hearing him say so, Stella giggled and asked, "How did you find my acting this vixen?" Felix smiled wryly and replied, "Impeccable as always." Alas, the moment Felix said so, he fell into Stella's trap as she snorted. "If it was that good, why am I not receiving the promised movie pitch from you yet? It had been 4 months and a half now." Confused by her turning silence mid-tantrum, Felix arched his eyebrows while glancing at the call details. Soon, he noticed that she was truly kicked out from the call by Molly. "Did you need to be this savage?" Miss Molly. Felix was at loss for words. "I warned her, but she didn't want to listen," Molly added. "Plus, I called to ask if you were coming to watch the pilot episode premiere." "Yes, I will be there," Felix replied. After Molly received a positive confirmation, she didn't waste Felix's time with needless chatter, as she said her goodbyes and hang up. Felix truly was planning on going, as he had no intentions to miss his series My Love Rival Is Me premiere episode event. Although it was a series and the entire first season was going to be dropped in the Max Network platform at once, events like those were hosted all the time to add more publicity to the series. In this event, hundreds of famous actresses, investors, UVR idols, ST idols, and many more individuals would be invited to walk on the red carpet and watch the premiere in a single cinema. Since Felix was planning on founding an investment company that would branch out to many industries, there was no way he was going to miss out on putting himself out there and getting social with some of those individuals. The end goal of his investment company was to own multiple companies such as film studios, animation studios, game studios, mining companies, SD idol agencies, etc. for such a behemoth business empire to put its roots in the UVR and also the real universe. Felix required an actual solid business and social network to pull it off. Otherwise, his company would be under constant attacks from every side the moment he starts stepping on his peers' toes during his company's rise in the business ladder. That's why Felix was planning on making Mr. Igris the CEO of the company while he only deals with the most important and pressing issues of it. He already discussed those matters with him before, and Mr. Igris was more than willing since he would possess 3 shares from the mega company, leaving Felix 97 and utter domination on all aspects of it. Currently, Felix was only waiting for the paperwork of the company to be approved by the company's registration office in the kingdom. The paperwork was actually filed by Mr. Igris a month ago and still they weren't given the green light yet. Felix hoped that it wouldn't take too long since the first season of the series would be released in 9 days and the premiere event would be happening 3 days from now. He wanted to introduce his company to the individuals he would be meeting at the event instead of just introducing himself as a lone investor. There was a massive difference between the two. After taking a morning shower, Felix sent Stella a message, entailing that she should expect a movie pitch in the next month or 2 max. Then, he went to the cafeteria to grab a bite. Half an hour later, Felix was sitting in the cafeteria, eating his breakfast with Olivia. As always, Olivia was munching on cookies as they were her favorite breakfast snacks. Felix took a sip from his orange juice glass and asked, "When are you planning on replacing your bloodline?" "Most likely in 4 days after I receive my genome specifier needles and imprinter needle." Olivia tightened her fist in resolve. "I am ready to integrate 15 at once." "Good." Felix smiled faintly and sent a message. "Come to my room in 4 hours. I will give you the Epic Tier 2 bloodline bottle and some double percentage potions to reduce the pain." Olivia nodded her head in appreciation with bits of crumbles near her lips. Felix chuckled at the sight and carried his plate to the dustbin. He already finished his breakfast. Now, he was returning to his room to log into the UVR and join the morning courses for his Tail Training Chapter 289, returning to the Ivy League city. Just as Felix reached his room from the cafeteria, he received a message from his grandfather informing him that 5 days later, there would be a send-off banquet for the team. It would be hosted by the governor of Massachusetts state, and the guests would be just the heavyweight authorities in the state. Thus, the entire team was required to be there without any exception. Felix immediately asked with a serious expression, was this the governor's idea or someone proposed it to him? Robert didn't know what he wanted from such a piece of information, but he still answered, "I believe it was the doing of the grand elder of the Hilton family. Elder Charlotte received this information from her subordinates about it, trying to get me out forcefully." Felix grinned widely after hearing a positive response. He was a bit doubtful at the start since they had already participated in a banquet last week in the governor's mansion. It was a celebration of the national team's achievements in the world competition. Felix felt that it wouldn't make sense for the governor to host another one so soon in his own accordance. But now it seemed like he got convinced by the Hilton Grand Elder to host one as a final send-off, since Felix and the rest would remain in the Earthlings' headquarters for a long time. Just as he expected, the Hiltons were probably pressured by the organization to make a move as soon as possible. Since he was always holed up in the family headquarters, he left them with no other choice but to force him out with such a method. Felix appreciated it as now he knew when and where he would be hit. Now he needed to start planning ahead on countermeasures and take advantage of this knowledge. This was truly unfortunate for the Hiltons, since in their eyes, Felix shouldn't be expecting any attacks from them or anyone in that sense. After all, he should be clueless about the organization's existence just like everyone else. Too bad. With his future information about the organization and their dealings with them, Their ill intentions were as clear as crystal in his eyes. Hee hee. Are they going to raid the party, kidnap me midway? Felix grinned devilishly. I can't wait to see what plans they had for me. 10 minutes later. Inside the Ivy League city. Felix's body reconstructed at the sideways of a wide street that was packed with expensive elking hovercars passing by him. Yet those hovercars were actually the norm, as some bloodliners were traveling speedily on four-legged mounts, spherical see-through vehicles, and more weird-looking transportation methods. Thud! Just as Felix wanted to turn around, his shoulder was bumped against a bloodliner who had his face buried in a hologram. So sorry, the bloodliner apologized with a slight head bow. It's my fault. Felix smiled politely. I shouldn't have logged off at the sideways. Sigh. I feel you, brother. The bloodliner buried his head back in the hologram and waved his hand in melancholy. Good luck on finding a place to stay. You too, Felix said while looking at the man's slumped shoulders. He knew that the man was struggling to find a place to rent or buy inside the residential area of the Ivy League city. Just like the men, Felix also didn't manage to find a place to stay for the past 7 days he was in the city. This was because in the entire mountain chain, there were only 10 mountains for residential purposes. They were already packed to the brim with SG Gold players and above. Heck, there were even apartments that had 3 to 4 players sharing them like they were broke paupers. But in reality, everyone in the Ivy League city was a rich lord due to their high rank in the SG platform. They could afford to buy multiple houses and mansions outside of the Ivy League city. But here most of them were homeless, just like Felix. This was because the Ivy League's city had been built on a humble mountain chain instead of spreading to infinity like the capital's cities in the UVR. Those mountains had their summits smoothened up and already taken. For example, there was the Teleportation Mountain, PPFT Market Mountain, the Public Market Mountain, the Missions Mountain, the Schools Mountain, the Arena Mountain, the Training Center Mountain, and the list goes on and on. This left only a couple of mountains to be used for residential purposes. They were far from enough to accommodate every player. Although the organization responsible for creating the league and the city saw that the lack of space was causing a problem for the players, they still didn't add 100 extra mountains to solve it. Instead, the F-Seekers were creating a single residential mountain each year and leaving the players to fight tooth and nail to bid for houses, apartments, rooms, and even garages. The currency used in this auction was game points, yet the players still bid recklessly to buy at least a room so they could have a place to stay in the city instead of teleporting back and forth. No one could afford to pay 200 GP for each teleportation, and there was no way in hell those proud bloodliners would sleep in the streets like hobos. The last solution they had was logging out in a public place and sleeping in the real world just to log in again in the same spot. This what Felix had just demonstrated. However, this wasn't really a long-term solution, or even a comfortable one, since the bloodliners would be forced to use only their AP bracelet for logging in and not the comfortable VR pod. Thus, to stay in the city one should be willing to pay both legs for it. This was the reason Felix never stayed in the city before, even though he knew that it was 100 times better than even the capital of the empire. Of course, bloodliners-wise. However, he was holding into his 12k game points just to prepare for the upcoming residential auctions and snag at least a room in an apartment. He didn't care if he shared the apartment with other players, since he could train his poison manipulation in the training center mountain. The upcoming auction was actually quite near, happening in a month. After he secured a room, Felix planned on moving to it and remain in this city for a long time. Right now, Felix was walking on the streets, heading to the school where he was being taught tail techniques courses. Obviously, Felix wasn't going to choose a school in the Androxa city or the Mariana city, since their prices were expensive as hell, and the courses weren't even that good compared to being taught personally by an active high-level player. The school Felix signed in last week was called Silver Hammer School. He chose it because of the good reviews the instructor received, and the fees were affordable, only 300 GP per month. After a short walk, Felix had reached the entrance of a skyscraper, which had a board sign placed on every 2 floors. If one was bored to count, they would a total of 40 board signs. Each board sign was representing a different tail school, and a different discipline, it was common sense that mutations weren't all the same. Thus, a tail meant for whipping and destruction shouldn't be taught techniques meant for slicing and cleaving. Felix didn't bother to lift his head and look at his school sign that was right above him. Instead, he just walked inside the bustling building and went for one of the 5 elevators. After entering and waiting until it was crowded, the elevator automatically closed. All of them had tails of unique shapes and types. Felix's tail was actually low-key compared to some of them. Just like the player in front of him, who had a black metallic saw for a tail, the motherfucker was having it placed right on top of Felix's nose, forcing him to stand stiffly lest he gets his nose done. He might not die, but it sure would hurt like hell. This experience was daily for everyone willing to take the elevators. Heck, even Felix's fluffy end tail was currently placed on the lips of a girl behind him. If Felix turned, he would notice that she was pressing her lips tightly like her life was dependent on it just to not eat his tail strands. Tiring, thank God. Felix sighed in relief as he stepped outside of the elevator with a bit of difficulty. Fortunately for him, his school's floor was quite close to the ground floor. After getting out, Felix was immediately met with the sight of an extensive wide floor that spanned for at least 1 kilometer or 2. It was utterly disproportionate to the skyscraper's real size. On this wide floor, there were many unique-looking machines, placed in an ordered manner. Due to Felix's enhanced eyesight, he could see tens of bloodliners stretching their tails while sitting in the middle of the floor. While they were stretching, a beefy man with his upper hairy chest exposed and thick black beard was walking between them with his arms crossed on his chest. He had a thick silver-skinned tail that was flat and bulgy at the end of it. Due to it, his tail truly resembled a silver hammer. Upon seeing that they had already started, Felix didn't dilly-dally in place as he swiftly sprinted in their direction. The moment he got closer, he was noticed by the black-bearded man and the students. "Landlord, you are late by 3 minutes." Displeased by his tardiness, he arched his eyebrows and warned, "I told you before, either you come early or you don't come at all. Just never arrive late in my courses." Just as the bloodliners started to laugh with gloating looks, they got glared at by the instructor. "This applies to all of you." None of them let out a single peep after so. Seeing that the black-bearded instructor was looking at him again, Felix nodded his head in understanding and went to sit on the ground. Although the entire building was packed with schools specifically aimed at tails, Felix didn't want to get kicked out of this school as the black-bearded instructor's style of fighting was extremely in line with what he desired from his tail mutation. The instructor was nicknamed the Demolisher. Even though his SG name was Silverhammer, he got this nickname due to his brutal fighting style, which utilizes his tail mutation to deliver heavy strikes that were capable of exploding his foes upon contact. This was the fighting style of the Silverhammer, a peak tier platinum player, Felix instructor, and the founder of the Silverhammer School Chapter 290 training the techniques. After a short while, clap clap, Silverhammer clapped twice to attract everyone's attention to him. Split up as per the level of your courses and head to your distinguished area. After hearing so, the 20 bloodliners or so stood up and went in 3 different directions. Felix was part of the biggest group as he followed them to an area packed with punching like silver machines, standard AI dummies, and other unique-looking machines made specifically for tails training. This was the area for intermediate courses where Felix was currently at. After Felix reached a punching-like machine with multiple pads installed on it, he stood before it and waited for further instructions. The others also did the same. Soon, the instructor sent each intermediate student a message, entailing to practice charging devil technique for 30 minutes and impregnable defense technique for 30 minutes. No one reacted weirdly to given instructions by messages as they knew that the instructor always spent 1 hour with beginners, then 1 hour with them, and finally 1 hour with advanced students. They didn't complain about such arrangements since they could practice what they learned previously in those hours. Plus, the instructor could always teleport next to them and check on their progress or if they had any mistakes. If it wasn't for the damned Ivy League taking 50 of his monthly profits, Silverhammer could have hired another instructor to help him out. Alas, every school in the city was forced to pay that amount to keep renting the floors. Felix retreated from the machine, keeping 40 meters away from it. He narrowed his eyes at the red pad in the far right of the machine and abruptly sprinted with a moderate speed. He knew that if he used too much, it would be even harder for him to pull off this technique that he learned only yesterday. The moment Felix reached a couple of meters near the machine, he placed one foot before him and arched his waist fully to the right before using the momentum to propel himself forward the instant he saw the red pad. Felix snapped his eyes wide open as he channeled all of the built-up momentum from the sprint and his body posture to swing his tail at the target. Whoosh! The wind's roar sounded promising in Felix's ears, as he knew that without the momentum built up, there was no way in hell his tail could produce a thud. Alas. The bulgier end of the tail completely missed the red pad as it smashed into the hard metallic surface of the machine. Meanwhile, Felix was the one who ended up having his head collide with the red pad due to the built-up momentum. Felix ended up flopping midair twice before landing on his ass. Ha 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 ha! The bloodliners near him laughed at the sight before starting to bet between each other if Felix was going to end colliding with the machine next time or flopping 3 times in the air. Upon hearing their bet's details, Felix merely showed them a middle finger and went back to his previous position. He wanted to repeat the same technique. He knew that if he succeeded in learning this technique, his tail could potentially deliver up to 5,300 bf minimum. That's a 300 bf increase just from the technique after Felix lost his super strength. Every technique that could push his offensive power was a must-learn. Thus, he completely ignored those jokesters, who were also struggling to pick up the technique, and carried on his practice. 30 minutes later, in the end, Felix didn't manage to hit the red pad even once by his tail, but he sure hit it with every goddamn body part. Now, he was walking to another silver machine that had multiple cannons joisted to its body. This time, he was planning to practice an impregnable defense technique, one of the hardest ones to pull off at the intermediate level since Felix had just advanced to the intermediate level. He practiced this technique just once yesterday after the instructor showed it to them. Ouch! My life. Soon, the area around Felix was filled with pain, groans, and cries from grown-ass men and women. They were seniors at the intermediate level, yet they were still struggling to master it. Hopefully, it won't be as bad as yesterday. Felix gulped a mouthful as he stood 10 meters away from the machine. He waved his tail left and right, then up and down. He kept doing so while increasing his speed until he messed up the sequence. Then he did it again and again for the next 2 minutes until he received a message from the instructor. Landlord, stop messing around and activate the machine. I was just stretching. Felix coughed and stopped wasting time. He looked at the gleaming mouths of the cannon and relaxed his tensed shoulders. Then, fire! Whoosh! Phew phew. The moment the abilities were fired from the cannons, all of Felix's body parts were frozen beside his tail. This meant either he defends perfectly with his tail or he gets rained upon like the others. Boom boom. Thud. Thankfully, with his enhanced eyesight, Felix was capable of noticing the ability's trajectory before they even crossed half their journey. This meant Felix knew which ability was the first to arrive and which one was the last. By knowing this, Felix controlled his tail to precisely block the abilities in that order. This led to a clean and perfect display of defense. However, no one felt surprised by this as Felix had just passed the first level. In this level, only 20 abilities were fired in gradual order. The fun had truly begun in the next level, where Felix had to use his tail for blocking 30 abilities regardless. Felix managed to pull it off with some difficulty and cold sweat coursing on his back. Then came the third level and the fourth. Felix was still untouched, although he always seemed like he was about to reach his limits. He ends up pulling out of the salvo without a scratch on 5th level, already on the second try. Truly a talented uprising player. Silverhammer had already teleported a couple of meters behind Felix and was watching him ever since he passed through the third level. Let's see how he cope up with 60 abilities, salvo lasting for 15 seconds. Silverhammer rubbed his beard with a look of anticipation. Whoosh whoosh phew. The instant the cannon started firing, Felix held his breath while his tringle pupils widened in focus at the volley of abilities, appearing like they were stacked to each other. But in Felix's eyes, he was still capable of noticing their shapes, element, speed, and most importantly, their trajectory. Thus boom boom boom. His tail kept swiping left, right, up, down, forward in such a quick manner commoners could barely see a yellow line, destroying those abilities the moment they touched it. However, Silverhammer could clearly see that Felix was using exactly what he was taught yesterday to protect himself instead of just swinging randomly, hoping for the best. Small-sized abilities use a soft and quick approach to save up energy and time since those swings could be switched mid-flight in another direction. As for big-sized abilities, channel a heavy half-powered swing to get rid of them. Since those attacks were heavy, the wind produced after the swing was enough to destroy small abilities and slow down the big ones. This approach provided Felix a split second to recover his tail from the swing animation and repeat the techniques, same sequence. Silverhammer appreciated that Felix was copying exactly what he demonstrated yesterday to the students instead of using his own way. After all, he was fighting with his tail for his entire life, and the experience that he gathered was unattained for Felix or the others in such a short time. If others used their ways to defend instead of the well-optimized technique that he taught them, that was honestly just a foolish move and a waste of their hard-earned points. Whoosh, Argo, he messed up. Silverhammer immediately chuckled after seeing a transparent-like dagger piercing Felix's kneecap the moment that happened. Felix's focus was broken. Such a fatal mistake doomed him as his rhythm and pattern that he was following subconsciously broke apart, allowing more and more abilities to bypass his tail successfully and land on him. Boom boom arg fckk pause time out while Felix was yelling in his mind. He was at the same time sending it to Silverhammer, begging for him to pause the practice. Who could blame him though he was getting smacked left and right by those elemental abilities? He might not die since Silverhammer removed the option from his floor, but the pain he felt was 100 real time out. Hehehe. Silverhammer chortled in amusement while teleporting back to the beginner's area. In his school, they get taught techniques, have their questions all answered, and even show them multiple demonstrations plus the mistakes to avoid. The moment they start practicing the technique, there was no pause, no timeouts, no mercy. Silverhammer knew that pain was the best motivation to force those bloodliners into putting all they had into learning his techniques as fast as possible. If they didn't want to feel it, master the technique. Thus, he turned completely deaf to the cries and begs of his intermediate and advanced students while teaching the newcomers how to swing their tails properly, gently like a patient elder. Alas, the same couldn't be said about the newcomers, as they shivered each time they heard those pitiful echoes. Maybe I should try other schools. Some of them were already showing signs of regret. Silverhammer utterly ignored those signs and just carried on doing his job. If they wanted to leave, the door was right behind them. Chapter 291 The Monkey Path. After 30 minutes or so, Felix dropped to the ground with his body messed up in different places. However, he swiftly healed himself back to peak form again. This was already the 20th time he healed himself since the moment he started practicing the impregnable defense. That's also the number of times he repeated the technique. No matter how painful the experience, Felix never stopped trying to reach the 9th level. At that level, he needed to defend against 100 abilities successfully in 30 seconds. He knew that it wasn't impossible since the advanced students were able to do it. Meanwhile, Silverhammer had demonstrated yesterday that he could handle even the 13th level since the abilities thrown were adjusted based on the integration stage of the bloodliner. It meant that Silverhammer was a FC King humanoid tank. Felix wanted to reach at least the 9th, so he could officially be marked as having mastered the technique. If he managed to master 3 intermediate techniques, he would move up to advanced courses and learn even stronger techniques. So far, he was taught only those 2 techniques and he had yet to master the easiest one, which was Charging Devil. In today's course, he was going to be taught the 3rd technique. That's enough. Gather around me. Abruptly, Silverhammer teleported within the intermediate area and clapped his hands twice. The machines all stopped firing at once, and the already fired abilities paused midair, then broke off into particles. Finally, off the longest 30 minutes in my life. One by one, the bloodliners dropped into the ground while sighing in relief. Alas, Silverhammer didn't give them even a second break as he ordered them strictly. Get your asses up, I only have 1 hour to teach you something new. Upon hearing so, the bloodliners grumbled under their breath, but they still stood up and gathered around him. "Let's go." Silverhammer snapped his finger and all of them teleported at once. After Felix's body reconstructed, he opened his eyes to the sight of a long complex track that was built completely from metal poles. Those poles were connected to each other in some places, and some not. This left wide gaps in the track, which weren't bridgeable by just simple jumps. Heck, that's if they were able to jump in this track, as it was suspended 30 meters in midair. Some of you are already familiar with this track and the rules applicable in it. Silverhammer looked at Felix and another girl, then said, "However, since we have two newcomers, I will provide a short clarification." Silverhammer went on and started explaining that this track was called the Monkey Path, and it was created by him years ago to practice his flexibility and tail control. Silverhammer went beneath a metal pole that was tens of meters above him, and said, "Watch closely. I will be demonstrating how to pass the monkey path successfully in less than 6 seconds. Everyone focused on him with clear anticipation written on their faces. They knew that Silverhammer demonstrations were always FC-king epic. Even Felix was watching up close. Whoosh! Without warning, Silverhammer bent his knees and hurled himself in the air, appearing like he was flying just as he was about to reach the metal pole. He did the unexpected as he turned upside down like he was going for a backflip. However, his maneuver was actually to grasp the metal pole by his tail. Felix and the rest were left in awe at the sight of him dangling upside down while the end of his tail placed gently on the metal pole. FCK. If it was me, I would have smacked my head by the pole. Felix wasn't ashamed to admit it, as he knew that it was impossible for him to pull off Silverhammer's feet with his mediocre tail control. He could somewhat grasp any metal pole with his tail as long as it was within his sight. However, to do it blindly like Silverhammer, he was still far off. "Someone start a timer and keep your eyes on my movements," Silverhammer requested while dangling back and forth like he was building momentum. The moment he saw thumbs up, he truly swung himself into another metal pole. However, instead of using his hands, he flipped in the air and relied on his tail again to grip the metal pole. This time he didn't dangle on it, but used the previously built momentum to roll 2 times on the pole before launching himself even further in the track. Felix just kept watching with eye wide open at him, using nothing but his tail to carry on flinging himself from a metal pole to another. Since the path was quite complex, sometimes Felix was left wondering how would Silverhammer reach the next metal pole without sacrificing his staggering momentum that was built since the start. However, those thoughts kept getting wiped out from his mind at the flexible maneuver Silverhammer kept pulling midair by his tail. Only heck, not even a finger had touched the metal poles throughout Silverhammer's entire course. By the time he reached the finish line, Silverhammer teleported while still in backflip animation. His body reconstructed a couple of meters above the group, and he carried on with his landing next to them. Thud! The instant his feet touched the ground, the hologram that was showing the timer stopped automatically. Upon seeing 5.7 seconds, Felix couldn't help but drew a deep breath in awe and fascination. "Now that's a perfect tail control." Silverhammer waved the hologram from his face and asked strictly, "What did you learn?" The new girl showed a hand respectfully and spoke after getting permission. "Your tail allowed you to build up an explosive momentum in such a short time. It's impossible for any other body parts to do the same." "Good." Silverhammer nodded his head in approval and asked Felix, "What did you see?" Felix thought about it for a couple of seconds before responding. "Normally, the end of your tail should have made it extremely difficult to grasp the metal poles. However, you clearly demonstrated that you turned the tail's flat surface area to your own advantage." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, as it was evident that Silverhammer wasn't truly gripping the metal pole by rolling his long thick tail on it. Instead, he just used the unique end of his tail and his massive momentum to hook himself only for a split second. Then, before gravity could do its wonders, he flings himself forward. This action was extremely difficult to pull off, as one single mistake or miscalculation could end up missing the metal pole completely. God knows how many hours Silverhammer spent to reach this level of experience and skill, allowing him to pull that action off over and over again like it was a daily occurrence. "Good eye." Silverhammer nodded at Felix as well before saying, "This is exactly what my technique is all about." He pointed at Felix's ash-free tail and said, "In the case of your tail, I believe that it is going to be even harder for you to pull it off." Felix glanced at the spherical bulgy end of his tail, and couldn't help but nod his head in frustration, while others near him had somewhat of a bent shape to help them out. He had a FC King boulder. The sad part, he couldn't change its shape since it was against the rules in the SG to modify one's own real characteristics that could affect the fairness of the game. Face modification or skin color changes weren't against the rules. Felix could merely change the color of his tail since it wouldn't really affect anyone in the games. However, he couldn't even remove a single hair strand from his, as that would be considered a modification. Thus, he knew that it was going to be 10 times more difficult to master this technique since he needed to place the metal pole slightly under the tail's end. Otherwise, his spherical end would collide with the metal pole. Alright, don't think too much about this technique in the next couple of days. Silverhammer pointed at the track and ordered those two. Today, you can try coursing the track by any means possible, even your other limbs. Just try your best to memorize the track and metal pole's positions first. Felix and the girl nodded their heads in understanding. From tomorrow onward, you will be required to use only your tail. Silverhammer pointed at the track in the air and warned. Tomorrow, the metal poles would be modified to electrocute you the moment you touch them with any other body parts besides your tail. So you better think of yourself as a cripple with only a tail to work with. Only then will you truly bring your mutation's utmost potential. I like him already, Esna said, chuckling. His approach is still soft-handed in my eyes. The Jair Monkender lifted his head from the table and shook his head. If it was up to me, I would have placed a pool of acid below the track, so no one would dare fall down at all cost. Felix trembled at the Jair Mungen's means. Although he was immune to poison, he still didn't want to imagine the scene of others falling into a pool of acid just to melt, and then repeat the same process again. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm, landlord. Didn't you hear me? Silverhammer snapped his finger before the dazed Felix and ordered. Go up with the rest and find your own path in the course. Memorize it at all costs since memory is the trick to not messing up or falling down. Understood. Felix gave him a slight nod before dashing towards one of the long pillars leading to the course above. Everyone was climbing on them akin to monkeys. Obviously, no one dared to imitate Silverhammer's way of reaching the course, as they needed to jump 30 meters in the air. It was impossible for them to achieve such a height with their strength. Heck, the strongest of them was merely a peak second stage bloodliner, unlike Silverhammer, who was a bona fide fourth stage bloodliner for a peak tier platinum ranker. It was only natural to have such strength. Shortly after, on top of a metal pole, Felix was resting his chin on a hand while peering at the complex metallic path. Next to him stood the newcomer girl as well. Both of them weren't moving as they were watching the senior's own way of crossing the path. Soon, TSDSDSDSDS off. Felix flinched at the sight of a bloodliner getting electrocuted by blue charges after he reflexively used his hand to grip the metal pole instead of his tail. Thud. Later, he fell to the ground just like a mosquito falling after touching an electric trap. Then he healed himself and went climbing up the pole again, seeing how his fate was going to be like if he didn't put his utmost effort. Felix didn't plan on wasting his time watching. Thus, he bent his knees and jumped towards the nearest metal pole. While midair, Felix twisted his wrist, allowing his tail more flexibility to clutch into the metal pole. That was done pretty easily as Felix only needed to roll his tail twice on the pole and his grip was more than secured. So far so good. Felix started to swing back and forth to build up momentum for his next jump. After feeling that he got enough to propel himself forward, Felix waited for a second until he reached his peak velocity before trying to let go of the metal pole. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Alas, by the time his tail unrolled itself, it was already too late as Felix's body was returning back to its neutral position. FCK. Felix could only cry out loud in despair while falling 30 meters into the hard concrete ground. Thud. Krakow. This is going to be fun to watch, Asna said while laughing in pure delight at the sight of Felix lying on the ground with his arm broken in a weird shape. Chapter 292. Primo Investment Company. 4 hours later, Felix was back in the real world as Olivia had notified him that she was waiting for him in front of the door. After opening it up, Felix handed her the bloodline bottle and 4 double percentage potions with some rejuvenation potions. "You want me to supervise you?" Felix asked. Olivia shook her head and said, "The elders are just fine. I know that you were busy and I don't want to eat up your time." Felix caressed Olivia's flower gently and said, "Good luck in your replacement. And don't use more than 15 even if you had double percentage potion." Olivia nodded her head firmly and took off. However, she soon paused and sent a message. "What do I tell to the elders about the bottle and potions?" "Don't worry. There is no need to lie. Just tell them it was from me," Felix said while closing the door. Felix wasn't bothered by the elders finding out about his capital, as he already told his grandfather that his UVR investments were more than successful. The capital used the items he sold as a street vendor, so it wasn't abnormal that he had a lot of coins to spare. Unlike them, at best, they would assume that his investments turned out to be a bomb. The elders had enough integrity to not come and beg him to spare a few. If it came to it, they would most likely just ask to participate with their coins at Felix Investment Ventures. Alas, the couple million coins in their possession would probably not be accepted in Felix's 100 million investment projects. 3 days later, in the evening, Felix was wearing a formal black suit while changing the hairstyles in front of the mirror. He was preparing for the pilot episode premiere event, which was going to start in half an hour. He was already given all details about it and who was going to be on the invitation list by Mr. Igris. Soon, Felix picked a low fade hairstyle and went to the garage. After driving to the teleportation company, he chose a circle and thought about his destination. After Felix opened his eyes, he went out of the circle and walked towards the crowded entrance. Immediately after leaving, his eyes were greeted by neon lights of the darkened city. In every building there was a well-lighted billboard, advertising a movie, a VR game, series, anime, etc. Obviously, this city wasn't the Mariana capital. In fact, it was the entertainment hub in the empire, and it was much bigger and glamorous than the holy sinful city in the Alexander Kingdom. The event was hosted in the 5th best cinema in the city. It might be the 5th, but in an entertainment center of the empire, it was better than anything else. Felix neither walked nor called for a hover cab. He just dialed on a number. Then, he waited for a couple of minutes before a curvy silver hovercar stopped in front of him. From the startled and odd looks this car had attracted, it was clear that it was a rare and expensive piece. Felix sat on the back seat and praised the driver. "Nice piece you have here." "Sigh. You know me, boss. I hate driving in those, but we can't be shaming ourselves in the event with a piece of junk." Mr. Igris smiled bitterly while pressing the autopilot button on the dashboard. He then pressed another button and his seat turned around, making him face Felix. The car was already driving on its own and there was no need to worry about the risks of crashing. True, image is everything for those people. Felix relaxed his bow tie a bit and asked, "Do you have an update about our company's paperwork?" "Yes. I paid for some information from the registration office, and it turns out the paperwork is about to be stamped soon." Mr. Igris added, "I believe I will receive it in 3 or 4 business days." "That's good enough." Felix scratched his chin. "When the series gets released in 9 days and hopefully turn out good, the company's name would have its first win on its first day of getting founded. Not a lot of companies can have that." Mr. Igris smiled coolly and asked, "How about the name? Have you decided on it yet?" "Name? Thoughtful." Felix rested his chin on his hand while gazing at the neon streets. Putting a name on a company that was going to turn into a business empire was truly tough for him. Heck, most gamers couldn't even name their character under 1 hour. Don't even mention for such a company. "Pick me, use my name." Asna abruptly interjected in his thoughts and said excitedly, "Think about it, Asna's investment company. Doesn't that just roll out of the tongue perfectly?" "Oh, you are right. Using the name for another is truly perfect." Just as Asna felt a bit warmed by his agreement, Felix carried on by asking politely, "Elder, what do you think about using half your name?" "Oh, I am flattered, but I pass." The Jair Munkander waved his hand dismissively while lying on his bed, watching a movie. I see. Felix arched his eyebrows for a few seconds before his eyes brightened up. How about Primo Investment Company, he suggested. Mr. Igris said the name twice out loud and felt that it wasn't a bad choice. Sounds good to me. Is there a hidden reason or meaning to Primo? It simply meant unique and remarkable, Felix said, smiling. In reality, he chose the name from primogenitors since his bloodline path and fate were connected to them. Since Primo also meant those two words. Mr. Igris didn't find it weird at all. Primo Investment Company. Mr. Igris kept repeating the name softly to register it in his memory. He needed to have it always at the tip of his tongue. 15 minutes later, Mr. Igris took control over the wheel as they had reached their destination and the hover car was still 100 meters in the air. Soon, he started gliding slowly downward, allowing Felix to glance at the sea of people standing behind long blue holographic barriers. Between those barriers, there was a long and wide red carpet that was leading to a humongous pyramid-like building made out of see-through glass. Neither the red carpet nor the ground floor of the building was empty. They were actually packed with reporters, either using their AP bracelets as a broadcasting tool or as a microphone for the guests in the event. Felix soon noticed the three gorgeous girls standing behind a well-made poster and taking pictures together with pretty smiles. Looking at the posture, Felix asked Mr. Igris, "Did they modify it since the last version you gave me?" "Yes." The director felt it was quite misleading putting Molly in the center of the frame while having the two personas of the main characters beside her. He said, "They thought it makes Molly seem like she was the main focus of the series." "That's true," Felix said. "The current one is quite good as well." After saying so, Felix ignored the posture and focused on Molly, Stella, and Nathalia, who were all dressed glamorously like their sole intention was to enchant the onlookers and steal their attention from other beautiful girls on the red carpet. Honestly, that was actually close to the truth, as the actresses on the red carpet might be invited to enliven the event and project the series to their millions of fans. They were also taking advantage of it to market their own image. Thus, the red carpet was more of a silent ongoing war between them on whom would receive the biggest attention. Heck, some of their dresses were either extremely revealing or culturally inappropriate. The universe was wide and filled with multiple cultures and races. And for those actresses, it was the same as having an unlimited wardrobe to pick their clothes. However, that didn't apply to everyone, as some came out dressed normally like Felix and Mr. Igris. But the reporter's focus was rarely on them. Soon, Felix leaned back on his seat as the hover car had finally made it to the ground. But he still didn't get out, as their car was currently the last in a small queue made out of flamboyant vehicles. Slowly, those cars kept pulling over one by one in front of the red carpet's mouth. After the guests get placed down on it, the cars swiftly take off. This process kept going until Felix's car stopped in front of the red carpet. Seeing a new arrival, the reporters and fans both aimed their bracelets at it and waited in anticipation. Alas, the moment Felix set foot on the carpet, everyone lost interest as they had no idea about his identity. Quickly, they switched their bracelets' focus to Mr. Igris, who stood next to Felix. Seeing his face, some reporters identified him and swiftly went to interview him. After all, Mr. Igris was all over this series not just as an investor, but as an active member in marketing and such. Thus, he was quite known within the ranks of reporters. Seeing that Mr. Igris was being held up, Felix left him behind and walked forward in direction of Molly and the girls. Throughout his entire walk, only a few reporters bothered to ask each other about his identity. Since they ended up with negative results, no one came up to Felix for an interview. Well, it was only logical, as they couldn't interview him without even knowing his name. Felix didn't seem bothered by the lack of attention, even though the entire purpose he came here was to build a reputation of his own and for his company. He just kept walking through the guests until he got spotted by the girls who were being interviewed separately. They instantly recognized him since Felix was using the J.R. Mungen's appearance and he wasn't planning on changing it for his UVR Felix persona. "Can you excuse us?" Miss Molly offered a lovely smile to the reporters and said, "A dear friend of ours has just arrived." Chapter 293 The Hilton Scheme. A dear friend. Confused and somewhat intrigued, the reporters looked at Molly and the girls meeting up with Felix midway to give him each a quick hug before separating. "Who is he, Queen?" they all asked the Queen for a quick search after seeing the girls talking amicably with Felix. In a split second, Felix's public information was in front of them on an invisible screen, after reading that he was a newcomer investor, who was actually one of the Sirius main shareholders. They couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise, especially when they saw that he owned 20 on the series. After digging deeper, they found that he also owned 39 shares in the movie Human Melodies. Although this movie was streamed only in the Alexander Kingdom, they still had an idea about it since it made a wide splash during its release. For Felix, only investment projects to be either turned successful or showed the potential of success. The reporters knew that he was either extremely lucky or the real deal now that they had some crucial information about him, and seeing his close relationship with Molly, they swiftly surrounded them and started assaulting him with questions. Some of them were about his upcoming business ventures, if he was affiliated with an investment company, or was just a lone investor dipping his hand here and there. But still, most of the questions were about his close relationship with Molly and if anything was going on between them. Too bad for the reporters. Neither Felix nor Molly were seeking attention that badly to act secretively about their relationship and create baseless drama. "He is my benefactor." Molly placed her hand on top of Felix's shoulder and said with a look of gratitude, "If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been acting in this masterpiece." Upon hearing so, the reporters got even more curious and branched on her answer by asking for details, knowing that giving up was impossible for those reporters unless they got something tangible. Felix interjected by saying calmly, "We have met in an auction, and since I am a big fan of her works, I took advantage of the opportunity to offer her a role in this series." Click click. "Look at the time. The episode is about to start," Stella immediately said after seeing that the reporters were actually increasing instead of leaving. They were all taking pictures with their bracelets or just blinking their eyes, making it unbearable to stay around them. Felix also didn't plan on staying, as their questions had nothing to do with his investments, but just his private life. "If you can excuse us." Stella waved her fingers at them and placed her wrist around Felix's elbow in an intimate manner. Then, both of them walked hand in hand on the red carpet. Molly and Nathalius soon followed after them. This time they utterly ignored everyone and went inside the pyramid-like building. Inside, reporters weren't allowed to enter, so the guests could have a nice private talk before the episode. Any guest interested in getting interviewed could always go back. After stepping inside, Molly took Felix and the girls to the Sirius team, wanting to introduce Felix to them. Alas, she was soon left embarrassed as Felix started poaching the producers, assistant managers, and the director. Heck, even the casting director wasn't spared from getting an offer by Felix. They all took his offer into careful consideration after knowing that he was loaded and planning on acquiring a film studio to do his own projects. Since he was already close to Stella and Molly, they guessed that he already had them in the bag in his upcoming films and series. But it was just consideration. They weren't willing to jump ships when this series was clearly showing a promising future. Thus, most of them rejected Felix politely. However, Felix wasn't troubled by their rejection, as he wanted his offer to be out there in the open. He knew that directors had their circle, actresses had theirs, even casting managers had a circle of their own. This meant, if one of them was talented and looking for a new project to work on, they would be notified about Felix's offer from their peers. Felix was doing so because of the draft of talents in the film industry. The AIs had made it so easy to film movies and series. Human touch was lacking in most of them. What's worse, most film crew members were only slightly learned about their work since the AI could take care of everything. Felix didn't want to rely mostly on AIs for his upcoming projects, as he understood that good films were born from the raw emotions and hard work both the actors and the crew put into the filming process. He knew that it would be tough to gather a crew like that, but he was going for it no matter what. Shortly after, Ladies and gentlemen, please head to gate number 1. An abrupt announcement resounded on the building's ground floor, shushing down the guests' chatter for a second. It's about to start. Felix glanced at the time and gestured with his hand for the girls to walk with him. Soon, they reached the gate and entered it after the others. Immediately after, they were dropped into the movie's world while sitting on comfortable chairs. Felix looked around and the light was still dim, not showing much of the world's environment. But he could guess that they were currently on a college campus. Soon, he lifted his head and eyed the big timer that was counting down. Still 5 minutes. Felix clicked a button on a controller and 4 glasses of red wine were placed in their seat's cup holder. A quick toast for Molly. Felix smiled faintly while lifting his glass. I don't deserve it. Molly got a bit embarrassed, but she still lifted her glass after Stella and Nathalia. I have yet to see the first episode, but from Molly's astonishing previous acts in dramas, I expect nothing less but a splendid series. Felix offered a warm smile as he clicked his glass with theirs. Cheers, 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 cheers. While Felix was enjoying the girls' company in the cinema, the Hiltons were gathering in the basement of a large mansion on the outskirts of Boston. The discussion they were currently having would chill the Maxwells' hearts if they got wind of it. Simply because they were finalizing the plan to kidnap Felix. This plan was in the making for a whole 3 months, unlike the last kidnapping attempt that was pulled off only in 3 days of planning. Grand Elder, when should we expect the marauder poison to arrive? Joseph, the white-bearded elder, asked softly while folding his hands on top of a circular table. This table was currently seated with more than 20 individuals. 6 of them were Hilton elders and 13 were mercenaries, easily noticeable due to their S.W.A.T. uniforms. Unsurprisingly, the last one sitting at the table was Adam. There wasn't a single ounce of politeness or warmness on his face, just pure chilling coldness while gazing at the holographic image of Felix. It was placed right in the center of the table so everyone could get a good look at him in the picture. Be patient. The Grand Elder added another hologram in the center and said, Mr. Hire had informed me that tomorrow he would bring all of the items needed to pull off the operation perfectly. Joseph nodded his head and didn't mention the matter again. Let's summarize the plan in case some of you forgot a part, the Grand Elder said while pointing his finger at the secondary hologram showing some blueprint for a building's pipeline. How can we forget a part when our lives are dependent on it? You old F-seeker. A gruff voice escaped through the mask of a man sitting in the opposite direction of the Grand Elder. He didn't sound pleased in the slightest by being here with the Hiltons. Who could blame him though his mercenary squad was forced on this suicidal mission of kidnapping Felix? It wasn't because the plan wasn't viable, but simply because they were F-seeking going to kidnap the Earthling team captain. No sane mercenary squad would even consider accepting this mission, even if they were offered billions of dollars. They knew that moving against Felix was the same as moving against the world. There would be absolutely no place for them to stay even if they somehow managed to pull it off. No one was that dumb to put himself in that situation. Alas, this mercenary squad got played by the desperate Hiltons. Instead of approaching them with a mission to kidnap Felix, they requested a simple mission of kidnapping a normal bloodliner, who was spending his holiday outside of the public camp. The squad saw no reason to reject such an easy mission, especially when the price offered was an AP bracelet for each squad member. Thus, they went through the plan and kidnapped the bloodliner successfully. After bringing him in, they received their AP bracelets without a problem. However, the moment they wore them to check if they were the real deal or fake ones, which were being sold in the markets to scam desperate people, they got collapsed on by a private squad belonging to the Hiltons. After a long tough fight, they ended up losing due to their ammo running out. Then, they got caught and forced to sign a contract, entailing their full cooperation in the upcoming mission to kidnap Felix. If they refused to sign it, they would get put down immediately. To facilitate their agreement, the Hiltons exposed their plan and the unique items used in it. After seeing the plan's viability and that their lives wouldn't be endangered after pulling it off, everyone agreed to the contract. Plus, the rewards given weren't shabby in the slightest, as each member would be getting $20 million cash. Just like this, the Hiltons obtained help from an elite squad after tens upon tens of rejections from other ones. The best part. This squad was obliged to do its very best in the plan since their lives depended on its success. If they failed, the Queen would pop their consciousness based on the terms signed. This was the reason why the leader of the squad scoffed. Their lives were on the line here, so who would dare forget his part in the plan? Slam shut up and listen, enraged. The Grand Elder pounded the table with the side of his fist and said, "My family's survival is also dependent on the mission's outcome, so we will discuss the plan even 100 times if we had to upon being reminded of the latest threat delivered by Mr. Gamma personally." The Hilton elders trembled in their seats from fear and agitation. They ought to feel that way as Mr. Gamma promised them the destruction of their family if they failed for the second time. Of course, he was neither going to make a move nor his organization due to the Alliance's existence. But placing irresistible bounties in the elders' heads and on their assets shouldn't be a problem for them. "Adam, why don't you take it from here?" Relaxed again. The Grand Elder recoiled back on his seat while giving Adam access to his holograms. "As you wish, great-grandfather," Adam said calmly. Chapter 294 The Hilton Scheme Roman 2. The first thing Adam did was expand the pipeline system and fleshing out the building instead of keeping it just like a blueprint. This made it easier to notice the rooms, bathrooms, and every area connected with those AC pipelines. Then, Adam pointed at the roof of the building, which looked like a small mansion, and said, "Red, you will drink invisibility potion and use the advanced grappler to climb up the roof in under 5 seconds. Take care of all the security guards you will see there except for one. Force him to drink slavery potion and order him to respond to any radio call. After dealing with those steps, your next move will be spilling the marauder poison in this AC pipeline, which is connected to the kitchen and some other rooms," Adam said while coloring a pipeline to separate it from the rest. "I should wait until green notify me that food is almost prepared, right?" Red asked. Adam nodded his head and explained, "Yes, we need to time it well, so when the marauder poison lands on the food, the dishes should have been already made and ready to be served for the guests. Only then will no chef or waiter dare to taste the poisoned food and expose us." "I still don't trust this marauder poison," Joseph said while knitting his eyebrows in skepticism. His distrust was understandable as the Gamma organization, which was about to send them a dose of it, informed them that it was one of the most effective sleeping poison created personally by the serpent halfling race. Its mechanism was unique as it was a liquid that turns into a transparent fog during contact with the atmosphere. Even then, it would remain ineffective on anyone who inhaled it. However, when a single particle touched an edible substance, the poison would awaken from its dormant state. Then, anyone who ate the poisoned food was bound to sleep for at least 24 hours based on the dose taken. Adding to the weirdness of the poison, Joseph was more worried about Felix's poison resistance. Just like him, everyone else pretty much knew that Felix had a really high poison resistance, probably even peak 1, just lower than immunity. He wasn't confident about the poison's effectiveness on him even though they got told by Mr. Gamma that only poison immunity could resist its effect completely. Since it was common knowledge that an element's immunity was impossible to unlock straightaway even for legendary Tier 7 bloodline, no one bothered to consider Felix having one. The only known method for a bloodliner to possess an immunity would be getting exposed to the vicious side of the element continuously, and for a prolonged period of time. That was extremely tough, even for peak 6th stage bloodliners. Don't even mention Felix. Joseph was only worried that Felix's poison resistance would lower the duration from 24 hours to 12 hours or even 1 hour. The Grand Elder understood his distress, as even he wasn't so sure about the exact duration. However, they were told that it could never be lower than 20 minutes of sleep for anyone. This meant they had only that duration to extract Felix from the building and transport him into the drop spot before he wakes up and FCK them up. If only they could give us 2 doses. We won't have this time limitation hanging above our heads like a sword. An elder sighed in dejection. Don't dream about it. Getting 1 dose of such a rare poison was already a lucky strike on their side. Another elder interjected. This should let everyone knows how much investment the organization had put in this operation. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes dangerously at the mercenary squad and said, "So don't FCK it up. unbothered by their nasty glares. The Grand Elder gestured for Adam to carry on his explanation of the plan. This time, Adam pointed his finger at the hall of the mansion and said, "This is where the banquet would be held and everyone would be gathered. Even us." He snapped his finger, and holographic small people were created. They weren't static as they kept talking while sitting on many circular tables. Soon, the food was served and placed on each table at the same time. Here is the tricky part. Adam placed a finger on his nose and said, "It's impossible for everyone to eat simultaneously." This meant some of them would be poisoned while others wouldn't. However, since there are 30 seconds before the poison truly put the affected to sleep, we need to force Felix to eat in that duration. Adam's thought process was simple. If Felix didn't eat in that duration, he would notice others falling to sleep and concluded that the food was poisoned. By then they could forget about touching him since he was the strongest bloodliner on the planet. This applied to Olivia. And the rest. Who would 100 make it impossible for the plan to carry on if they remained awake while Felix was asleep? After all, they would be wearing their nanosuits and it wouldn't be easy to take them down. In Adam's mind, his teammates and George needed to be poisoned for the plan to work. As for the rest of the guards, they could easily deal with them even if they were bloodliners. Ultimately, they would be utmost at greater purity. So far, we have 10 suggestions to force Felix into eating or drinking the poison food. Adam created a list of those suggestions and read the first one, suggesting for Felix to make a toast as the Earthling tin captain. This would force everyone to drink the poison wine or other drink simultaneously. This suggestion was placed first since it had only a few variables that could affect it. Like the bottles of wine weren't already open in the kitchen, so the poison wouldn't contaminate their mouth if that happened. The poured wine wouldn't be poisoned, which makes the suggestion a bust. Another variable would be Felix rejecting making a toast, but in their eyes, that's highly unlikely since the banquet would be packed with heavyweight authoritative personals. No one was fool enough to disrespect them by rejecting making a small toast. If this was a big if, Felix still rejected the proposal anyways. The second suggestion on the list was making Robert make the toast for him. They knew that Felix respected his grandfather greatly, which meant he wouldn't refuse to take a sip after the toast. These were just 2 suggestions from 10. Everything had been taken into careful consideration to make the plan have a 100 success rate. Adam soon carried on explaining the rest of the plan. Every milestone he reached, he considered plan A in case they succeeded it and plan B in case it failed. By the time he was done, 2 hours had gone by, and the mercenary squad members were reminded of every small detail. Sigh. If only Adam managed to befriend him. He could have brought Felix outside with the team in an outing or a vacation. Joseph murmured while rubbing his temples in fatigue at such a complicated plan. All the elders sighed in dejection at hearing him mention so. The original plan was far simpler as it relied mostly on Adam striking a friendship with Felix and the rest. He somewhat succeeded in gaining the goodwill of the others due to his polite, warm, and patient nature. Alas, throughout the entire period he spent with Felix, he never received a single word from him. None. Adam only gave up on this plan after they reached the States, and Felix still didn't speak a word to him. At that point, he didn't hesitate to inform the elders to pick one of their secondary plans. After seeing that Felix wasn't planning on leaving the building of his family, they ended up going with this complicated plan to force him out when it comes to the safety of their family and saving their dynasty from crumbling. The Hiltons went all out in the past 3 months. They even asked the organization for some advanced extraterrestrial weapons to facilitate the operation. Of course, everything wasn't given but lent to the Hiltons, and it was expected to be either returned or paid for. The Hiltons weren't really worried about not paying them since if the plan succeeded, they would be rewarded with 20 million SE. If it failed, well, they wouldn't be worrying about the loan anymore, but their lives. Alright, let's go for another practice run in the UVR. After Adam finished the demonstration, the Grand Elder didn't excuse them, but pointed at his bracelet. His meaning was clear. Everyone would be invited to his UVR's room to carry on their practice. The room was probably already expanded to copy the governor's mansion and the environment around it. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and closed their eyes shut. Even Adam, and the elders entered the Grand Elder's room since they also had their own part to play in the plan to avoid getting suspected. If it wasn't for this, the Hiltons would have used their private squad instead of forcing a random one unrelated to them. The end goal of the plan wasn't just kidnapping Felix, but enjoying the fruits of the operation without being under the council's radar. They knew that massive chaos would rise after the operation, and they wanted nothing to do with it. Chapter 295, The Governor's Mansion. Disclaimer: early chaps today since I didn't post any yesterday. Sorry, had some private matters to take care of. P.S. Those are today's chapters released in advance. 2 days later, in the evening, Felix was getting ready for the send-off banquet in his bedroom. By getting ready, it meant checking on his potions and substance, which he bought in his last shopping spree just for these moments. Those potions and items weren't just for battles, but also had other unique effects. After double-checking everything, he closed the spatial card interface and pressed on the card for 10 seconds. Then, it was detached from the bracelet. Felix pulled it out and requested calmly, "Queen, please back all of my data in your cloud services and keep updating it. That would cost you 100 a month." The Queen asked for confirmation. "Are you certain?" "Yes." Tiring immediately after he said so, the Queen informed him, "Your data has been successfully transferred. If your bracelet ever breaks, wear another and request for your data to be returned." "Thank you." Felix nodded his head in appreciation while putting the spatial card inside another pitch-black AP bracelet that was lying on the bed. This was an 11th generation AP bracelet, only 2 generations lower than the best available bracelet in the market. Felix always wanted to buy straight away the 13th generation bracelet that cost more than 30 million SE apiece. However, they were always out of stock the moment they land on the shelves. Now that the real-world dangers were approaching every day, he stopped caring about the latest generation and bought what's available in the stocks. However, he still didn't remove the silver bracelet on his wrist. Instead, he snapped his finger and turned his pajamas into a formal suit. He then placed the black bracelet inside his suit and requested the Queen to make a hidden pocket. The nanobots responded to the Queen's order and encased the black bracelet, making it part of the suit. He nodded his head in satisfaction after touching where it was hidden and feeling nothing. If it was another normal suit, this would have been impossible, but the nano suit could easily pull it off. He truly was glad that he had gotten the nano suit quite easily and without paying a cent. It might be an outdated generation, but it was good enough that Felix never removed it unless he was taking a shower. As for the rest, the nano suit could morph into any clothes he wanted with 100 similarity. So, there wasn't really any feeling of discomfort. He might be comfortable wearing the nano suit, but he sure wasn't about the upcoming banquet. Banquet after event after banquet. So troublesome. Annoyed, Felix started fixing his hair while mumbling softly. If he didn't have a strong belief that the Hiltons orchestrated this banquet to take him down, he honestly would have pretended sick or something. The party held after the pilot episode event had drained all of his social interaction bar, especially when the first episode had received a genuinely positive response from the guests. All of them could see its potential and the monstrous revenue it would bring when the first season lands on the Network Max platform. As one of the main shareholders, Felix had to entertain most of the guests. Thankfully, he didn't come out empty-handed, as he had obtained ID of some film investors giants, who were well-known and filthy rich. If he kept a friendly relationship with them, Felix's upcoming film studio would have a somewhat smooth journey throughout the entire process, from filming, production to the release. As for the hiring and management of the company, Felix left everything to Mr. Igris. Felix only requested to be called when the company was fully operational with its staff members and the building fully erected in the UVR. Obviously, Felix wired a fat budget to take care of those things. He should be expecting to visit his company's building in the next week or two based on the difficulty of securing good land in Androxa City. Right now, Felix emptied his mind from those business matters and focused fully on the upcoming banquet. 10 minutes later, Felix exited the elevator and went to the parking lot of the building. After seeing 2 long limousines, Felix entered the white one. "Who's the pretty girl?" Felix immediately complimented Olivia after seeing her sitting in the backseat while wearing a long white dress and light makeup. Yet, What made her appear extra cute was her new mutation. After she successfully advanced to the first stage of replacement, the mutation she received was high profile, alright, as a drape of white leaves had grown from her shoulder blades and reaching down to her waist. Since the white leaves were stacked together, they appeared like two folded angels' wings, with Olivia's white dress and lily flower on top of her head. It wouldn't be far-fetched to call her an angel. You think I am pretty and not cute? Olivia asked with her eyes brightening up. This was probably the first time someone referred to her as pretty instead of cute, especially when the only mutations she kept receiving were adding to her cuteness and not the charm of a woman. Alas, her happiness was short-lived as Felix replied casually, "They are the same to me." "Thud, you jerk." Olivia kicked Felix with her high heels while sulking at the window. Felix merely shrugged his shoulders at sight and started surveying the area around him. He didn't know when exactly the Hiltons were going to strike, and he needed to keep his vigilance at its peak all the time. After waiting for 5 minutes, the elders came down and went to the black limousines. Then, they took off without heavy security measures since the limos were bullet-resistant, and in the elders' eyes, no one was bold enough to attack them when they had the council's backing. While the rest were chatting with each other during their drive, Felix kept peering from the window. However, minutes went by and they were getting closer and closer to the governor's mansion. Still, not a single threat was seen in sight. "I guess they will make a move in the banquet." Felix smirked slightly as he leaned back on his seat. 30 minutes later, both limos parked in front of a luxurious mansion that had a Western castle style instead of the modern buildings. Since it was built on the outskirts of the city, it was surrounded by a man-made garden belonging to the governor. In this garden, tens of security guards and bodyguards were spread out on it while wearing an earpiece and holding a radio in one hand. When some of them made an abrupt move, their suit opened up slightly, exposing 2 handguns holstered with their belt. "The security isn't shabby. Might give them some trouble," Felix commentated in his mind while surveying with his eyes anything that attracted his interest. Soon, he spotted foremen with Loki mutations standing in front of the mansion entrance while folding their hands on top of their nether region. Felix merely glanced at them and carried on moving inside the hall, which was already packed mostly with old seniors. They were sitting at empty tables while chatting under the soothing classical piano music. Felix looked left and right and soon spotted Adam sitting with the Hilton elders at a designated table for their family. When Felix looked at them, he noticed that all of them were eyeing him simultaneously. Some of them gulped after getting found out, while some swiftly looked in other directions after his eyes made direct contact with them. His enhanced vision let him pick up on those tiny expressions and out-of-place emotional hints. After noticing them, Felix let go of any doubt he had about their attack. Now, he was 100% positive that something was going down tonight. Meanwhile, Adam, the Grand Elder, and Joseph had just smiled and raised their glasses in his direction as a greeting. Clap, clap. Felix's focus was brought back to the banquet after hearing the sound applause directed at them. "Good evening." Numbed, Felix walked through the tables while nodding his head politely at the seniors. Not wanting to get caught by one of them for a chat, Felix walked faster than the others. Before long, he made it to the Maxwell's table and seated himself. He then turned his infrared vision to 300 meters and kept it that way. Any new humanoid aura entering this zone would be spotted immediately. However, Felix waited and waited, yet still no one raided the banquet as he expected. Half an hour had already gone by and he spoke to the governor, Walton's elders, and even the Hilton Grand Elder came by to say hi. Since the relationship between the families was strained, he merely greeted them and returned to his table. In a short while, the waiters brought the dishes and drinks. Immediately after seeing the open bottles' lids, the Hiltons showed signs of relief. Some were pretty obvious while some kept it hidden. Felix managed to spot those subtle signs as he kept taking swift glimpses in their direction throughout the evening. Is there something in the food or drinks, he pondered while looking at the waiters, putting down a dish in front of each person. Then, following by pouring either wine or champagne from 2 open bottles on their tray. It's impossible for them to poison only my dish since the staff hired in the governor's mansion is wearing AP bracelets. Felix concluded this because those waiters were wearing one and even the guards had a bracelet of their own. It had already been a year and a half since the SG invitation, and the bracelets were easily gotten for highly authoritative individuals and the rich ones. This meant even the kitchen staff had a bracelet of their own. Since the governor gave them one, he certainly made them sign contracts to be loyal to him and his residents. However, the security guards outside seemed like they were just hired for the party since they didn't have bracelets. That's why they had been left outside of the mansion while the guards with bracelets stayed inside. After reaching this reasoning, Felix believed that if poison was the Hiltons' scheme, they must have poisoned all the food and drinks since they wouldn't have an insider to poison just his food. This signified that even the Hiltons' food was poisoned as well since it was like this. He inferred that the Hiltons couldn't put a destructive poison, but just a soft one, like paralyze, sleepiness, or force them to lose consciousness. He didn't know how exactly they pulled it off and he didn't care. He only wanted to know if the poison was harmful or not. After all, his grandfather and Olivia were going to digest it as well. After concluding that it wasn't fatal, Felix closed his eyes and imagined what he would do if he was the mastermind. Poison everyone, raid the banquet, kidnap only me to avoid unnecessary trouble, and send me to an already prepared extraction point. He snapped his eyes open and smirked faintly. In the extraction point, Mr. Hire will 80 be there as the middleman of this operation. He will either extract my abilities personally or take me to a member of the organization. Ting ting ting. Felix's thought process was interrupted by the Hilton Grand Elder, hitting his wine glass with a small silver spoon. Some seniors, who were ready to taste their delicious-looking dish, lifted their heads and focused at the Grand Elder just like everyone else. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of sharing the same blood as my great-grandson Adam. The Grand Elder patted Adam's shoulder with a loving smile and said, "He is our family pride and joy. Soon, he is going to be the pride of the country and the entire planet. Clap, clap. Thank you. Thank you." The Grand Elder placed a hand on his chest as he showed an appreciative expression to this sudden applause. However, he waved his hand lightly to make them stop and carried on. "I wanted my great-grandson to propose a toast, but how could I have the audacity to do so while the captain of the Earthlings team is with us?" He smiled warmly while pointing at Felix with his glass of wine. "That's why I propose for the captain, our national hero, the country's greatest pride, to make a toast and hopefully a speech to coronate this moment in history." Clap, clap, clap. This time, the applause was even louder as everyone had looks of anticipation and pride while gazing at Felix. The Grand Elder wasn't wrong about making history since this would be Felix's first toast before joining the PSG, so that's how they planned on forcing everyone to get poisoned at the same time. Felix mused in his mind at such a witty idea. Chapter 296 Successfully Kidnapped. Felix easily managed to figure it out since the truth was already laid bare in front of him. If he couldn't see the Grand Elder's hidden scheme from his proposal, he should honestly hand himself to the organization. "Elder, you are flattering me more than necessary." Felix abruptly stood up while fixing his tie. He smiled politely while looking at the clear anticipation written all over the Hiltons' faces and the rest. However, while others anticipated a toast, the Hiltons were waiting for him to drink the poisoned glass. Felix didn't tease them or anything like that as he lifted his glass slowly and said, "I have not prepared a speech for this moment, but it will be rude of me just to make an empty toast." He smiled warmly while staring deeply into the eyes of Adam, the Grand Elder, and the rest of the Hiltons. "So, I promise here and now that I will always be on the side of planet Earth through thick and thin." Before the Hiltons could feel something wrong about his words, Felix added, "No matter how many offers I receive from other planets, I will always remain as an Earthling and compete against the outsiders as an Earthling." Cheers. The moment Felix ended his short speech, he drank 2 large gulps from his glass under the thrilled and delighted looks of the Hiltons. "FCKme, this tastes amazing." Felix's eyes brightened up in delight as he carried on emptying every drop from the glass. Cheers. Seeing him doing so, the rest touched their glasses and took either big gulps like Felix or just small elegant sips. The only thing that mattered was that everyone drank from the content of the poison bottles. Blackets ago. "Make sure to stick to the plan." The Grand Elder sent out a message while toasting in delight with the other elders. Each member clicked their glasses as well and drank a small sip of the wine. They never had intentions of watching the operation, as they were required to be poisoned just like everyone else to avoid suspension completely. This meant all of them would be out for 24 hours without a single clue if it was successful or not soon. Everyone in the banquet placed their glasses on the table and started either chatting or eating their dishes. Holy shit. What kind of poison did they use this taste heavenly? Felix's eyes were about to get watery at the steak's deliciousness. I was really missing on life when I didn't season my food with poisons like this. Alas. Felix's enjoyment had to be stopped as he noticed that Olivia and the rest near him were starting to react weirdly. All of them began shaking their heads while trying to keep their eyes wide open. Alas. No matter how much they tried, a tide of exhaustion washed over them like they didn't sleep for days. Why am I so sleepy? Pluck. Before long, Robert was the first to give in as his face fell right into the steak. One by one, Noah and the rest followed him. Felix sighed in relief after seeing that they were sleeping. He swiftly looked around and was met with the sight of everyone having their heads slam into the table and remaining like that motionlessly, while the waiters, maids, and guards were watching this horrifying sight with their hearts about to leap from their throat. Felix merely glanced in the Hilton's direction and looked at Adam, who was staring at him coldly for the first time as expected. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Felix sneered in his mind while yawning with a tired expression. Soon, he also closed his eyes shut and laid his head next to the plate. Immediately after he did so, he received a message from the Queen. Sir Felix, you have been registered as an emergency contact for Olivia and Robert. Thus, I am required to inform you that currently, both of them had lost consciousness in this address XXXX. She added, due to the rules placed against me, I could not tell you the cause of their situation. Upon hearing so, Felix was left speechless. It wasn't due to what the Queen had said, since he already knew it was allowed to make emergency protocol to ask for help. It was because he got only 2 requests for help from 11. Neither his team nor the rest of the elders sent him a request. Am I really that unreliable? FCKK. Everyone got poisoned. Someone call the police. While Felix was questioning his character, chaos had risen in the hall, as the maids were screaming in utter mortification while the guards were touching the pulses of the guest with an unsightly expression. Although they noticed that no one was harmed, they were still edgy and worried about coming next. Papa. The sound of gunfire suddenly invaded the hall from the outside, forcing the guards to pull out their guns and stand in front of the glass entrance. Soon, their eyes widened in shock after seeing a black van speeding in their direction while firing at the 4 bloodliners, who were guarding the entrance before. Where is everyone? A guard shouted in his radio at the sight, since he didn't notice guards from the garden. Alas, the response he received chilled his heart. They were already put down. And if you don't want to end up in the same manner, you better get out of our way. Before the guard could reply, the van did a sharp brake and stood on its side facing the entrance. Then, its back door was pulled open from within, exposing 5 members from that mercenary squad. They had silver guns with a blue shade on them, appearing like laser guns from sim movies. Alas, they didn't just appear like it, but were the laser guns. Those poor 4 bloodliners were the first ones on the planet to taste a tiny bit of the extraterrestrial weapons. Pew 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 pew. All it took were 4 laser beams to open up a hole in those bloodliners' chests. What's in God's name is that the guards behind them trembled in fear while pointing their handguns at the assailants. Upon seeing that the assailants were aiming at them this time, the guards all took cover behind a wall and fired off from the handgun. Pow pow pow. Unfortunately for them, the assailants just sprinted through the gunfire, unworried about getting hurt. Some bullets did manage to land on them, but their outfits somehow stopped the bullets and their bodies didn't recoil from the shock. They just kept sprinting unhindered, scaring the shit out of the guards who peeked. Before long, they made it to the entrance and took care of any close guard to them using the laser gun. They didn't rely on firearms much, since they were told that the governor had given skin-hardening potions to his guards. This meant they would be bulletproof temporary. Stick to the plan. Take the target and leave. Red sent a message while speeding towards Maxwell's table. His squadmate stopped firing at the guards after hearing so. They just left one to cover for them and went to help him lift Felix. That FCK, he is heavy, one of them exclaimed after dropping Felix on the ground. failing to lift him from his seat. "Excuse you." Bastard Felix might be fuming on the inside, but he was as unmoving as a rock on the outside. He utterly relaxed his body like he was truly asleep. Together a squadmate held Felix's legs and another held his hands. Then, they lifted him and started walking towards the van with quick short steps. Pew pew. The rest kept firing only at the guards, trying their best to avoid harming any guest. They received strict orders to bring Felix out only. But after reaching the van, the driver went to the back and helped them bring Felix inside. The moment his body laid on the van's floor, it sank a little. "Go go go go." The driver went to his seat while gesturing for the last two members to rush inside the van. The moment they jumped inside, the driver accelerated away from the mansion under the remaining guards' gunfire. FCKK. A guard punched the wall in fury and agitation at the consequences that awaited him for failing to do his duty. Although he felt thankful that no one was harmed in the raid, he was still scared shitless about the governor's reaction after he hears that the captain of the Earthlings team was kidnapped under his roof. Someone update the police, FBI, CIA, Homeland Security, and National Security about the situation. Everyone is needed on this operation. The guard pointed his finger at the guests and voiced his second order. Call the hospital and tell them about the guests' situation. They might look asleep, but we have no idea what poison they took and its full effect. Everyone started running back and forth like a headless chicken. The maids and servants took care of the guests by placing them gently on the ground and checking on their well-being. Meanwhile, the guards were on multiple phone calls with the mentioned agencies, updating them about this unexpected and ballsy operation. Although those agencies had received the same emergency message from the Queen, they were given only the address. As for details, as she said, the rules of the SGA forbid her from taking part in those matters. Before long, the news reached the White House and then to the council. Their reaction was more or like the same. Lividness. Absolute lividness at the kidnappers. They didn't know who was responsible for such a clear display of disrespect and disregard to the council's existence. But they were planning on using all resources to find them out. The council's integrity was in the line here, however. Just as the authorities tried to follow the red dot representing Felix's bracelet, it disappeared from their holograms. They realized what happened, and they didn't think that the kidnappers would do it so fast. Meanwhile on the van, Felix was listening to the kidnappers' chatter. He couldn't help but feel like a déjà vu since his situation was the same as in his previous life. Getting kidnapped in a van while drugged, then to luckily be rescued by the government task force. However, he doubted whether the agencies could even find him as his silver bracelet had just gotten destroyed by a laser torch. He anticipated as much since it was common knowledge to always go for the bracelet in those situations. In the UVR, it didn't matter if the AP bracelet was destroyed or not since it was just virtual, and they were still connected to the Queen regardless if they didn't have it. But it was a different story in the real world. As the moment a bracelet was destroyed, the connection with Queen would cut off and lose all of the features. That's why even the cheapest bracelet was made with a strong material that had good resistance to elements and physical damage. If it wasn't for so, most juniors in the world competition would have lost their bracelet from the battles. However, it wasn't completely indestructible. Thus, a laser torch was enough to melt it off Felix's hand. But Felix wasn't bothered by losing it since his spatial card was safe in the other black bracelet and his data was in the clouds. The only reason he didn't wear the 12th generation bracelet, knowingly that it would be impossible to destroy, was because he knew that they could always cut his wrist instead. If they did so, his body would react to the pain and expose that he wasn't asleep. Not that he cared about getting found out, as he could easily extract the information about their extraction spot. But Felix was too lazy to miss out on such a free ride to the extraction point. Thus, he just kept his clothes shut and waited patiently for the moment to correct one of his mistakes that were caused by his weakness in his previous life. As he always said, he wouldn't seek those who wronged him in his previous life willingly. But the moment those F-seekers showed themselves before him, Felix wouldn't hesitate to seek his revenge. Never. Chapter 297. Dealing with Mr. Higher Red. Activate the light bending paint, the driver said while narrowing his eyes in focus at the road that was leading outside of the city. It was clear that their extraction point was in the suburb. Without further ado, Red pressed on his AP bracelet's screen and the black van instantly turned invisible. Even the wheels weren't spared. This made the van and everyone inside it to drop off the radar as they drove on the road. Soon, tens of police cars could be seen coming in the opposite direction. Since the road was two ways and not wide enough, the police cars were stacked one next to the other, making it impossible for the van to bypass them without being found. Thus, the driver had to park at the side until they pass. Phew. After seeing the last police car wheezing by, the driver started off slow to not raise dust and submerged himself in the road. Then, it was a smooth journey from here on as the deeper they toggled within the suburb areas, the less police stations were situated. In a short while, the van stopped in front of an average-looking house with a small backyard. Immediately after stopping, the van was exposed in the open again. Right on time, Red gave a thumbs up to the driver and went outside. He looked around and noticed that the neighborhood was as silent as a graveyard. He wasn't surprised by the sight as this part of the neighborhood was still brand new and not put for sale yet. Of course, the Hiltons managed to get this info from their real estate channels. If they weren't worried about getting suspected by the authorities, they would have used one of their many deserted assets. With that being said, this area was perfect for a swift drop zone. Mr. Hire, are you here? Red sent a message. Yes. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, the squad brought Felix down from the van and took him to the backyard. If Felix wasn't acting asleep, he would have seen a man wearing a pitch black coat and a simple white mask. It was hiding his face perfectly, exposing only his two gloomy dark eyes. Soon, the reason of his gloominess was answered as he went and kicked Felix in his stomach. You little bastard, you costed the organization at least 50 million SE by mixing your legendary bloodline with an epic one. Bam bam bam. After kicking Felix 3 more times to vent his suppressed fury, he went down and cleaned his shoe with a handkerchief while ordering, "Put him in my hover car. I will take it from here." The moment he said so, 2 blue hover cars suddenly appeared behind his back. The mercenary squad didn't waste time as 2 of them went to lift Felix while the others went to turn on the engine of the vehicles. I guess it's time to make a move. Felix's eyes were snapped open abruptly the moment he felt his hands and legs were caught. Slice with inhuman speed. Felix used his nails, which were in the process of turning into claws, to slice and dice the heads of both the assailants. Although he was still in mid-morphing, Felix was still fast enough that he managed to stand up, take care of those 2, and went to finish the rest of the squad before a single drop of blood tainted the mowed grass. Mr. Hire only managed to hear the sound of the wind raging past his ears as his head was lowered, looking at his clean shoe, sliced just as he wanted to raise his head. He felt a prick of pain coming from his hand. His pupil subconsciously looked at the injury and noticed that his arm was sliced down from the elbow. Only then did the fear, the pain, and the horror of the entire experience had set in his mind and body just as he wanted to scream his pain away. Felix removed the mask from his face and placed his hand on his mouth, closing it shut. Shh. Felix shushed him down and said with a sinister smile, "It's impolite to scream at night. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why is he awake?" Mr. Hire was truly on the verge of losing his mind. Part of it was of course from the hellish pain of his cleaved arm, but mostly it was due to Felix standing before him. Alas, he wasn't given even a second to process the situation as Felix caught him by the neck and choked him hard. He then gave him 3 quick punches in the stomach, making sure to use enough strength to hurt him, but not damage his organs. "If you weren't still useful to me, I would have made you regret the day you kicked me." With a frigid expression, Felix tightened his hand around Mr. Hire's neck one last time before throwing him to the ground. Cough. Mr. Hire immediately started taking deep breaths while coughing in between like he never inhaled oxygen in years. Felix crouched next to Mr. Hire and placed his hand on top of his head. A split second later, a silver-colored mist started to emerge from Felix's palm until Mr. Hire's head was wholly encased in it. "What are you doing?" "NG to me." Upon seeing it, Mr. Hire cried with some difficulty like he was having troubles connecting his words together. Nothing much. Felix smiled warmly as he tilted his head. Just a truth inducement to get you talking. Felix added in a playful tone. Oh, you can think of it as getting injected with truth serum. Yo, you bastard, mister. Hire felt his heart getting chilled at Felix's straightforward method. He expected before that he would be grilled and tortured for information, which he exactly wanted, so he could buy some time until reinforcement arrives. Too bad. Felix knew that his time was limited, so he simply acted based on it. Shit, he will kill me after getting the information he wanted. Mr. Hire knew that his situation was beyond hopeless and death awaited him either way. Thus, he glared at Felix in hatred and sent a message to the Gamma organization member, who was waiting for him to bring Felix. Plan failed. The target wasn't affected properly by the poison he turned on us and killed the rest, leaving me behind for interrogation. He used something like truth serum, so you can expect your position to be compromised after sending the message. Mr. Hire felt like his eyes were getting cloudy and hazy. He didn't know if it was inducement's effect or his blood loss from his cleaved arm. Cleaved ARM, an electrifying shock coursed into his skin, making his cloudy eye snap open and glance at his bloodied arm. The moment he noticed that it was his bracelet arm, he released a gut-wrenching scream in his mind. Looking for this, Felix brought the arm next to Mr. Hire's face and said, "You must think of me as some sort of retard to leave your consciousness connected to the Queen." Felix didn't cut Mr. Hire's arm for no reason. He understood that as long as Mr. Hire's AP bracelet was connected, he could always inform the organization about the situation in a heartbeat. That's why he killed everyone else and detached the bracelet from Mr. Hire. If he didn't need him alive, killing him was more than enough to shut down his bracelet and the Queen. Right now, Mr. Hire's consciousness was disconnected from the Queen, making it impossible for others to contact him or know his position if he gave them permission. Since he was disconnected, the Queen wouldn't be able to fulfill the life and death contracts which he signed. However, since she could clearly see from Felix's bracelet that Mr. Hire didn't purposefully disconnect or schemed to escape the clutches of contracts by faking losing his hand, she simply kept watching him instead of sending the special task force. If Felix let him go by some chance and Mr. Hire didn't connect with another bracelet, the task force would be notified and be sent to investigate. The moment they notice foul play, Mr. Hire would be executed. Currently, Mr. Hire wasn't even thinking about the consequence of losing his bracelet, as the feeling of weightlessness kept assaulting his being over and over again. The pain was gone, the fear of death was gone, and his agitation was cooled, leaving him to feel as high as a kite. "What's your real name?" Felix swiftly asked after seeing his abnormal state like he just smoked some Finnish weed. "Thomas Riener." Mr. Hire replied softly with his eyelids drooped down. "What's your current job?" "Acting as a middleman between the organization and the Hiltons." Seeing that his inducement was working just fine, Felix didn't waste time with unnecessary questions as he straight out asked, "Do you know the Gamma organization spaceship's coordination?" "No." "Disk." As expected. Felix clicked his tongue in annoyance, as he was hoping that he would receive a different response. "Where were you supposed to take me?" "In the hovercar." "Bedford." "Where exactly?" "In Bedford, on the roof of the Bedford Moat House Hotel." "Who's waiting there?" "Number 12 in the organization." "Number 12 Felix pondered on the number, trying to remember if he had heard of him in his previous life or seen him before. However, the only one he recalled was Mr. Gamma, due to his infamous strength of being a peak third-stage bloodliner. As for the rest, he had absolutely no clue. "Do you know his strength, or at least his rank within the organization?" Felix asked. "I don't know his strength, but his rank in the organization is at the lower end. S." By the time Mr. Hire reached the end of the sentence, his voice was unrecognizable. Looking at him closing his eyes while sleeping peacefully, Felix waved the silver mist away from his head. "I guess the poison is too much for his brain to handle." Felix sighed while lifting his leg and stamping on Mr. Hire's head casually. He soon cleaned his shoe with the grass and destroyed every AP bracelet in the area. He then swiftly jumped in the hovercar and took off while activating the light bending mechanism installed in the car. "Queen, please show me the shortest path to the Bedford Moat House Hotel," Felix requested. Alas, No one responded to his call. Stupid. Felix face-bombed after remembering that his silver AP bracelet was destroyed in the van. Not wasting even a second, he cut through the Nanos suit since without the Queen, he couldn't order the nanobots to give him his hidden bracelet. After ripping apart the hidden pocket in his chest, Felix brought out the pitch-black AP bracelet and wore it on his wrist. He then placed the screen in front of his eyes and called for the Queen softly. Instead of waiting the known 10 seconds, Felix got forcefully logged in his white room instantaneously. Felix didn't wait for the Queen's greeting as he said, "Please log me out and transfer all my data to this bracelet." "As you wish, Sir Felix." The Queen added a question. "Do you want to hear the details and added features of your 11th generation bracelet?" "Not now. Just create the shortest path to Bedford Moat House Hotel," Felix requested the moment he opened his eyes. Immediately after, a holographic map was created to his right. In it, Felix could see two colored dots. One was representing his car and the other his destination. Whoosh! Felix pressed on the acceleration button and watched his car whiz by at a subsonic speed, almost breaking the sound barrier. With this speed, he would reach his destination in barely a couple of minutes. This was to his liking since he knew that number 12 could potentially contact Mr. Hire for an update since he was dead. Number 12 would see that something wrong happened in the operation after not receiving a response. Thus, Felix was racing against time to reach number 12 before that happened. Chapter 298 Interrogation. After a couple of minutes, Felix slowed down his hovercar speed after noticing that he was about to reach his destination. Since Bedford Moat House Hotel was barely 50 meters in height, Felix was able to fly way above the roof and scout without getting noticed. "Oh, that's him." Felix easily spotted a man leaning on a black hovercar while yawning in a lazy manner. He had quite of a mutation, as two silver blades were protruding proudly from his elbows and another two from his shoulders. The entire roof was empty, which was a bit uncanny. Felix didn't trouble himself with finding out the reason, as he controlled the hovercar to approach the man in a slow and silent manner. 50 m, 40 m, 30 m. After reaching this distance, Felix stopped descending any further. The hovercar was right above the man's head, and if got any nearer, he was bound to be found. If it wasn't for his hovercar being extremely quiet and also invisible, he would have already been spotted. No barrier on, no mask on. Prod dizzy inducement will do the trick. After making his decision, Felix removed the seatbelt and got himself out of the window slowly to not cause any sudden noise. After standing on the hood, Felix entered his semi-morphing state and manifested a long yellow needle from the tip of his finger. He didn't want to use bombs, as they make wind noises. They could potentially be dodged if the senses of Mr. 12 were sharp enough. Thus, even when Felix was planning to use a fine yellow needle, he didn't fire it straight away since he knew that he couldn't afford to miss his shot. He only had one attempt to take control of the situation without the organization knowing about it. If he failed in his attack, Mr. 12 wouldn't hesitate to send a message to Mr. Gamma before fighting it out with him. Felix wanted to avoid that at all costs since his entire plan was revolving around the organization's ignorance about his movements. If it wasn't for this, Felix wouldn't have chosen paradisi inducement, but hypotension inducement. He understood that Mr. 12 had Mr. Gamma as his emergency contact in case he fainted. Thus, he mustn't lose consciousness at all. Felix kept narrowing his eyes at Mr. 12's face until his nose was zoomed right in front of Felix. In those situations, his enhanced vision came in handy. Now without hesitation, he flicked the yellow needle with his serpent-like hand akin to flicking a card. The needle traveled the distance in measly a millisecond, striking the nose of Mr. 12 right during his inhale. What the? Before Mr. 12 could react to the sudden assault, his body stiffened while his eyes started feeding him an image of the world spinning rapidly without stop. Since he was paralyzed as well, he couldn't even close his eyelids to reduce the feeling of dizziness that assaulted his being. This made it almost impossible to have a single cohesive thought. Meanwhile, Felix had requested the Queen to bring the hovercar closer to the roof after seeing that his ambush had succeeded. He didn't dare to jump from 30 meters, as the roof would collapse from his landing. Plus, He didn't want to leave any signs of his existence, as it would affect his plan. After the hovercar brought him down, Felix dashed towards Mr. 12 while covering himself in yellow aura. After he reached Mr. 12, Felix broke his forelimbs, making him lay on the ground like a broken doll. He felt a bit of resistance, which entailed that Mr. 12's defenses were actually noteworthy after all. During his semi-morphing, Felix's strength was doubled as well as his senses and reflexes, thus he currently possessed 6,000 BF. So Felix concluded that Mr. 12 should be either at peak second stage of replacement or had just entered the third stage still. Felix didn't even flinch since Mr. 12 was caught under his mercy just like any other rat harboring ill intentions toward him. After crippling Mr. 12, Felix checked if his bones had ruptured from his skin, forcing him to bleed. Seeing that not a single drop of blood was on the ground, Felix returned his focus to the crippled Mr. 12. Obviously, Mr. 12 didn't even make a squeak throughout the entire experience. Alright, it's time for interrogation. Felix dusted his hands and stood up. He snapped his finger and his truth inducement was added to the paradisi inducement. He then removed the paralyze inducement from it, leaving only dizziness and truth inducement. Since it takes quite a few seconds for the truth inducement to start affecting the brain and making the body feeling like it was drugged with 4 doses of morphine, Felix waited patiently until he noticed that Mr. 12's eyelids were dropping. He then removed the dizziness inducement, leaving only his truth inducement. Only after all of this did he start asking his questions. What's your name? My name is Betch Kala Radi. Mr. 12 felt like he was in the clouds as he answered with a relaxed expression. Even the pain from his broken limbs wasn't felt by him. The truth inducement might take time to affect someone, but the moment it did, it would always bring out the answer no matter what. The influence of the inducement was simply making the affected more suggestible. The side effect was the current drugged feeling that Mr. 12 was experiencing. Do you know the names of your organization's members? No. Why do you want to kidnap me? Felix rephrased his question to make it easier. Was it to extract my legendary bloodline abilities and sell them to witches, or to sell me altogether to research institutes? The first one. Mr. 12 paused and continued softly. If we failed to capture you before you replace you, our bloodline, we planned on selling you all together to research institute. As expected, Felix reacted quite indifferently to those 2 horrifying answers. He always knew that bloodliners caught and sold to the organization had only 2 fates awaited them. The first one was getting forced into continuing to integrate until 99 just to have their abilities extracted by using the genome specifier needles. This evil and inhuman operation was referred to in the UVR as rearing bloodline stock, a quite fitting name when those extracted abilities were purchasable and useful in many occupations. The perfect example would be battle substances and potions created by witches. Beasts weren't the only ingredients used to get substances like fuchsia eagle wings, which Felix used before in the highway ambush. No, since the bloodline integrated in human bodies was extractable, this meant it could be used just like in the case of extracting the essence from beasts. Since the moment humans decided to base their cultivation system on beasts, they couldn't escape the fate of having such a humiliating connection. Criminal organizations without a soul or humanity took advantage of this fact and went to primitive planets like Earth to capture their newly awakened juniors and use the genome specifier needles to extract their abilities. If they didn't have many, they rear them a kind sheep by helping them carry on their integration until they unlock 6 abilities. It didn't matter if the bloodliners were using uncommon, rare, epic, or even legendary bloodlines. The organization would do its best to get them their required bloodline and force them into reaching 99. Then, they would extract those abilities and sell them to witches, who would use those abilities as the main ingredient in their substances and potions. This would result in the birth of substances and potions who had temporary abilities, like angel wings, skin hardening, blood rush, blood frenzy, and such. The less evil organizations would utmost extract 6 abilities from a bloodliner before getting him out of his misery. Meanwhile, Some of the diabolical organizations would actually extract the 6 abilities and make the bloodliner use a higher-tier bloodline to start the process all over again, since those bloodliners were being reared like sheep. The etching process was completely ignored. After all, the only reason humans etched the ability and get the enhancement was to be stronger. But in the case of those poor bloodliners, their life was centered only to have their abilities harvested and sold. Obviously, those with higher affinity and pain tolerance were most required due to the lower cooldown between the integration phases and low fatality rates. That's why those organizations attached themselves to newly discovered planets, as the awakeners in them were unprotected, weak, and still fresh. This meant it was highly likely to find bloodliners with above average affinity in them. This inhuman method was extremely profitable to the organization, since a single bloodliner could potentially make them sell at least 18 abilities before his mentality finally breaks. 18 Tier 1 rare abilities could bring them up to 10 million SC. This was just from a single bloodliner with such a weak bloodline. Now imagine hundreds and thousands of them. Felix was almost going to end up a victim of this inhuman practice in his previous life. 3 kidnapping attempts failed on him, and the last one, he almost committed suicide in it just to escape landing in the hands of the organization. So, Felix going after those FC curs was totally justifiable. He wasn't going to stop until he made the entire organization regret targeting this little blue planet. Now to my final question. Felix tightened his grasp on Mr. 12's hair and said in a bone-chilling tone, "What are the coordination of your organization spaceship? I don't remember it." Felix rephrased his question, since it was indeed hard to remember the latitude and longitude numbers. "Where is your spaceship parked, Mr. 12's expression twisted slightly, like he was trying to get over the drug status he was on. However, he still opened his trembling lips to answer. "In the Grand Canyon." "Near what?" "Near Tusa." Before Mr. 12 could finish, his brain finally couldn't handle the drugging effect. Thus, his eyes were closed shut, sleeping peacefully. Felix didn't mind him sleeping, as the Queen's protocol was for emergency situations like fainting. "Queen, please tell me which zone, area, or town start with Tusa," Felix requested while placing Mr. 12 gently on the ground. "There is only one result. Tusa in town," the Queen replied. "Thank you." Felix cracked his knuckles and thought, that should be enough to locate the spaceship. He then did the unexpected, as he beamed 6 rejuvenation potions and a weird-looking potion that had a kind of hazy fog inside of it instead of liquid. "Let's bring time backward, shall we?" Felix smirked as he glanced at his bracelet, looking at the time that had gone since the moment he poisoned Mr. 12. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Chapter 299. Countermeasures for all of his plans. I still need 25 seconds. Felix brought the potion near Mr. 12's nose and waited for those seconds to pass. The moment he saw that only 1 second left, Felix opened the lid of the bottle and let Mr. 12 inhale the gray fog inside. After seeing that the entire content was inhaled fully, Felix swiftly opened Mr. 12's mouth and fed him the rejuvenation potion one by one until his entire body was back in normal shape, like it wasn't even touched. Since Mr. 12's mind was healthy again, Felix created a minimized sleepiness aura on top of his head so he wouldn't wake up abruptly. He then lifted Mr. 12 and made him lean on the hovercar again, putting him in the exact same position he had previously. After getting him affixed, he stepped back and started sizing up Mr. 12. "Good. Everything is exactly the same as earlier." Felix immediately jumped on his hovercar and flew tens of meters above. He then removed the sleepiness inducement from Mr. 12's head. Hopefully, he wouldn't notice anything strange, Felix thought while gazing at Mr. 12 opening up his eyes. Mr. 12 looked to his left and right while scratching his chin, and then, nothing. He just kept tapping his finger on his elbow, waiting patiently for Mr. Hire's arrival. Honestly, Felix didn't know if Mr. 12 noticed that something went missing. Like 1 minute and 30 seconds of his life. That's right, the potion that Felix had just used was called Memory Eraser 1. 30. It was capable of erasing the memories of everything that happened in the past 1 minute and 30 seconds without leaving a single trail behind. The process was also smooth and harmless, not damaging the mind in the slightest. Felix had 5 more of those potions, each with a different set time and price, ranging from erasing the memories in the minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and he even had 15 minutes. The potion that he used had costed him 6 million SC when he purchased it in Luby's shop during his shopping spree, so when Felix said that it was time to rewind time, he was referring to Mr. 12 waking up and forget about everything that happened in that duration. Felix knew that Mr. 12 would neither feel a headache or pain after he wakes up. He would utmost guess that he dozed off for a second or two, since he was already yawning lazily before. It wouldn't appear strange in his mind that he had closed his eyes to relax for a second or two, due to the fact that his body was fine. The area around him was the same, and everything else seemed normal. He wouldn't assume that he was ambushed, had his information taken, and finally his memories erased. No one would assume so right off the bat, not even the most paranoid individuals. Felix was only worried that Mr. 12 would glance at the time now and notice that 2 minutes had gone by. If he was punctual and knew his time well, he would easily figure out the abnormal extra 2 minutes that were added. When that happens, he would definitely ask the Queen if the bracelet's clock was messed up. She would obviously deny it. By then, Mr. 12 only needed to ask the magical question to the Queen. Did something happen? The Queen would obviously not respond since it was a violation of her non-interference rules. But her silence was more than enough for Mr. 12 to understand that something peculiar was going on. He then would simply ask the Queen to run back the recording of the last 2 minutes, which she would gladly do since it was the doing of the bracelet and had nothing to do with her. By then, Felix's scheme would be discovered. Fortunately, Mr. 12 just brought out a pack of cigarettes and started smoking one coolly. After seeing so, Felix didn't hesitate to speed away, heading back to the same suburb. Mr. 12's situation could go wrong at any time, and the only way to make sure that he wouldn't notice anything peculiar was to create a disturbance. Felix knew exactly what he needed to do. Queen, send an anonymous tip to the police about suburb house's address. As you wish. After hearing so, Felix pressed the acceleration button and the car whizzed away. He wanted to inform the police now since he would at most take 2 minutes to reach his destination. By the time he made it, the police would be on their way, and Mr. 12 would be sending messages to Mr. Higher. Since he wouldn't receive any reply, he would know that something bad happened in the operation, especially when he contacts the rest and ends up with the same result. Felix believed that it was highly likely for Mr. 12 to ride his hovercar and flew to the suburb as well. But Felix wasn't worried in the slightest about him coming personally. He just kept flying and flying until he reached the same backyard. This time, he looked at the home address and told the Queen to give it to the police. Then, he parked the hovercar next to the other one and laid right between the corpses. Unbothered about getting stained by the blood, he just closed his eyes and acted like he was asleep. Meanwhile, on the roof of that hotel, Mr. 12 was freaking out at the silent responses of Mr. Higher. He already sent him more than 10 messages, yet not a peep was heard from the other side. By now, he would be a fool to not realize that he was either dead or had his hand cut off. FCK, how can they fail such a simple mission with all the gadgets given and even the marauder poison? He cursed in his mind while stepping inside the hovercar. FCking useless primitives. Without further ado, he sped towards the suburb area while having his hovercar go invisible. 2 minutes or so later, Mr. 12 hovered tens of meters above the backyard, looking at the massacre on the backyard with an ugly expression. He easily spotted Mr. Higher even though his head was splattered. His black coat was unique in the backyard, which was filled with corpses of the mercenary squad. Soon, he noticed Felix's body as well within the corpses. Yet, Mr. 12 didn't feel delighted in the slightest. He knew that it was impossible for him to touch Felix, since he was trespassing on the planet and considered a non-native the moment he attempts to do so. The Queen would warn him only once to back off. If he didn't listen, he would be marked by the Alliance as an offender. This bore no good to him or the organization, as they would be hunted down for attacking a member of the Alliance. Even a single homeless on the street was protected by the laws of the Alliance from outsiders. As long as he remained on his planet and the outsiders were trespassing without given permission by the planet leaders. However, this only applied to outsiders or non-natives. The Alliance wouldn't give a shit if another native killed the homeless, made him his toy, or gave him to the outsiders. If it wasn't for so, the organization wouldn't have bothered to contact natives like the Hilton's family to kidnap bloodliners for them. They knew that as long as the Hiltons forces those kidnapped bloodliners to sign a slavery contract to keep their lives, they wouldn't be considered as earthlings anymore, but as property to the Hiltons. A property could be sold and purchased just like any commodity. Just like this, the natives would be doing the bidding of the organization. If it came to be, they could give the natives genome specifier needles and they would be the ones extracting abilities for them. Right now, Mr. 12 could only look at Felix from afar, not daring to approach him. The marauder poison, which was their greatest weapon, had turned into Mr. 12's curse after all. It was blocking the only way for him to capture Felix without worrying about the Alliance's rules. That was by letting Felix fire the first shot the moment that happened. Felix would lose the Alliance's protection since it was impossible to block non-natives from defending themselves, but since he was asleep that plan wouldn't work anymore. Who did this? Why didn't he just take the target away after saving him? Mr. 12 pondered while bringing his hovercar to the ground. He stepped out and went to the closest corpse to him. Warning, warning, Mr. Bechgala. You are approaching a native without his permission. If you kept moving forward, you shall be marked as an offender of the Alliance based on Rule 16 in the SGA rulebook. I get it. Furious, Mr. 12 did a sharp turn and went to the furthest corpse from Felix. After reaching it and seeing that the bracelet was utterly destroyed, he felt like his heart was going to explode in fury. He wanted to retrieve those bracelets as they would have recorded what happened here. The mercenary squad and even Mr. Hire were ordered to keep recording always. However, looking at the obliterated bracelets, Mr. 12 knew that the data was unsavable, and only the previous owner had the right to retrieve lost data from the Queen, unless they give access to their private data to others. But no one in his right mind would do that, as it was too much of a term. Peepo peepo. Abrupt siren noises resounded from further away, entailing the rapid approach of the police. Based on the sound, Mr. 12 guessed that they would be here in under 30 seconds. You mother FC Kerbam. Livid and somewhat spooked, Mr. 12 couldn't help but curse while kicking a corpse away. He was just about to ask the organization to send another middleman native here to pick up Felix and take him in a desolate place. After all, it didn't need to be Mr. Hire. Just any native would do the trick. However, after hearing the sirens, that plan was destroyed just as it took root in his mind. No wonder he felt spooked. Felix had literally predicted all of his plans beforehand and made sure to create countermeasures for them while he was still acting asleep. All of this, so he would remain in the dark. Meanwhile, Mr. 12 didn't remain in the backyard to vent his anger as he swiftly connected those two blue hovercars with his bracelet and controlled them manually to fly after his hovercar. He made all of them turn invisible before stopping at 10 meters in the air. Then, he just kept watching in irritation those police cars and SWAT vans surround the house without entering it. They just kept aiming their guns at it while waiting for further instruction. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.